함께 AI 연구 개발 사용을 위한 국가 마스터 플랜 마련, 또 AI 표준화와 같은 국제 규범 마련에 대한 사회적 요구를 확인할 수 있었습니다. 오늘과 내일 이틀간 열리는 이번 컨퍼런스를 통해 저희는 AI 거버넌스의 핵심 도구로서 AI 표준에 관한 글로벌 논의에 적극적으로 참여하게 될 것입니다. 이번 컨퍼런스는 일회성 행사가 아니라 서울대학교 인공지능 신뢰성 센터와 펜실베니아 대학 CITI가 맺은 공고한 파트너십의 출발점으로 이 자리에서 우리가 나누게 될 깊이 있는 대화는 향후 글로벌 AI 정책 방향을 제안하고 구체적인 실천 플랜을 마련하는 데 중요한 밑거름이 될 것입니다. 이러한 노력은 공정하고 투명하며 안전한 AI, 신뢰할 수 있는 AI의 개발과 활용을 통해 보다 공평하고 포용적이며 지속 가능한 사회를 만드는 데 기여하겠다는 저희 센터의 비전과도 직결되는 것입니다. 끝으로 이렇듯 의미 있는 자리를 마련해 주신 사피 디렉터이자 저희 센터의 실세 임용 교수님, 그리고 유펜 CITI 센터장 크리스토퍼 유 센터장님을 비롯해서 수많은 분들의 헌신적인 노고에 진심으로 감사드립니다. 저희 한국식 표현으로는 다 차려진 밥상에 숟가락만 얹는다라는 말을 쓰는데요. 정말 상다리가 부러질 정도로 차려진 진수성찬을 마음껏 즐기고 가시길 바랍니다. 모쪼록 이번 컨퍼런스가 참석자 여러분 모두에게 생산적이고 영감을 주는 그런 자리가 되기를, 나아가 향후 AI 개발, 국제 표준 개발 작업에 주목할 만한 진전을 가져오는 그런 계기가 되기를 바라고 또 그럴 것으로 믿습니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Following Professor Lee, we are honored to welcome Chairperson Hak-soo Ko from the Korea Personal Information Protection Commission. Chairperson Ko's role in safeguarding personal information is crucial to our data-driven world, and his remarks will provide essential context on the importance of not only privacy rights, but also the promotion of the data-driven economy. Please join me in welcoming Chairperson Ko.
예, 서울 AI 폴리시 컨퍼런스 2024 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. AI 기술이 그릴 미래에 대해서 매우 중요한 논의 장을 마련해 주신 서울대학교 인공지능 정책 이니셔티브의 임용 교수님, 인공지능 신뢰성 연구센터의 이훈주 교수님을 비롯해서 국내외 귀빈, 관계자 여러분, 또 오늘 이 자리 함께해 주신 여러분들께 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 근래 들어서 AI를 둘러싼 급격한 환경 변화 속에서 AI 기술의 무궁무진한 발전 가능성에 대한 기대가 계속해서 높아지고 있습니다. 생성형 AI의 트렌드는 언어 모형으로부터 이제 멀티모달로 변화하고 있고, 또 서버에 기반을 둔 초대형 AI로부터 온 디바이스 기반의 개인화된 AI로 계속해서 변모하고 있습니다. 그러면서 의료, 교육, 로보틱스, 모빌리티 등등 매우 다양한 분야에서 우리의 삶을 질적으로 개선시킬 수 있다는 무한한 잠재력과 가능성을 보이고 있습니다. 다른 한편 AI 기술의 발전이 가져올 수 있는 여러 가지 형태의 부작용에 대한 우려도 함께 제기되고 있습니다. 하지만 아직까지 우리는 AI가 어떤 한계를 보일 것인지, 또는 AI가 어떤 리스크를 보일 것인지에 대해서 충분히 체계화하고 있지는 못한 것이 현실, 적어도 사회적인 컨센서스를 아직까지는 이루지 못한 것 같습니다. AI가 다양한 영역에서 활용되면서 AI가 사용되는 맥락에 따라서 그 리스크도 변화할 수 있기 때문에 우리가 리스크를 포착하고 또 효과적으로 대응하는 것이 또 어려운 점이 있습니다. AI가 결국 우리 삶에 도움이 되고 유익하기 위해서는 AI 기술이 가져올 긍정적인 효과는 극대화하면서 동시에 리스크 요인은 최소화하기 위한 적절한 가버넌스 체계가 필요하겠습니다. 또 궁극적으로는 AI 기술에 대한 사회적인 신뢰의 축적이 필요하겠습니다. 국내외에서 AI 리스크를 규율하기 위한 논의가 점점 활발하게 이루어지고 있습니다. 또 그럼에도 불구하고 신기술과 낡은 법제도 사이의 간극이 계속 남아 있음에 따라서 그로 인한 사회 문제에 대해서 효과적으로 대응하고 AI를 둘러싼 복잡한 이해관계와 갈등 요인을 관리하고 줄여나가기 위해서 굉장히 많은 과제가 남아 있습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스를 계기로 해서 AI 가버넌스 구축에 필요한 여러 가지 이슈를 법, 사회, 기술 여러 관점에서 조망하고 또 유용한 정책적인 시사점이 도출될 수 있기를 기대합니다. 저희 개인정보보호위원회에서는 어떻게 하면 혁신 친화적인 환경이 마련될 수 있을 것인지 관점에서 민관이 협력해서 유연하고 탄력적인 원칙 기반의 규율 체계를 마련하고 고민하고 있습니다. 여러 가지 형태의 가이드라인 안내서를 마련하고 있고요. 이미 몇 가지는 발표를 했고 올해 남은 기간에 또 몇 가지 발표할 예정입니다. 또한 향후에 법제 정비의 수요가 축적이 되고 공론화되면 현재의 개인정보보호법을 AI 시대에 좀 더 걸맞는 그런 형태로 마련하기 위한 정비 작업을 본격화할 예정입니다. 이번 컨퍼런스에서 논의되는 다양한 AI 거버넌스에 관한 논의 사항들은 개인정보보호위원회를 포함하여 정부의 정책 수립에 소중한 밑거름이 될 것입니다. 또한 조만간 이제 활동을 시작할 국가 AI 위원회 활동에도 유용한 참고가 될 것이라고 생각을 합니다. 저희 위원회도 이 행사에서 논의되는 사항 적극적으로 듣고 또 논의에도 참여하고 또 향후에 저희가 마련하는 정책에 적극 반영하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Chairperson Ko. Also setting the tone for this conference is Professor Byung-tak Jang, Director of the AIIS at SNU. He has made congratulatory remarks which are presented in the conference brochure. Professor Jang's groundbreaking research in AI is internationally recognized, and his insights will be invaluable as we delve into this latest advancements and challenges in AI. Lastly, we are privileged to welcome Professor Kyungjin Choi, President of the Korean Association of AI Law and professor at Gachon University. Professor Choi's expertise in AI and privacy law will help frame our discussions on the legal implications and regulatory landscape of artificial intelligence. Please join me in welcoming Professor Choi.
네, 안녕하세요. 무더운 날씨만큼이나 이 뜨거운 열기로 오늘 가득 채워주신 모든 분들께 환영의 말씀과 감사의 말씀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 사실 오늘 사피와 CTAI 공동 주최하는 이 AI 거버넌스의 프론티어 이슈 컨퍼런스에 참석하기 위해서 전 세계에서 와주신 최고의 전문가 여러분들께도 환영하고 또 감사의 말씀 드립니다. 그리고 최고의 전문가들을 모시고 AI 거버넌스의 이론적 기반을 마련하고 효과적이면서도 실전 가능한 방안을 모색하기 위해서 이 멋진 국제 컨퍼런스의 성공적 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 한여름의 뜨거운 열기만큼이나 인공지능에 대한 관심이 계속 고조되고 있습니다. 인공지능이 빠르게 발전하면서 우리의 삶 곳곳에는 깊이 스며들기 시작하고 있고 인공지능이 가져오는 새로운 혁신과 변화는 우리의 삶을 풍요롭게도 하지만 예상되거나 혹은 미처 예상하지 못했던 부작용에 대한 우려도 계속해서 나타나고 있습니다. 지난 5월에 우리 한국에서 개최된 AI 서밋이라든가 또는 이번 9월에 개최되는 군사 분야 AI 활용에 관한 리에임 2024 같은 경우를 보면 세계 각국이 맞닥뜨리고 있는 인공지능과 관련된 이슈가 세계 공통의 이슈임을 인식할 수 있습니다. 특정 국가나 기업 그리고 AI 생태계의 특정 플레이어만이 책임을 가지는 문제가 아니라 글로벌 AI 생태계의 모든 구성원이 함께 머리를 맞대고 해결해야 할 인류 공통의 문제라는 것을 알 수 있습니다. 이런 점에서 오늘 개최되는 이 AI 국제 컨퍼런스 같은 경우에는 글로벌 AI 거버넌스 논의의 최선단에서 다뤄지고 있는 프론티어 이슈들에 대해서 세계적인 석학 그리고 이 기업의 리더, 최고의 연구자와 이해관계자들이 모여서 함께 현상에 대해서 정확하게 분석을 하고 미래 규범과 거버넌스의 방향성을 논의하는 매우 뜻깊은 자리가 될 것으로 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 인공지능이 가져오는 위험성과 부작용은 해결해야 될 중요한 문제입니다. 그런데 AI 표준, 거버넌스, AI와 경쟁, AI와 인권, AI와 프라이버시, AI의 저작권, AI와 허위 조작 정보와 같은 이러한 다양한 측면에서의 그런 대응책이 인공지능 발전을 막는 장애물이 되어서는 안 될 것 같습니다. 아울러 인공지능은 결국 사람을 위한 것이기 때문에 인공지능과 사람이 공존하면서 사람 중심의 가치가 존중받을 수 있는 규제나 거버넌스 환경이 마련되어야 될 것으로 믿습니다. 오늘의 컨퍼런스가 인공지능으로 변화하고 있는 현상을 정확하게 이해하고 바람직한 미래의 교육 방향을 정하는 중요한 파운데이션이 되기를 바라고 있습니다. 시의적절한 논의의 장을 만들어서 이렇게 훌륭하신 분들과 또 굉장히 열띤 토론을 함께 즐길 수 있는 여러 참석자분들을 모아주신 이명 사피 디렉터님께 감사의 말씀드리고 또 함께 역시나 이 장을 마련해 주시느라고 고생해 주신 CTAI의 이현주 센터장님께도 깊은 감사의 말씀드립니다. 그리고 아울러 이 자리를 축하해 주시기 위해 오신 우리 존경하는 고학수 위원장님과 이경호 비서관님께도 감사의 말씀드리겠습니다. 그리고 무엇보다 오늘의 주인공은 여기 계신 모든 분들이십니다. 특히나 전 세계에서 오신 이 훌륭하신 키노트 스피커, 발제자, 토론자 이 모든 분들이 아마 오늘과 내일에 걸쳐서 우리에게 정말 엄청난 지식의 향연을 가져다 주지 않을까 엄청 기대를 하고 있습니다. 저도 몰입해서 함께 즐길 예정에 있고요. 여러분들께서도 이 무덥고 습한 한국의 날씨를 극복하는 것처럼 이 자리에서 함께 이 즐거운 지식의 향연을 즐기시면서 오늘과 내일 많은 것들을 얻어가시길 바라겠습니다. 마지막으로 여기 계신 모든 분들께 건강을 기원하면서 축사를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Choi. We begin the plenary session with a fireside chat on the frontier challenges for AI alignment. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed speaker, Jason Kwon, Chief Strategy Officer at OpenAI, and our moderator, Professor Lim, Director at SAPI SNU. Now, at the discretion of the moderators, each session today may be followed by a Q&A session. Those of you with questions may raise their hand and come up to the stage and speak into the microphone set up in front. Professor Lim, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, Jason, welcome to Seoul again.
Great to be here.
So I would like to start off with a very sort of personal question. So when you come to Seoul, when you come back, is there a routine that you do? Is there a place you go to, a food you try again, or?
I just do what my wife tells me to do. That's the best way to live life. And so I think that, she likes to check out some of the skincare, sections, and then she likes to go out for Korean food, of course. We miss it. We used to live in LA, and so that place is really great. San Francisco, not as good. And so we look forward to coming back here frequently. We also like to sometimes catch up with our relatives while we're here.
So let's start about a year and a half ago. So back in November 2022, when ChatGPT 3.5 was released. For the public, I think it was a watershed moment in the sense that AI started to really, truly feel smart. And with the rise of generative AI, there's a lot of excitement about AI's potential for economic growth, for scientific breakthroughs, and even possibly solving some of the most vexing problems like climate change. But at the same time, I think a lot of people in the audience these days have a question about, well, there's also talk about hype, that this is a bubble. And is AI really, what is the trajectory here? Or is this just like an excitement that's going to die away?
Yeah. So I get this question a lot. And one of the things I think that's true that we talk about too is that this is as bad as the technology is going to be. like other forms of software and technology, this is very early innings still. If you think about the beginning of the internet about 20, 30 years ago and compare to what it is today, and think about all the progress that's been made, there's no reason to believe that this technology couldn't follow a similar sort of path of improvement. And I think just to kind of play around with the technology a little bit, we talked about this a little bit earlier. So I have a version of ChatGPT 4.0 that's currently in limited release right now. And about a year and a half ago, you probably knew the chatbot as something that you would converse with in text format. And in about a year, this is some of the advances that we've gotten to today. So let me just... Hi, ChatGPT. I'm here with my friend in Korea. He's going to ask me some questions in Korean. When he asks these questions in Korean, I'd love for you to translate them back into English for me. Does that sound good?
Sure thing. Just let me know when he starts speaking.
ChatGPT 안녕.
Hello.
Oh, you put it on mute.
질문을 하나 할게. 번역해줘.
Sure. Go ahead. I'm ready.
내가 제이슨한테 물어보고 싶은 것은 지금 많은 사람들이 인공지능이 거품이 아니냐, 이거는 그냥 하이프다라고 얘기를 하는데 제이슨의 생각이 궁금해. 이거를 통역해줘.
He wants to ask Jason what he thinks about a lot of people saying AI is just a hype cycle and that it might be a bubble.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So that is a feature that we call speech-to-speech. And it used to be that you would have to feed in a bunch of text and then you would get an auto-translation on the other side. Now this is happening in real time. It's understanding your voice command. So there's voice recognition in terms of the ability to understand the auditory input coming in. Then there's a translation that occurs simultaneously. And this all happens on the fly. You could interrupt this technology in a conversational way, and you have this kind of naturalistic human-computer interaction that you didn't used to have before. And this is something that happened in the span of about a year and a half since the initial introduction of the tool. And if you think about what is potentially possible from here on out, as people continue to use these tools, they're going to find more use cases and they're going to continue to push the science and productization forward. So we're still at the very, very beginnings of this wave. And the science also continues to advance as well. And so we talk about this a little bit at OpenAI, as well as some of the other labs like Anthropic and Google, DeepMind, and others, in that what you have seen so far is the product of the transformer paradigm, and there's more work being done right now to kind of increase the ability of the tools to do what we think of as human reasoning. And as we unlock that paradigm, we're going to get probably more use cases, and some of the productivity gains that people are predicting may come true. So again, this is still very early days. What you're seeing right now is just the very beginning, and it's as bad as it's going to be, and there's only improvement to come from here on out. And I think it's a good thing to be optimistic about what we can do with this technology. And while skepticism is healthy to keep in mind so we don't overextend ourselves, I think there's just a lot of surface here that's only been scratched.
When people think about OpenAI, what comes to mind is a bunch of smart people trying to achieve AGI or superintelligence. And I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about this, but first of all, there seems to be a lot of uncertainty or vagueness about what AGI actually is. And so maybe could you share your thoughts on that first? Like, what is AGI? How should we think about AGI?
Yeah, so the original definition of this was something that could essentially perform at the level of a human being in certain kinds of mental or intelligence capabilities. There's a more technical definition of this that's on our website that comes from the original founding of the company. But that was also when AGI was a concept and something that people were trying to imagine as a goal that we were trying to march to. And as we continue to put out tools and products out there, not just us, but other labs and companies, and they interact with the world, there's a lot more concreteness that's come to sort of be realized by people as they think about AI. And we've talked about this a little bit in the last month or so, but instead of thinking about AI as, okay, it's not AGI or it is AGI, a better way to think about this is a progression of levels, right? So at the beginning of this leveling system, you might think about something that's conversational. It would pass the Turing test and you can have a conversation with the chatbot and it feels like a human interaction. But as everybody here probably knows, that it's still imperfect. It will make mistakes. There are warnings to this effect. It sometimes will hallucinate information. It sometimes will produce outputs that you didn't necessarily want. And while it can display some forms of emergent reasoning, it's not clear to people how that occurs. And this is why people do work in areas such as interpretability and transparency and what actually goes into the models in terms of the pre-training. But I think that what is going to happen increasingly is that you will be able to understand how the systems get to reasoning, and the systems will be better at reasoning, and that's another level up. And then, further down the path, you'll see additional capabilities that people talk about, and there's a little bit of work already that people have been putting out related to agentic capabilities of the system, so they're able to go do things for you out in the world, because so much of the world these days has been digitally connected. So you can think about today, you go online and you can carry out a bunch of tasks ranging from learning about the world to carrying out, shopping activities to signing up for information subscriptions, and even hiring people online through services like TaskRabbit and whatnot. And you can think about these systems as doing these things increasingly for you in an assistive capacity. So we've also talked about assistive AI. And this is a much more precise way to think about the progression of artificial intelligence. Instead of thinking about this thing as a binary distinction, it's more of a continuum. Just like, over time, we've talked about self-driving cars, and there's a leveling system there. And that's probably a better way to think about this and not kind of get into these logical traps where people are just asking this question, are we there yet in terms of AGI?
I'd like to jump off from the point that you made about growing capabilities.
Yeah.
Do you think so? The people have talked about safely ushering AGI into existence, and the importance of ensuring that the ratio of safety progress, the capability progress, increases. And I think that's one point that OpenAI has made as well. Now, do you think we're on the right trajectory in that sense? Does capability progress need to slow down, or do we need to pace ourselves, as some argue?
Yeah, so this whole pacing argument is I think, less about technical development and sort of psychological resilience or comfort with the technology. And I think that because it seemed like things had occurred very quickly last year, the natural human instinct or reaction is to think about slowing things down. Because there's already a lot of change in the technical world that impacts people's lives, and it just seemed like this was another thing that people had to kind of get their heads around and become accustomed to. But in terms of the actual work in figuring out how these systems behave and how to control them, the thing that we find actually is that as they become more capable, they become in a lot of ways more controllable too. Because if you think about just the jump between how people train base models, which is just what you get when you run the deep learning algorithms against large volumes of data and have it predict the next word, to then post-training the systems, which is to align the systems to examples of human behavior or outcomes that we want the systems to comport to. That becomes easier and easier to do as the systems become more capable. So an example is that if you go back to the era of GPT-2 or even before that, the BERT models, they weren't that good at generalization. You could give them a few examples of the output that you wanted to see, and it wouldn't necessarily produce sort of general behavior. So I might say, here's an example of an ideal response when I ask you to generate some sort of offensive content, and the ideal response would be, sorry, I can't do that. But the ability to generalize across all forms of offensive content wouldn't necessarily stick with the model training. But what we have now is much more powerful systems, so the generalization capability is much greater. Sort of like if I tell you, hey, here are 5 examples of things I don't want you to do, you could probably generalize rules and behavior from them, just based on sort of some kind of intrinsic reasoning capability that you have. So as these capabilities advance, the ability to keep these systems aligned in some ways increases. And the flip side of this is that what you want to do is you want to get into a system of being able to audit the system so that you're able to kind of constantly vet whether that theory is true. And that is what sometimes people call scalable alignment or scalable oversight. And that is an active area of research today.
I have a question that I think is sort of you're the right person to ask it, because AI safety and alignment, we've realized that it needs a robust governance structure and process in addition to ethical principles or normative even standards. Now, this includes corporate structure and governance. And we see AI developers now choosing or experimenting, one might say, with different corporate structures, unconventional in some cases, and OpenAI AI is one of them. So we also witnessed last year that such novel, or you might say new corporate structures can sometimes lead to volatility, uncertainty, and some might argue that this is a concern for AI governance if we're talking about safety and alignment, particularly when it involves frontier AI developers like OpenAI. So could you share some of the lessons that you and others at OpenAI learned over the past year, some of the new experience that you're thinking about in terms of corporate governance and structure?
Yeah, so I think one of the main lessons we learned out of that whole event is that the people still matter. You can put in any structures that you want, and you can put in any system of safeguards that you want, even in the technical systems. But the people that are actually running the systems, the people that are making the decisions, still matter more than anything else, which in some ways should be really comforting because at the end of the day, this technology and how we decide to govern it, it's still going to be a problem that we think of as a human problem. No matter what you do in terms of the corporate structure, the decisions are still made within those structures. We did start out with a very unconventional structure, but it also is kind of more of an evolution than something that was kind of thought up from first principles all the way at the beginning, because we started off as a nonprofit. And the original thesis was we were going to do a bunch of safety and AI research. Then it became very apparent in order to do that very well, we needed to have a lot of compute, which seems very obvious now, but it wasn't really obvious then. And then in order to actually have that amount of compute, we needed to create a for-profit that could raise capital to fund that compute. Then in order to fund that compute, we need to have a business so that people would invest money. And if you think about this kind of evolution of progress, it's the same thing as it impacts our structure or the other structures of AI companies, is that you can start from a thesis for what you want to achieve, but then you have to constantly take the feedback from the world in order to get to the next step. And for us, for perspective, we were about 400 people, 500 people this time last year. We're about 3 times the size of that now. It's a lot of growth to happen within a year. And a lot of the change that happens is really adaptation to that growth and the imperatives and responsibility that we feel coming from the outside world. We can't really run the company as if it was a few hundred person research lab like it used to be, where everybody knew each other. Now we're in a world where the company has to scale so they can respond to the demands of the world. And in order to do that, you need to have different types of systems for communication, decision-making, oversight that are more about institutionalizing what we do rather than relying on a bunch of personalities. And I think that that's probably one of the lessons from last year. And I think the other part of this is that it's very, very powerful to have a bunch of people working on something that they feel a lot of conviction that's unified. And that is what you saw in the crisis of last year, with the whole, board drama, is that at the end of the day, the reason why we made it to the other side is because over 95% of the employees believe that was the right outcome. And that's something that is hard to replicate, but it is something that we think of as very important, is to basically have this kind of mission-aligned belief in what we are trying to do. And that is one of the most durable ways for any organization to get through a lot of change, right? So it's not just a lesson for us, but I think it's a lesson for organizations in general.
There are entrepreneurs here, Korean developers in the audience, and could you give us an example of what you're really proud of in terms of corporate governance, or you might say best practices, like what really worked well, and could you give an example to our Korean entrepreneurs?
Corporate governance for Korean entrepreneurs.
Like some practice that you think went well in OpenAI, is working well, is really robust, and that you would actually recommend Korean entrepreneurs to think about?
It's less a question about the structure and more about a style of leadership. So one of the things that Sam does is we have an all hands every month. It used to be a little bit more frequent, but as we got bigger, we had to go to once a month. And he just answers any question that anybody asks him. And he will talk about the details of the company at a level of detail that I don't think most CEOs will. And one of the other things that he does is when we have a board meeting, he will come after the board meeting and talk about what was discussed at the board meeting. That's pretty unusual, actually, for lots of companies. And maybe there's one day in which the company is so big that that doesn't work and we'll have to evolve the style there. But one of the things that's worked very, very well is just providing a lot of information to the people that are working on the technology, working on the products and systems. And that's been his leadership style even before OpenAI. And I think it's one of the things that he would constantly coach the founders that came through Y Combinator on, is that you really need to value the employees as partners in your journey. And it's not about really top-down command, but you're really trying to get the best people into the company and then giving them the resources and freedom and responsibility to invent on their own as much as possible. And that can only happen if you're actually sharing a lot of information internally and being very transparent about how you're thinking about the progress of the company. And that's probably the most important lesson I draw from this experience that I would communicate to a founder.
So in your work in alignment and safeguards and safety for AI, what do you think is the biggest challenge lying ahead? I mean, what keeps you awake at night when you think about, okay, this is something that I have to really tackle and this is the challenge that lies ahead?
So I will just kind of say, in terms of alignment, I would just kind of maybe generalize that more to what are questions about safety, security that matter, because it's not always a question of aligning the systems to human instructions or intentions. That's an issue. It's just, how are we going to ensure at the end of the day that people are in control? And I think that is really what is at the heart of AI safety. People talk about alignment, people talk about safeguards to the systems, people talk about all these concepts that they have. Preparedness would be another one. But at the end of the day, all of these techniques and methods for getting the systems to behave a certain ways, essentially to getting the systems to behave in a way where you feel like you are in control of the system. That societies feel like they're in control of the technology, and that citizens feel like they have the ability to exert some control over the information ecosystem. And so looking for as many ways to do that as possible is, I think, the biggest challenge. And so some of it is aligning the systems. Some of it is being transparent about how the systems have been aligned. So one of the things that we've done recently is we published something called the spec, which details out the sort of hierarchy of instructions and rules that we give the system. So it might be instructions like follow the chain of command. If I give you this set of instructions, follow them in that order. Don't try to change people's minds. And those also speak to various elements of feeling out of control. The following the chain of commands, directive comes from the observation that sometimes people will try to jailbreak the systems out of their safeguards by interfering with the chain of command. The other is sometimes people are concerned about how the systems might impact your mental well-being and try to get you to believe something else. So we take a standpoint of do no harm and don't try to change people's minds, just give them information. But within that, there is actually a value judgment that's been made, which is, if I say don't try to change people's minds, somebody else might actually want the systems to do that. And then understanding how people can then make modifications to this default instruction set is something that's going to be very important for the tools to be used in a diversity of settings. And that's going to be hard. And I think that's also going to be a key for people deciding that they want this technology in their lives.
I'd like to do a follow-up question on the spec and what you talked about,
Sure.
values. So when people talk about alignment these days, one concern is that work on alignment, especially the foundation models, can actually deter diversity. For example, in Korea, what happens if the foundation model or the AI doesn't follow Korean sensibilities or culture? And so there is that concern coming up. What do you think about that? Do you think it's a valid concern? And how is OpenAI approaching that?
Yeah, so I think that first starts with being transparent about how these systems are trained from an alignment perspective, and that is what the spec is about. Then there are methods to insert variations on how the system is going to perform, which is what fine-tuning and post-training is about. So there are technical methods to kind of change the behavior of the systems. And one of the things that we always think about, too, is how do we, as a model developer, come into each country in terms of making our tools available and make that place feel like that model is for them. And that is, I think, really important because not every country is going to have the resources to develop these tools and technologies. You need data centers, you need technical talent, you need data. And so how do you reduce the burden on each country to be able to do this kind of localization? And having this kind of system in place where there are defaults, and then there's ability to override them, and then there's ability to train on them, and then there is going to probably be a lot of demand within each market or country to have people figure out what is the right way for this to respond in accordance with their cultural values. And that is really, I think, what we are trying to get to when we talk about our mission to benefit all of humanity. So it's not for us to impose a value system, but to create a framework where people can actually figure out what they want the systems to do.
One question about collaboration with third parties. How does OpenAI collaborate with the academia, with other institutions, the government? Anything you'd like to share there?
Yeah, several ways of doing this. And I think that this is an important question too, because we try to do things in a very ecosystem-driven way. And there are a number of examples of this. So on the research side, we have something called the Researcher Access Program. If you are AI researcher, you can apply to it and essentially get very discounted rates on using our API. If you are in the journalism industry, for example, we have done a bunch of partnerships to ensure that that information is surfaced within our tools. And as we put out features like Search GPT, which essentially connects ChatGPT to a search engine that we use, that we are surfacing information that we didn't write, that the system understands is responsive to a user's query, but it comes from an external source so that we are not the arbiters of facts and truth in that way. I think the other another example of this is that there are AI safety institutes that are popping up across the world. There's one in the US, there's one in the UK. Those are ones that we are working with. And really the goal of those kind of initiatives is to get to a science of evaluation. So how do you test the models for certain types of performance characteristics that are relevant to AI safety and security? And that's still a developing science, and eventually that will lead to better insight for government, officials and government parties to understand how to best deploy the systems, in society. And so those are just a few examples, and we think it's really important to proceed in that way.
I have a question about AI development.
Yep.
So after decades of open innovation in AI, we're transitioning to, you might say, a more mixed environment where firms are now competing with models and services that have different degrees of openness and closeness, so like over a spectrum. Now, some argue that open source is a boon for AI governance in that it fosters fair access and competition and can also facilitate collaboration on AI safety improvements. There are others who argue that open source can complicate AI governance and have a detrimental effect for AI safety. What's your view on this, and how is OpenAI approaching this issue?
Yeah, so there's a lot of nuance to this question, I think. So I think that one of the things that's happened over the last year or two is there's been a lot of polarization on this debate, open versus closed, and you get these kind of arguments on either side. But the reality is that there is a wide diversity and mix of these systems, and a mix of capabilities as well. So you can think about what we have. I'll give you an example, is a large model. You can then do something what we call distillation, which is you target the model to generate a bunch of responses for a particular use case. Then you take those outputs and you take a smaller model and you train them, fine-tune them on this particular set of outputs. So I may not need the entire power of GPT-4 or one of the other models out there of similar class and size to understand how to summarize articles or summarize emails. I just need a number of examples of how to do this and a smaller model that is going to be faster and cheaper to do that. That model is not going to be as generally capable as the large model. And maybe that's fine for that model to be open source because it's not as capable and it's more use case driven. And the fact that there is a large language model out there that you can experiment with, Llama or Mistral or what have you, is actually conducive to that kind of research. There's another form of research here that's actually very pro-safety. Zico Coulter, who just joined our board, leads this kind of research, which is you put a large language model out there on an open source basis, and you ask people, safety researchers, security experts, to try and jailbreak the safeguards. And then you take their outputs and you retrain the model and you incorporate their findings into the model itself. And it's actually the availability of the system that allows this kind of bottoms-up experimentation and vulnerability discovery that makes the systems more resilient. That's different from a question of taking the most capable system that we have out there right now, which will be the systems that we and other labs put out over the next year or so, and just putting them out there in the world for anybody to play with, whether they be responsible societies or other governments that maybe have more issues. And so that's a question that I think sometimes will be a national security type question for certain countries, and that's a different way to think about the problem as well. So it's not that simple, is probably what I would say, and it's like any other technology that's out there in that there are benefits to doing both of these approaches, and it's not necessarily about picking one. It's about understanding what are you trying to achieve in that particular moment, and then which is the right set of tools to actually accomplish that purpose.
I'd love to keep you another hours and and more, but since we're almost up with our time, I'm going to give you a final question to wrap up. So looking ahead, what are the next big milestones or breakthroughs for that OpenAI is aiming to achieve in AI research and development, and what excites you the most?
So I think that one of the things, I'll talk about three things. So one of the things that we're trying to really push the science on is this capabilities around reasoning, because it's going to be both useful for people trying to get things done productivity-wise, and it will also be useful for safety because it'll give you a way to introspect in terms of how the system is thinking through how to respond. I think the second thing that's interesting or exciting about all of this is that we are still very early, and an example of this is that we have about 50 million plus people in Korea, and on ChatGPT itself, we have only 1 million daily active users. So the amount of people that are using this tool here is still very small relative to the population. And even in the US, I think less than 20% of the people have actually tried the tool. And I think that there are a lot of perceptions about this, but as people continue to use the technology, they will find all sorts of use cases for it that we didn't predict. And I think that is actually one of the most interesting things, is that we didn't know it would do all these things that could help people, but people found ways for the tool to help them. And I see examples of this in social media where people just post organically what ChatGPT is helping them do. Somebody is talking about how they have dyslexia and they use it to basically help them answer emails from their customers who come for their small business. There are emails, there are posts on social media about how people are using Khanmigo, which is Khan Academy's version of ChatGPT, to help kids get advanced AI tutoring. There are other posts about how people that didn't understand how to code will use the tools to build a website and then become entrepreneurs themselves. And so there are many, many examples of this too, that just organically come. And that's one of the things that just is really exciting, is just finding the kind of intersection between people's needs, creativity, and the tools that are now available to them to kind of fully express this. And I'm just very optimistic about the future.
Well, thank you so much, Jason, for the fireside chat. Can you please give Jason a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwon, Professor Lin. Following this insightful discussion, we move on to our plenary address titled "A Standard Story for Artificial Intelligence" by Jason Matuso, General Manager of Corporate Standards at Microsoft. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Matuso.
Good morning. So I am your second Jason of the day. I was asked to come and speak today, thank you, terrific, about standardization for artificial intelligence. And what I'd like to do is to give you a bit of a perspective on this concept, because one of the things that I have come to realize is that in a political context, it is wonderful for people to say, we need standards for AI. But the gap between saying we want standards and what you actually write down on paper to become a standard is a very big gap. And so what I'd like to do is give you a perspective of standardization for AI in the concept of a story. This is going to actually be in 7 small acts. And what I will do is try and bring us along so that as the rest of the conference speaks about standardization, hopefully this will help frame the issues. So Act 1, foundations. Ultimately, you have to go back to 2008 timeframe to see this fundamental shift in computing, the idea of the cloud computing. And what did cloud really give us as we get on this journey towards AI and standardization? The first is this concept of scale. Simply put, the idea that you have enough compute power, you have enough data being collected and stored and being accessible, that you are able to train these models that we are now looking at and we want to make use of. You need to be able to have a number of factors come together at both a base technology level, the infrastructure, and then all of the capabilities of the tools to make use of this scale of infrastructure. So that journey of the cloud was very important. But we're not here today at a technology conference. We're here at a policy and standardization conversation. So what is it about the cloud that was also essential to this journey is this idea of shared obligations. So I work for Microsoft. I have been at Microsoft since 1995. I have seen many changes in computing. When we made, let's say, the Windows Server product, we would create a packaged piece of software, we would hand it to a bank, and we would say, that can meet your regulatory obligations. We have partners you can work with. Good luck. That's a very different conversation than cloud computing, where that same bank says, I can only use your cloud computing capability if you are on my regulatory journey with me and make representations with me as part of my solution. And this idea, by the way, of what a cloud provider is, it's not just the Microsofts and Googles of the world, or Samsung, or anybody else who's going to put up a big infrastructure. It's anybody who is offering a cloud service to their customer. Every small business, every bank, every financial healthcare institution, they are all offering cloud services, and they themselves are on a shared obligation journey between themselves, their suppliers, and their customers. So cloud really opened up a fascinating part of the conversation that leads us to where we are today. Then there are two giant issues that are dominating the discussion that are essential to understand. Obviously, cybersecurity is head of the news these days for many reasons. But what's really interesting in these two examples is that cybersecurity comes about as a market-driven activity. Over many years, we changed from saying that cybersecurity was a consideration after somebody purchased technology to something that they had to think about before they purchased that technology. And now it shifts to the idea of the cloud becoming critical infrastructure and it becoming a national security or national sovereignty set of considerations. These same concepts now are driving a wave of cybersecurity regulation 40 years after cybersecurity started really becoming a market activity. Privacy, an inverse of that same process. Privacy starts as a legal and regulatory concept, and the advent, obviously, of the GDPR in Europe drove the technology and the ideas of what obligations were in a very different way than the cybersecurity journey. Both exist. Both have reasons for where they are, but they are definitely going to influence how we think about our work in AI. Okay, we're already on to Act 2. Digital services. This is a fundamental concept that is essential to understand when we think about what are we trying to accomplish in an AI governance and then AI standards conversation. What is it about digital services that are important? First, all digital services are not telecommunications. This is a new set of concepts that have come about, again, as we have moved into the cloud era. They're delivered over the internet, and fundamentally, they change almost every day. Changes are coming constantly. If I think about the regulatory infrastructure of the safety, for example, of, a healthcare piece of equipment, That piece of equipment would go through ex ante processes. It would go through a process before production to say that it was meeting the regulatory requirements, and then it would be released to the market for use. But now digital services are such that what happens when that product gets changed every single day? What happens when something is moving? How are we going to think about the infrastructure necessary to do that kind of evaluation? Other than my typo, sorry, border is misspelled, I see that, but cross-border availability is essential. An airplane takes off and it lands and it generates more than a terabyte of data of all kinds of sensors, but it crossed into a different geography, a different jurisdiction. Digital services that are going to enable that airplane to do interesting that the providers of services are going to need are going to have to be inherently cross-border. And I've already spoken about the shared assurance obligations that we're going to have, and that now we're seeing artificial intelligence introduced at every single layer of the technology. One of the things about Jason's comments before in the previous session that I think is really interesting is how much people focus on the consumer experience with AI, because that is how we all can appreciate it. I can use ChatGPT to do something every day. But industry, the scale of how industry is going to use AI systems that is going to be buried at every single layer of functionality is a very different conversation. So, give you two examples here. A refrigerator with a monitor, with a screen on it, and it's full of sensors. And those sensors are driving applications that are available there. Those applications may come from one vendor, they may come from dozens of vendors. If I have a safety mark on that refrigerator that says it is not going to catch fire in the home, what is that really telling me about the safety of the AI systems that might be on there that are evaluating the food I'm eating and giving me a prediction of whether or not somebody in the household has cancer or somebody is pregnant or something else? How are we doing that evaluation? What are the underlying standards you're going to reference? And how do we do that evaluation is a very different conversation than the global infrastructure of conformity assessment and assurance can contemplate today. And then over here, we've got this engine, an industrial scenario. Rolls-Royce was one of the founding concepts out there of a change in business models where they said, we're going to sell air operating time as a service. I'm going to give the engine for free to the airline. But what they're going to do is that engine is going to kick off enormous amounts of data, and they will sign up to a contract that says you will only pay me for when the airplane is flying, because that's the only time you're earning revenue. And everything for that is dependent on predictive maintenance models, which are AI-driven data analysis scenarios. The airline wants that data. The airframe manufacturer wants the data. All of the suppliers in that engine want that data. The government might want access to that data. All of this is around digital services and the obligations and this shared nature of where we are going. So as we speak about AI, remember, it is not just a consumer conversation. It is very much a commercial conversation. Into our next act, Act 3, regulatory tsunami. Effectively, what this comes down to, try that again, is that we are seeing an enormous array of horizontal regulatory motions from governments all over the world. It's not that there is one privacy law. There are 150 privacy laws. There won't be one cybersecurity law. There will be dozens and dozens and dozens of them. And there are going to be many AI laws coming, and different types of laws that are going to be addressing everything from, as we said, privacy, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, sustainability, accessibility, non-personal data, and all of these concepts are going to apply not to one company or one sector, but to every sector at the same time. They are going to be global, and they will be non-coherent. And what I mean by that is you're going to have differences in the laws that potentially create conflicts. For example, a privacy law that says you must protect the right of somebody to be forgotten, and a banking law that says you must hold on to data to protect against fraud. Those are non-coherent conversations. And what people do is they point to standards and codes of conduct to help resolve those non-coherences so that you can establish paths forward that can be articulated, clarified, and acted upon responsibly. Which then leads us to the next concept in this sea of laws that we're facing, is a huge increase in the idea that there needs to be third-party assessments of technology, that we need to have audits. Microsoft's Azure service, our main cloud service, now has something like 105 or 110 different certifications that we have to audit for every year. Do you think that when we get the 111th audit, that we will be that much more secure than we were with 110? The answer is no. We have a master control list that we then have to run against all these different types of audit requests. And in fact, that control list is more than 2,000 controls already, and it will grow as new laws come in. It becomes increasingly complex. If you are a small business trying to enter into the global marketplace with an AI-based solution, and you will have to get 50 different audits, each audit costing tens of thousands of US dollars or hundreds of thousands of Korean won or millions, the whole point is it will become increasingly difficult for the smallest players to engage if the regulatory audit burden goes to the point where it's only the largest players that have that capability can respond. And now we get to standards. In this whole mix of conversation, one of the most important parts to think about when you think about standards is they are just stacks of paper. They are not technology. We turn to standards for many reasons. When you wake up in the morning until you go to bed, your life is touched by tens of thousands of standards. The food that you eat is safe, your car functions in a certain way, your phone can talk to your car, you can have a building that doesn't fall down. Standards upon standards upon standards, and all of them are just paper. Engineers or specialists who came together and agreed upon what should not happen, not how it should happen. The how, in the world of AI, is all about source code. And it's all about then the implementation of what those standards are. And the behaviors, the controls that we're going to be expecting, these are going to be manifested within that separation. So, Act 5. This was something that my team started working on quite some time ago. We all started talking about, okay, we're going to have to think about AI and standards. And then you come to the realization that you really don't know very much. And that's really exciting, that we're in this moment where everybody is on a learning journey. I loved Jason's comments a moment ago about the fact that AI is the worst it's ever going to be now. Well, a year ago, it was even worse than that. And the year before that, it was less capable than that. And yet, think about what we're learning and that capability. So we've already addressed a little bit this idea. The vast majority of AI that is already being used, and by the way, decades of AI being used in commercial systems, everything from how the stoplights in a city work to how food supply can be sorted or inventory control systems. These are based on the idea of machine learning. And machine learning then turns into models that can get applied in solutions. Things have fundamentally changed, no doubt, but we have a long journey where we have been taking data and learning from it and putting in place automation from that. And that is all very much on the specific AI side. And we're now bleeding over this line towards this spectrum, as commented earlier, of what general AI can become. Generative transformers, the idea that I can take an input and the system will use my input to give me something very different out, is a huge change. And I think many of us have gone and, sure, in this room, played with the tools that are out there, and you think, oh, I can see how this would be useful. But really, what's coming is the next phase is multiple model orchestration is going to really change how we interact with the software that we use every day. When you open up an SAP solution of an enterprise that has their enterprise resource management, that has payroll and HR systems and inventory control and manufacturing, and there are 100 different AI models used at the same time in different ways, some very specific, some very general, how my employees interact with that system, that orchestration is going to be a fundamental game changer for how we work with all types of solutions. You are not going to see, and I can tell you right now with Microsoft's co-pilots in our Office products, for example, you don't interact with one model. It's not just ChatGPT. You are interacting with dozens of different types of models that are doing things at the same time. So then we get to the next concern, which is what about the problems? And those problems are real because any tool can be a weapon. A shovel can dig a hole. It's wonderful at digging a hole. It also happens to be very good at hitting somebody over the head and killing them. Same tool. And that fundamental problem that we face is that as we build these more and more capable systems, humans have a wonderful capacity to misuse things and be problematic. So then we get to this split of engineering and ethics. I am a standards practitioner. I have a team of people distributed around the world doing standards work. And I spent the first 2 years listening to people on my team talk to me about how important it was for us to address ethics in the work that they were doing. And I agree. Except I hired a professor of ethics from a university to join a team meeting and give us half-a-day introduction, starting with deontological ethics, moving through Kantian and all the way through modern. And my employee, who's here in the room today from Korea, pointed out that we never even touched on the Asian community of philosophers and ethicists. The truth is, if you go to a standards meeting, nobody in the room is an ethicist. Nobody is trained in it. They are not capable of producing ethical outputs, never mind whose ethics you would be applying. So what you do want are AI standards that have strong engineering capacity to describe the mechanisms and capabilities, to address this balance between tools and weapons, but then allow each society to address their ethical concerns, their legal systems, their cultural norms over that system. And the standards need to be thought about and started for the basis of that in mind. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but simply say, if I go back to where we began our journey of talking about AI for standardization, the company at the time was really speaking about harms to natural persons, denial of services, and societal harms as the highest level framework to begin with in a risk-based approach to AI conversations, and then deriving from there all of those things that are going to build out your sensitive uses and governance systems. And those high-level frameworks are what's going to give us the basis of now what we see coming from the OECD, from G7 processes, from high-level government communications. Those are all moving at this very large framework capacity. The specifics of what we are going to write are very different. Act 6, timing is everything. Now, I love this. These next two slides made me smile when I created them. One of the problems with standards is that people speak about standards and they think that you need to have standards in order to have an industry. Now, here's my mobile phone. Absolutely true. A very simple sentence drives this device. Any device can connect to any other device on any network. And the entire mobile communications industry is built on that simple sentence. In order for that to be true, I have to have standards before anybody makes a phone, before anybody makes a tower or a radio signal interpreter. There is nothing you can do for the antennas or anything else without standards that are going to allow that sentence to be true. But not all industries are the same, and not all emerging technologies are the same. AI, that is fundamentally false. AI is a trailing edge standards conversation. And what I mean by that is today, there are no standards for how you train a model. None. Does that mean that there's no way to train a model? Because there's no standard. Clearly, there's no way to do it. Or it turns out there are academic papers and there are open source projects and there are other ways that we have generated the collaboration and the understanding between entities to begin that process. And what's coming later are the behavioral standards, the conformity assessment concerns, the regulatory concerns, and standards will be critical for measurement, for things like how incident management can happen. There are all kinds of things that are critically important to standards. They are trailing edge functions for this particular conversation. And now this one really makes me smile because it is a fundamental truth. We have 3 different motions happening at the same time, and their clock cycles are very different. The technology is moving incredibly fast. In fact, the last analysis that I saw, AI is well outpacing Moore's law. It turns out that there is an expectation that every 6 months AI capability will double. I think that was the last analysis that I saw in terms of what capacity is. And that's very different than the pace of the 18-month to 2-year cycle that Moore's law was on for a long time around microprocessors. Standards move very slowly compared to that. At best, 18 months, 2 years, 3 years sometimes to get a standard completed, could be 4 years at times. That is insane compared to the speed of the technology. But the laws move on a far slower cycle than that. It is not bad. These are not problems. That speed is not something to argue about and say that it is a failure. We need to recognize that these are out of cycle with each other, but each has a different need at a different time. And we need to think carefully about the steps that we take. And then I think this is probably the most important slide of the whole deck. When people use the word standards, they mean different things depending on how they are using that word. The reality of the AI standards landscape today is that we have many different things happening at the same time. To give you a sense of scale, there are hundreds of thousands of open source projects around AI that are forms of collaboration between different entities. Compared to the 20 or 30 really large-scale standards that are now out there that people are making use of. We're going to have regional efforts that are going to deviate from each other that will still be standards. But then ultimately, in the world of AI, these new 2 things over here on the bottom left, academic publications continue to drive probably the most important changes in how AI is being treated from a technology standpoint. And then the safety institutes are starting to generate codes and frameworks that are overlying the behaviors of these systems. They may move over time into formalized standardization, but that is not where they're starting. So as we use the word standards, I encourage us all to be thoughtful about what we are looking for. Not one of these is invalid. They are all incredibly useful, but they do operate at the same time and all under the same umbrella of this topic of standardization. This one I wanted to put up here not because I expect you to read it, but to show you the journey that we were on. Microsoft in 2018, a woman in our team did a wonderful job of starting this first conversation of saying, if you were going to write a standard on what responsible AI was going to have to incorporate, you would have to start with a hierarchy. And all I'm putting up here is to share with you, this is from our actual internal document, and really the reason to show it to you is the level of complexity that it is going to take. When we say we need AI standards, then someone has to be willing to sit down and take that time to analyze and to write contributions and to open every little door in the process in order to understand specifically why am I writing this standard and what is it going to do as opposed to others. And really, standardization in the AI world today, I would argue, is largely speaking bucketed around 3 big concepts: foundational, functional, and measurement. What we don't have today, and I don't know that we need anytime soon, I'm not sure yet, I don't see interoperability standards for AI. Does ChatGPT really need to talk directly to Bard? Does that have to happen? Is there a need for interop across models? Probably not yet, maybe in the future. But the systems that are around them need lots of standards for data exchange and different APIs and programming languages, things like REST or whatever that are all specified. But in the AI space, it's really about the trailing edge governance conversations, and that we can then break out into some more logical buckets. The one standard that I will call out here, and I do not mean to be discriminatory in this conversation, because we have many SDOs that are represented here. Different standards bodies will all come at this in different ways. But the reason I want to call out this standard is that the ISO-IEC Joint Technical Committee for Information Technology produced an AI standard. What is so unusual about this is that this comes out of 4 years of process with more than 30 countries with active delegations, and you had civil society, academia, government, including regulatory arms of government and industry in the room working together with hundreds and hundreds of technical inputs and comments coming from an incredible distribution of parties. And yet they were able to produce a comprehensive document that establishes a management system and controls that is auditable for organizations to take on responsible AI behaviors. This is not the best standard in the world. It is not the only standard in the world. But I want to point out that when we talk about what government is looking for, they are looking for multi-stakeholder environments where people can come together, work on hard issues, hammer out real disagreements, and produce a document that has global applicability. This is probably the first and best example of that particular model of thinking. So, my final act, and then I will close out here. What's next? The reality is that I'm going to start with this first box because I think it's the most important. One of the things that we get worried about in the world when we talk about AI is the misuse of AI. Absolutely true. The problem with standards is that they will not stop that. What standards do is they define the behaviors of people who want to act responsibly. The people who are going to commit banking fraud are never going to read the International Standard for Responsible AI and use it. The people who want to act outside of the box will always act outside of the box. Government is establishing regulations because it gives permission for the inside the box function and enables them to have the enforcement capability to go after the people functioning outside of the box. So this balance between what our expectations are of what standards should do and what they are actually going to do should be thought about carefully in that regard. The biggest thing also is about efficient contracting at scale. This is an incredibly boring point, but it's very important. If you have a supply chain, if you're a large enterprise, your supply chain might have 10,000 companies in it. How are you going to get to the point with responsible behaviors on artificial intelligence systems in a 10,000 organization supply chain? The way you do that is you establish standards with audits and third-party assessments as well as first-party declarations, and you use that as your trust mechanisms between the actors in that system. It is also how the authorities, the competent authorities in governments will be able to see at scale responsible behaviors. And when I say at scale, I mean at the scale of the economy. There are 3 big buckets that I see as next. I think that we have had a risk conversation for the last many years, and that's an incredibly important starting point. We have to also have the impact conversation, because the risk is really a statement of what could happen. The question that you have to ask yourself is how likely for that risk to happen, and that then becomes your impact. And we have to be able to have those. And there's good work happening at ISO-IEC on this now. I think that this will be an area that still has much growth to come. I think this idea of digital services conformity is an enormous systemic challenge. I don't know how many of you have spent time reading the World Trade Organization Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement. This is really exciting reading. But that document, TBT agreement, is about 30% about standards Why? Because that is one of the most often pointed to tools by government to create barriers to trade. And today, digital services are not addressed in those documents. We don't have them really in the mechanisms coming out of something called Casco to establish how you think about digital services in testing labs around the world. We don't have them for mutual recognition agreements. Digital services right now present a new construct, and it is going to be the growth of a huge industry of companies that have commercial viability because they provide audits and capability. These are billion-dollar businesses already on conformity assessment, and they themselves are not ready for the conversation of digital services. And then lastly, this idea of the technology and vertical controls. Standards have started right now with a very basic view, as I pointed out before. Now they're going to have to get to the specifics. How do you really think about vision and bots, chatbots, and voice and all these multimodal capabilities? Those controls will need to get updated over time as the technology continues to shift. Orchestration would be another great example of that. And then we're going to get to the verticals, healthcare, financial services, and all the rest, that will have to then pivot off of the base horizontal elements. And that is a timing thing and a sequencing dynamic that is still to come. So with that, I will say thank you, and I appreciate your conversation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bertuso, on a very impactful standard story. We'll now take a short break to allow you to network and refresh. We'll take a very short break of 5 minutes, so the session will resume at 10:45. It's in order to give you a more relaxed lunch period. So we'll be back in 5. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin our session in 1 minute, so please be back at your seats. So we can begin our first panel discussion for the day. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. Now let's dive into our first session on AI standards with a panel discussion on governance through AI standards. Moderating this session is Justin Gus Hurwitz, Academic Director at CTIC, University of Pennsylvania. We are fortunate to have an exceptional group of experts joining us today, each bringing a wealth of experience and insight to our conversation. Allow me to introduce our esteemed panel members. First, we have Professor Jorge Contreras from the University of Utah. Professor Contreras is a leading authority on intellectual property and technology law. His research and expertise offer a critical perspective on the intersections of law, technology, and policy. Next, we're honored to have Carlos Ignacio Gutierrez, Vice Chair of the IEEE AI Policy Committee. Carlos brings a global perspective on the ethical and policy implications of artificial intelligence, contributing significantly to the development of standards and guidelines in this rapidly evolving field. Joining us again from Microsoft is Jason Matuso, General Manager of Corporate Standards. Jason is responsible for overseeing Microsoft standards initiatives, and his work at the intersection of corporate strategy and technology standards is crucial for shaping the future of tech industry practices. Lastly, but certainly not least, we welcome Soo-Young Shin, Head of Research and Chief Privacy Officer at Kakao Healthcare. Soo-Young's dual role combines leadership in research with a strong focus on privacy and data protection, providing valuable insights into the challenges and advancements in healthcare technology. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our distinguished panel members. We look forward to a stimulating discussion and are excited to hear their perspectives on the important issues we'll be addressing today.
Thank you. Thank you. We are good? Okay. Thank you all. Thank you to our wonderful panelists. Our panel this morning is the first panel discussion of our event. So we are hoping that we can introduce some themes that will run through the course of our 2 days together. I have asked our panelists to speak on a set of topics that are intended to introduce the role of standards in AI governance. And this concept builds in two separate questions. First, what are standards? And second, what is their role in AI governance? So we will begin with George, followed by Carlos, to discuss a little bit about what standards are, where they come from, and then we will bring Jason and Soo-Young into the discussion to add in the governance aspect that is on the ground from the business perspective. How do standards actually shape what it is that we are doing when we are designing and implementing artificial intelligence systems? And Jason and Soo-Young will offer two very different perspectives, possibly. Jason will be speaking from the perspective of a horizontal general purpose platform, whereas Soo-Young will be discussing AI from the perspective of a single vertical, an industry-specific perspective. That said, I hope to take up as little of our panelists' time as possible. So, George, the floor is yours.
right, there they are. Great. So I'll stand here. Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me and inviting me to this wonderful event. I am not an AI expert or an AI researcher. I spent a lot of time, though, looking at standards. So I am a lawyer, a law professor, and worse than that, I was an electrical engineer for training. So I live my life in what we call the weeds. And that means that I am going to share with you some basic building blocks around the institutional framework for developing standards, not specific to AI, but in general. And so, we start with this very basic question, like what is a standard? And Jason talked about this at a very high level, very elegant way in his talk. But, when we talk about a standard, we're talking about am I not, I'll move that. It's a written description, right? It is paper or, an electronic file these days that describes some feature or characteristic of a product or a service or some approach to product or service development, right? It's a descriptive document. So ISO, who we already have seen from, has, it's one of the leading international standards organization, actually has spent a lot of time doing inner reflection on what standardization is and what are the aims of standardization. And there are quite a few, right? Some standards describe like what it is that certain products have to do. If you have a boiler, then you know that whatever the boiler is has to accommodate liquids at a high temperature. There are compatibility standards, interoperability standards. These are, I agree with Jason, these are not going to be that key to the initial discussions around AI. However, a lot of the literature and a lot of the debate and litigation around standards these days has arisen in the compatibility and interoperability space. So there's going to be some crossover in the literature. Variety control, right? We want to quantize the sizes of shoes. There's not an infinite variety in them, so we create standards around that, not that relevant here. Environmental protection is an area where we have a lot of standards. Safety standards, though, is where I think we are going to see much of the development around AI evolving, and sort of the rubric and the language and the institutional frameworks around safety. Safety including privacy, right? Protection of individual privacy, cybersecurity, and the apocalyptic visions of AI that are so popular today. All right, so governance and standards. What is it? What do we mean when we talk about governance of something through standards? So some quote-unquote standards, de facto standards, are created by one company, and they're used by that company often as a competitive differentiator. Product proprietary formats, the PDF format for documents, for example, was something like this. We then have standards that are developed by groups, multiple firms who voluntarily adhere to these standards. We call these consensus standards or some variety of that. And then finally, we have regulation, right? Regulation is different than standards because it's enacted by a governmental body, not by an industry association or an individual company. That being said, there is significant crosstalk between these three areas so that proprietary product formats can be adopted by broad industry groups and consensus standards developed in the private sector can graduate to government regulation. And we see this in everything from electrical codes, right, to certain privacy standards that we will probably talk about. At that point, when you get government regulation, it becomes mandatory. It's no longer a voluntary standard, although the development of it was in a voluntary consensus body. All right, so what are these voluntary consensus standards? Here's the ISO definition. It includes 4 components, right? Consensus, we talk about consensus, and ISO actually has a definition of consensus, which is not unanimity. It is development within the group of a view that whatever the proposal is acceptable without a sustained and meaningful objection by some constituency. Who knows how we do that? A recognized body has to adopt it. I'll get to this on the next slide. Who is recognized? These standards are rules, guidelines, or characteristics. And finally, they are intended to create an optimal degree of order. This is important, right? Because you often see a definition of standards and that they are supposed to create the best version of some technology. And that's absolutely not right. Standardization is not intended to create the best performing technology. It is technology that meets some particular characteristic that we want, whether it's interoperability or safety. You could always have some better performing technology, but we don't necessarily have to standardize to maximum performance. Okay, what is the institutional framework in which these standards are developed? There are three basic levels at which we talk about standardization. And, I view this conference as a conference of social planners, right? Sort of these omniscient people who look at the world and decide what is going to be the best policy for the world in some way. From a social planner standpoint, you have to decide, where are we going to develop the standardization activity that we're talking about? Will it be in a governmentally or internationally recognized body like the International Telecommunications Union, United Nations body, a European Union body like ETSI? Will it be at a quasi-formal body, a large standards organization, but which is really a private sector association of like-minded private entities? Or will it be at even smaller level, a consortium formed of a few companies or interested parties who have specific interests and then develop a standard to meet their specific needs? So, I'll finish up by talking about just some of these issues, right? Institutional choice between those three levels is what I just talked about. When you have standards developed at one of the lower levels, say a consortium, often what happens is those developers then submit it to one of the larger organizations, either an IEEE or an ISO, to give it that sort of international recognition and credibility that you wouldn't get from a consortium of three companies. Sometimes, if you have consortia, they are competing. And, in the legal world, we like competition, right? Competition is the basis of the market economy. We like competition among standards because it often will produce the best standards. And you have standards wars between things like Betamax and VHS, classics and HD DVD and Blu-ray. Those are good from a market standpoint, but you also, when you have competition, can develop situations of sort of ridiculous proliferation of standards, which we've seen and I've written about in the building sustainability area, right? If you have a carpet that you're going to install in a new building, it has 12 different stickers on it that show how sustainable it is. Everybody wants to get into this sustainability certification business, and so that's not particularly helpful either. Participation in the standardization process. We have three basic mantras in standardization. Standardization processes in the private sector should be open, they should be balanced, and they should be transparent. And as you can imagine, lawyers have had a heyday with each and every one of these principles. What do they mean? How do we achieve them? How enforced are things like balance in the standardization world? What are proprietary interests? I have spent far too much of my life worrying about patents and standards. In fact, I've hosted any number of two-day conferences on this one line item alone in the standardization world, and whether the owners of these standards, the developers of them, should acquire patents in them, and if they get patents, how much will they charge to everybody else to use those standards? And then finally, the idea of regulatory adoption. Making those voluntary standards into rules and regulations that are enforceable by law, by governmental bodies. Is that by treaty? Is it through national legislation? Or not at all, right? Wi-Fi is not adopted by any government in particular, but it's pretty pervasive, although not here, as I found out as I entered the conference. And so then the final point that I would make, and I have to give a credit to the musical Hamilton, is one of the most important questions, and one thing that I think this body will be wrestling with is who decides, who is in the room when these decisions are made. Industry, in a lot of standards, it's just people from 3 or 4 or 5 big companies who make these decisions. Is that what we want? Is that appropriate? Should government be involved? Civil society? I'll put in a plug for academia, but others. And then, what about the AIs themselves? At some point, I think they'll have a voice in how this all happens. So that's it, some basic building blocks. Of course, there's an unlimited amount of literature that you can read on this. So that's what I've got. Thank you very much for the time. There we go. And I will turn this over then to you.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George. Carlos will speak next. We will run through all four of our speakers and then have some question and answer, some discussion between the speakers after each of them has had a chance to offer some initial remarks.
Hi, everybody. I only have 2 slides. They'll come up at some point, but while they come up, like a bad clickbait article, I only want to deliver 3 main ideas. Let me wait for those slides. Maybe they'll come out. Yes. Oh, is that me? No, it's not me. Perfect. I'll start in the interest of time. The first idea is I really appreciate Professor Contreras speaking about how to define standards, but I think one of the most important things is to differentiate, well, there's many governance proposals for AI or other technologies. In my world, as an AI policy researcher, I divide them by hard law or soft law. And this is super, super important because when we discuss, well, how are we going to manage this? We have to determine, is it going to be via mandatory requirements that if you don't comply with them, you go to jail or you pay a fine? That is hard law. Hard law has many characteristics defined by jurisdiction, and there's a power that has to enforce that hard law. And then there's soft law, which is the variety, the rainbow of ideas that are programs that create substantive expectations but are not directly enforced by government. Now, what do these include? It includes everything. It includes standards, it includes principles, best practices, strategies, recommendations, marriages between the two, divorces as well, a little bit of everything. And standards is just one part of that. Let me ask again, is there any chance we can get the presentation, maybe? Okay, perfect. They're working on it. Great. So I'll continue ad-libbing. So that's the first message. There's the differentiation between the two, and I think that is a good, important distinction. One of the things that I did for 2 years as a lonely postdoc is think about, well, how is soft law applied to AI? And there are many databases that exist out there that combine the two. But me and Gary Marchant decided, you know what, let's create another database that identifies all soft law dedicated to AI in the entire world. We exploited 10 graduate students, and after a year, we found 634 soft law programs dedicated to artificial intelligence. And unlike fine wine, that list doesn't get better with time. So check it out now. The cover would be on the right side, and you could go and see it. But I think the second idea that I want to share is that soft law is incredibly difficult. It's not an easy endeavor. Why? Well, because right now we can say, hey, let's create principles. And there are many principles out there. We found 150 lists of principles and words that are often used, transparency, interpretability, and you can define them however you want. But principles, if you don't apply them, what's the point? In fact, we only saw that 29% of the soft law that we found was applied in any way, shape, or form. Meaning, oh, that's not it. But okay, it's a PowerPoint. Yeah, it's a PowerPoint. So only 29% of the soft law that we identified was applied, which means that 70% of those 634 programs, they were just created and left in a book, left in a PDF, left in a file. Maybe they cite them in a board meeting. Maybe they say, hey, remember when we discussed this? Maybe. And then the third idea is, well, incentives are key. And in this search of the 29% of these soft law programs that we found 3 incentives. Some are applicable to standards, others are not. But the first incentive, and we didn't expect this, is that government is the main user of soft law. Really unexpected. And it uses it to say to society, hey, if you don't abide by this soft law, I'll make it hard law. So you better do it. This is a training exercise. Think about it. The second way that soft law is implemented is by trade associations. Trade associations, what they tell government is, hey, don't create hard law. We have our own soft law. And creating hard law takes too much time. It's difficult to change. Our soft law will implement it and make sure it works. A great example of this, there are many, is video games. In the 90s in the United States, when blood was in video games with Mortal Kombat, industry association decided to create soft law to categorize games. And that has worked really well. And it worked well because it was a very small industry. And 10 players could get together and say, hey, let's avoid having to do something that we don't want. And then the third, which is the most applicable to standards, and I'll finish quick, is self-interest. And self-interest with standards is readily visible. Why? Well, in certain jurisdictions, if I apply a standard and I mess up in my supply chain, I hurt somebody, I do something bad to somebody, I'll get a fine or jail time. But in certain jurisdictions like the United States, applying a best practice or a standard is a mitigating circumstance, which means that I can half my fine, I can half my penalty. So that's a good incentive. The second incentive, great, thank you. The second incentive is, I'm about to finish, but this is great visual. This is the publication, by the way. The second where was I? Yes. So it is self-interest, and then we're going to mitigating circumstance. The second is I want to show people that I'm cool. My business is amazing. Why? I'm not doing it my way. I'm doing it the way that people are doing it the best. I want to show off. Don't buy product from this company. I do it the safest. I want to show myself to everybody. And the third is distrust. What do I mean by distrust? Well, Jason said most of my presentation, and I dislike him for that. But when you have a large supply chain, standards can serve as a way to tell entities, hey, if you don't apply this correctly, I'll break my contract with you. And several companies do that. If you go to our database, you can see that. Am I touching that? Sorry. Several companies do that. They create these standards in order to enforce them to several places, and they enforce them. So if we were to think about standards, and what I really love about Gus's project is thinking about, well, how do we take all these standards and put them in kind of a Maslow's pyramid? The way that I would think about it is, first, we want AI standards or interoperability. How do different models talk to each other? How is information transferred? This is something that Jason said. But then the higher level of this potential Maslow pyramid can be things that are very personal. What if I work in the medical field, like one of our speakers, and I want to protect patient data? Then that standard should be applicable to me. Or what if I want to talk about diversity or bias? Then that applies to me. But that doesn't mean that it needs to be interoperable. Sorry, I can't say that word. Interoperable, or that it has to do anything else. No, this is something that is adequate to my need. I'll stop there because we have very limited time. Sorry I couldn't go through the presentation, but thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. You just lived every presenter's nightmare, and you did a wonderful job working through it. Jason, I understand that you, since you gave the previous remarks, you will cede the floor. Soo-young.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm the Soo-young Shin from the Kakao Healthcare. So, maybe, 예, 하나 앞으로 좀 돌려주세요. First, I have to declare that this is my personal opinion. Sorry for that. I a little bit speaking Korean. Only 1 minute. 예, 이걸 제 개인적인 의견을 분명히 밝혀드리고요. 왜냐하면 제가 이런 데서 말을 잘못했다가 고생을 심하게 한 적이 있어서 제가 꼭 부탁드립니다. 회사랑 상관없는 제 개인적인 의견입니다. Okay, you don't need the interpreter, sir. That's it, sir. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. So, next, please. Yeah. 다음 슬라이드. Yeah. So, In my talk, so I have to focus on the sector-specific healthcare AI. So you know, the healthcare AI is an area of considerable interest and concerns from many stakeholders. So especially in the EU AI Act, it's a healthcare AI is classified as a high-risk AI, so make the big headaches. Because of it is directly related to patient lives and health status, and it's really important privacy, patient privacy and security issues, and regulations. So you know, there's a healthcare sector is a regulatory industry. So next slide, please. So to regulate the healthcare sectors, lots of standards were already developed, but interestingly, in many cases, existing standards, we have lots of standards, but those standards is redeveloped in the separate standards where applied to healthcare sectors. For example, the information security management, so we have ISO IEC 2002 is a case report, is converted to ISO 27799. It's it's a health informatics, information security management in health using ISO IEC 27002. In SC42, in AI sectors, AI use case standards was already published as a 24070 to 24030, but we are redeveloping this use case standard as a number of 18988. The same situation is the terminology as well. So it means the general approach is hard to cover all the nuances in the sector-specific areas. Next slide. So think about the healthcare AI standard and regulations. So in the healthcare sector, regulation for medical devices and pharmaceuticals are already well established. Think about in US, we have FDA. In EU, we have EMA, especially in Korea, we have the MFDS as well. Almost every nations have their own regulatory organizations to regulate their medical devices or drugs in its own countries. So these regulations already incorporate in the international standards as well. But the major difference between the healthcare sectors and other areas, lots of areas also in the regulatory industry, but healthcare sector is one of the most regulatory industry in the world. You have to keep in mind. So the perspective of regulatory authority must be considered. If the regulatory authority ignores the standard, those standards is useless. Nobody uses it. So all the regulatory authorities combined to they're developing the IMDRF, called the International Medical Device Regulation Forum. So IMDRF developed the base standard about the medical devices, and those opinions to IMDRF is translate the ISO SC42 or ISO TC215 as well. So lots of the SDOs regard as opinions from the IMDRF very importantly. So next slide, please. So, developing standards and ensuring their implementation and enforcement are two distinct challenges. Developing standards is relatively easy. For me, I have published the 5 ISO standards as a project leaders, but implementing in Korea is really hard. It's a developing standard and implementing the standard is a totally different thing. Especially in healthcare, standards are not required by regulations are likely to become inactive, as I said. It's a regulatory agency do not reference and use those standards for evaluations. Those standards, even their standard from the IEC or ISO or even in the IMDRF, will lack of binding powers. That means that standards is useless. The next slide. So, think about the AI R&D. What do you have to developing standard and what we have to regulate using the standards. So we have the AI technology. For example, we have the transformer technologies. So we have a domain-specific or general-purpose AI model. For example, GPT-4 is a general-purpose AI model. And we have the product. ChatGPT is a product. Transformer, GPT-4, and ChatGPT is a totally different things. technology and model and the products. What do you have to regulate? Next slide, please. Think about in healthcare. So we have a basic technology, and we have the applicable technology, and we have the product. It can be a medical device, it can be drugs. Product is regulated by regulatory bodies. But what they have to do is developing technologies. We have the IRB, Institutional Review Board. The IRB checks their ethical issues and scientific soundness, and the IRB approved the R&D, and we develop a basic technology or advanced technologies, and we develop the product, and those final products also regulated by the regulatory bodies, FDA or EMAs. So next slide, please. This is final my slide. So for AI, what do you have to do? Is it necessary to regulate the entire process? Or could we focus solely on the AI product? We have to choose it. For the sector, think about my previous slide. In the healthcare sectors, as I said, it's really hard to develop one single, united, applicable standard is impossible. Even regulation I think is impossible. Korea and United States has a different background. We have different cultures and we have different regulations. I think it's almost impossible. But we have to regulate the AI. So what do you have to do? So my proposal is, why don't we focus on the product itself? So just as Jason said, shovel is really good for the digging the ground, but it's really good for the someone's head. So do we have to regulate the technology for developing shovels? So why do we have to regulate the AI technology itself? Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you.
My thanks to all three of you, and Jason, you have not spoken yet. So what we are going to do now is we'll start with you, Jason, and then go back, George, and start back through the line. Do you have any responses to the discussion so far or questions that you would like to ask of the other panelists?
Well, I guess where I would begin is in the governance conversation, to now extrapolate this. I love the comments just made in terms of how does it get real? What does it look like? And one of the things that I would differentiate is this idea of what internal standards are versus external standards. Every organization, large organizations, have internal standards that they produce to execute against their business model, the technologies that they're using, and how they work with the regulatory frameworks under which their industry might exist. And within that, I would say an internal standard is often composed of many different external standards that they point to that they have to incorporate in their practices. And that the external standards themselves tend to be more focused, and that's why you have them many different numbers that people are referring to, because each expert community that comes together should be answering a fairly narrow question, but then the internal process has to be incorporating that larger space. The second thing to point out is that organizational structures in any entity, at Microsoft, we have to, at the scale of our business, you have to have decentralized authority, and then you have to have centralized escalation mechanisms. And that's what you often see inside large organizations, like you'll have an AI safety board or some type of activity that brings together multiple disciplines. And ultimately, when you have a sensitive use or a problem that can't be solved under the construct of the internal standard with the distributed authority, now you must move to a centralized escalation path. And some questions ultimately go all the way up to your CEO, who is then deciding what she would like to agree or he would like to agree for what the outcome or what choice they're going to make. Another big challenge for governance right now on AI really stems from what we learned in the privacy world. The privacy world was the first time that corporate governance structures had to answer the question of putting the rights of the user, the rights of the individual, ahead of the fiduciary obligation to the organization? And this is a really nitty-gritty question. But if you think about what corporate governance is supposed to do under financial disclosure requirements and whatnot, they are supposed to put risks to the organization first. That's the idea of corporate governance. But in the construct of privacy, suddenly it turned it on its head and said, no, that same body has to put the rights of the external party ahead of the fiduciary obligation that they had for their own entity. And I think AI is going to be the same conversation. And again, standards will become very important in helping to divide those lines and describe those pieces. And then the last thing I would observe from our speakers that I think is really important is this differentiation between marketplace requirements. If I don't include Bluetooth with my phone, I'm probably not going to sell a lot of phones, right? It has nothing to do with, there's no law that says I have to have Bluetooth on my phone, but if my phone doesn't attach to anybody's other devices, it's not useful. So those market pressures are really strong. That's very different than this idea of what has been mentioned on the panel, incorporated by reference, where you have a law that says here are the requirements, and the way that we think you can meet those requirements, and it points to a standard, and that standard then gets drawn into the construct of law. I think we are now seeing the evolution of that to where standards will become secondary regulation. And that is a key next step. In China, the idea of compulsory standards, so standards as law, has been in place now for a long time. What you're seeing in Europe under the AI Act and the standardization mandates are about taking the idea of what is required by the law, articulating in a standard, publishing it in the European Journal, actually turns it into an extension of the law. That's a very different idea. The United States actually doesn't have this at all in our construct, our legal construct. We have incorporated by reference, but we don't have this secondary regulation piece in that same way. I think the closest thing that I'm aware of would be like with the FCC for spectrum when it issues agency standards that become, regulatory requirements. So I think that there are examples, but this is a new piece. So I think our concepts of governance around AI are going to be deeply affected, and I would say that there are a bunch of pieces associated with that.
The idea that this is becoming a corporate governance issue or that changes our understanding of corporate governance, that's a fascinating element to bring into the discussion. George.
Yeah, so so this is all fascinating, and it raises for me sort of some intellectual questions around what do we expect the overall trajectory for standardization in this field to look like over the next decade or so? It's really unclear to me from this, right? Whether this is going to look like a sort of planned effort, whether there's some motivation for international coordination like you would have in fields like aviation or shipping, right? You absolutely need some international cooperation for planes to, able to fly from one country to another. Or is this going to be a totally decentralized, privately driven effort? I mean, the 600, 700, however many soft law initiatives that Carlos mentioned is kind of astounding. But, as with any of these, most of these will die and go nowhere. And there's a lot of wasted effort involved in something like that. But, maybe that's just the nature of a competitive marketplace. You let 1,000 flowers bloom, and that's something good. Sort of the hybrid situation is Europe, which Jason just mentioned, where there is some planned economy flavor to what the European Union is doing, and I guess the question is whether or not other countries will follow that. Like I think, with the global cyberstrike meltdown of a couple of weeks ago, we're starting to see some complaints about European regulation, causing our software products to go in these bizarre directions that they otherwise wouldn't have, but for regulatory compliance. And so, there's a real question whether Europe is going to become a leader or a pariah in the international field as a result of its aggressive regulation in this area. So I don't know, but I think it's an interesting question for people to think about, and very happy to see where the conversation goes.
Thank you, George. Carlos?
I think what is important to think about is that we do not have global AI law. We will not have global AI law in the foreseeable future. There are several efforts that are important, such as the ones on autonomous weapon systems. That has been going on for 10 years, and it's still debating what the definition of autonomous weapon system is. The only thing that we have close to global governance is standards. Because unlike principles or unlike regulations in the US or the EU AI Act, those are voluntary when you get out of those jurisdictions. In fact, sometimes that works really well. GDPR is hard law in the EU and soft law everywhere else. And every large corporation does GDPR because they don't want to have GDPR customers and non-GDPR customers. That just takes too much effort in operations. Why should I treat the privacy of data differently? So standards are our hope for thinking about what the future of AI governance is. I completely agree with Professor Contreras. I think it's going to be a fight between all these associations. IEEE, in all of the standards that are signaling standards, not those that detail with interoperation between systems, all these signaling standards are things that ISO is creating, IEEE is creating in their P7000, and entities are going to select which ones they like the most and which ones they don't. The same thing happens with benchmarks. The vast majority of AI benchmarks are not used after a couple months. Why? Because, well, sometimes capabilities change, capabilities advance. There's a hot new benchmark that is more useful. Benchmarks that don't change are left alone. So I think it's going to be a battle to the death. I think that is for the better. We need competition. Competition is good. But I think if we think of standards, that's right now in the foreseeable future our only hope to something that is global, that has incentives for actual implementation, and that can be understandable disregarding if it's sector specific, fixed purpose systems, general purpose systems, foundation models, frontier systems, and any other name that will be created in the next month and a half to describe a model or a system.
There are some themes there that I hope to come back to in an upcoming question. So be prepared. Soo-young.
I think, sir, before we are talking about the governance issues, we have to define what is standardizations. I think I'm the engineers, and my background is computer science and engineering, so I'm the engineer. So in my point of view, standardization and standard is a technical document. It's all about the techniques. But sorry for that law persons, but if you think about the law and ethics persons, that is a standardization is a little bit different between the engineering guys. So before we are talking about the governance through the AI standards, we have to define the standard first, and then we can have a consensus about what you have to do.
So Soo-young and Jason, I want to ask both of you one question, and then George and Carlos, I'm going to ask you a variation of this question. From the business side, the business perspective, what do you do when a standard conflicts either with your business needs or perhaps even greater than that, your user needs? If we're thinking in the healthcare context, for instance, what if a standard in your perspective actually puts patients at risk? How do you approach that sort of standard under those circumstances? And Carlos and George, I'm going to ask you, what are some of the risks of standards and the standardization process? We've been talking about the importance and the positives of it. Are there downsides to it?
It's a really interesting question, but I have to say that only my opinion is only works for the healthcare sectors. In healthcare sectors, regulation is a first. So government, the regulatory body has lots of regulations. So that's why we saw that the healthcare is a regulatory industry. So As I said, regulatory bodies accept several standards, even when sometimes they develop their own standards. We have to follow it. This is a mandatory thing. If we do not follow their regulations, we cannot sell the product. That's a number one priority. And the other standards published by the ISO or IEC or other SDOs is optional. So the market wants to develop their standards, we accept it, adopt it, but usually, so implementing the standard is also cost lots of money, so we usually implement the mandatory standards first, and then, as far as I know, they're voluntarily implementing the standards. As I said, it's a developing standard and implementing standards, totally different thing. So it's a really tough thing. So that's the different situation in healthcare sectors.
So you use the word conflict, and I'd be really careful. In a standardization context, there's a term of art for conflict, and a conflict in standardization is one standard that actually blocks another standard from working. So two wire protocols that if you use one wire protocol, literally nothing else can go on the wire. So they then speak of coherence, where you have two different standards that can function at the same time, but might be very different methods. So how many different ways do you have on your computer for turning on an image? JPEG, TIFF, GIF, all these different ways. They are coherent in that they can all function at the same time. They don't hurt your computer to have different standards, but they don't block each other. So careful, in terms of when I think about standards, I'm always careful in this concept of conflict. What I will say is that as a commercial operator, if a standard gets completed that we disagree with, and our customers are asking us to deal with it, you're balancing a few things. First of all, is it just simply too expensive to implement it? If it's going to cost you 3 times the amount that it originally cost you to build your product in order to change it to meet what the standard does, you're going to find another path. So expense is going to be a driver. Some standards can put you in an ethical quandary. So I have a standards team in China. We work very carefully in China for mitigating challenges of technical documents. There are times when the Chinese system tries to place a requirement in a standard that puts us in a position where we are unwilling to meet the standard because of our business operating principles and how we function around the world. That might be another choice that we have to face and choose how you're going to address it. And then the third is that there are times that there are just standards that are terrible. They're just poorly written. They're technically non-viable. Customer can still ask you for it, but you may not choose to do it. So the other piece that is the ugly underneath the surface truth is that standards are both swords and shields. If I'm trying to go after my competitor, I might try and actually commoditize something that they depend on for revenue by driving it through a standard. Somebody might try and do that to me. What's fascinating is that the standard system is a world of self-interest that is in tension with common purpose. That everybody comes to the table in a standards body to work on an outcome, and they're under rules about how we engage with each other. You want everybody in that room to have private interest as their driver. And that incentive is what's going to help drive forward activity in the standard, meaning people who are writing contributions. But you also have to remember that everybody at that table is looking at each other very carefully and trying to figure out what the game is, because all of these issues that you just raised. So we will always be faced with the fact that there are standards that get asked of us that we do not want to do because it might harm us business strategy or technical strategy. And the biggest mitigation to this is participate. Be in the room. Send engineers, write contributions, and push back on something that's going to be a problem. But sometimes you lose. There are many situations where we just flat out lose, even though we're in the room, and then you have to deal with it.
George, Carlos?
So on the risks of standardization, right? I mean, it goes along these same lines. I said during my talk, a standard doesn't necessarily reflect what someone would objectively call the best solution to a technical problem or an ethical problem or what have you. It is just an agreed solution, right? And that is a huge difference. And sometimes those agreed solutions are put forward to avoid regulation. Right, so Carlos mentioned the video game rating agency, right? This sort of draws its inspiration from the MPAA, the motion picture rating, PGGR came from, decades ago, in the last century. These are private efforts. They created rating systems. Why? Because they're the least intrusive way of dealing with movie or video game content is simply a notification. Right, all it is a warning label that this video game may contain some violence. It's not a ban on violence in video games, right? The more aggressive form, and what some people would say is the preferable form of regulation, is say, don't have video games where people can shoot other people, at will. But the industry approach to this problem was, well, just warn people, have an informational standard, not a prohibitive standard. It's like the tobacco industry. Get all of the tobacco companies together and come up with, new standards for cigarette filters as opposed to banning cigarettes, right, in certain places. So you have issues of capture that relate to who's in the room, right? Who is making those decisions? And I think that's something we have to look at very carefully. Civil society, is not generally in the room in probably 95% of these standards activities that we talk about. Why? Because it costs a lot of money to fly engineers and people all around. And not only that, they don't have the expertise, right? There have been multiple efforts in Europe, the US, and elsewhere to get captured people into the room in these standards development meetings, and they just don't go because if you're an engineer who knows whether you're most likely going to be working for one of the companies with a vested interest in the outcome, as opposed to a public interest group that's looking out for the interests of the public. So I think that's something we really have to keep our eye on in this area.
I think something that has been discussed throughout the panel is the issue of scale. And I think at the beginning of the conference, there was mentioned that there are lots of entrepreneurs here. I can imagine me being in a very small firm and being an engineer, a computer scientist, and thinking, well, how do I solve a problem? How do I get from A to B? And they're not going to think, well, what would Carlos think about in terms of standards that I need to signal that my product is good? No. This is going to happen when there's sufficient scale. Sufficient scale in a business that has enough revenue to think about cost units, such as government affairs or standards units. What happens to the rest of the entrepreneurs that have to think, well, how do I become more competitive? Let me think of standards. That is a limiting factor. The scale needed to even start in this game. Now, for interoperation or interoperability, then that makes more sense. But for the signaling standards and for trying to compete with other businesses, I think that is a huge problem. And then the second thing is that for some standards, it takes third-party auditing. That is expensive. That's non-negligible. If you want to say I comply with a standard and you want to evince it, you have to pay somebody to come ahead and say independently, yes, Carlos Sync does do this. So scale, I think, is the main limitation.
That's a really great point, and I'd like to ask everyone if you have any comments on this. We've heard from several of you variations on the idea that development versus implementation are different things, and implementation versus verification, auditing, are different things. I hadn't anticipated asking this question, so I'm going to ask it in a somewhat vague general form, perhaps, but do any of you have thoughts on the importance of or how we close any gaps between development, implementation, verification, or where we put our energies, especially at this stage in the artificial intelligence standardization process? Perhaps this brings us back to Soo-Young. You had raised the question in your slides, do we regulate process or product? Is that a reflection of the development versus implementation aspect as well? Does anyone have thoughts on these issues?
Yeah, so compliance certification is a big deal, and it's especially important when standards are of the safety variety, right? You know, interconnect and compatibility standards. You know, there are certifications for whether or not, like for example, your device is Wi-Fi compatible, but it's going to be pretty clear in the market with early product reviews if your device does not connect to a Wi-Fi network, you know, 50% of the time, that's going to be a failure. Safety issues are much more important. So things like wireless charging, you know, we do care. This is where Underwriters Laboratories in the U.S. comes in. You know, you don't want to buy a toaster oven if it doesn't have that UL certified tag on the cord because you don't want your kitchen to catch on fire. I think AI is going to be very much like that, right? It's a black box, very non-transparent technology. And so whatever the standards are, I think we're going to have to rely a lot on third-party verifiers to let us know whether whatever the standard is being complied with. Now, there's a whole set of issues around compliance certification, and I think Jason mentioned first, second, third level of certification. Who does a certification? You know, we have like pretty weak system in the U.S., the Energy Star system for your white appliances and whatnot. That's self-certification. The manufacturer says, oh yeah, Energy Star, yeah, my refrigerator is Energy Star compliant. No one tests that. So it's a farce. But then you know, having real bona fide third parties who do this testing and are compensated to do that is an important thing.
So it's a like any of these, we could spend lots of time on these elements. I spoke in my comments about the fact that there's so many open questions still here. I think one of the biggest things is we should be expecting our lawmakers to be clearer in the writing of the laws around AI. And what I mean that they need to be reaching out to academia, civil society, and industry for input, but the greater there is clarity in the law of what they're trying to accomplish, the easier it is to move between the law and implementation. We have so many examples right now of people floating ideas where you then ask, okay, what would somebody do? And the lawmaker's like, I don't know, but I think this sounds important. That's not a good answer, right? We need to be able to have that conversation as they're in the drafting process. Then, as you get to the point where the laws exist, obviously we need good standards. We need people writing high quality, clear standards. But I think there's going to be to Carlos's point about soft law, there's going to be a soft law layer around the standards themselves. It's going to be made up of things like guidance documents. It's going to be made up of things like scheme templates for audits. And you're going to have a set of additional pieces where organizations like the AI Safety Institutes are going to play an incredibly important role because they're going to have the ability to put color around the interpretation of the laws so that implementers know what to do. One of the things I'd point out, for example, is many of the risk frameworks out there today, in fact, all of them, but the NIST AI risk management framework, which has been getting so much attention, is really just a set of questions. It is not a set of answers. It is a document that says, have you thought about this and this and this? And oh, this one's really hard. So's this one. And at no point is there a this is what you do about it. So the next layer is going to be a set of guidance documents that'll then surround that. And then the last thing is, as I made comments before, our conformity assessment system needs to mature fast. Right now, the accreditors really don't know what it means to deal with AI digital services from an accreditation concept. The compliance companies, the auditors, are going to need to get very special training. The schemes that they're producing are going to have to go through a bunch of different validations. And then that ultimately brings us to the point where the implementers have a much stronger sense of what they're going to need to do because they're having a more sophisticated conversation effectively with the law, with the schemes, the auditors, and it's going to help them be more effective. That's a big answer, but I think that that's really where we're coming at.
So looking at the clock, we have a game clock down here. We've got 3 minutes left. So I want to jump back to a point that Carlos had raised with a final question, which the basic question is, how do we sort through, or how does the competitive environment for standards affect the reality of standards on the ground or designing products. But I'm going to ask this question in a different way. If you go back to circa 1991, there was a big fight between ISO and the Internet Engineering Task Force over internet standardization. And we all know who won. The big efforts to actually develop formal standards by ISO blown out of the water by the running code and rough consensus approach of the IETF and David Clark. We reject Kings. Are we going to reject Kings in the AI standardization process and run with whichever successful companies get out there first? Or is there really a role in the AI marketplace for large-scale standardization processes? Anyone want to touch that?
Wow, Gus. Yeah, in the minute and a half that we have, I think I'll dedicate 25 seconds to this. I'll say I don't know. I don't know, and what would worry me the most is to have societal capture. Why? The highest capability models are created by a very small sector of society. And I think this is going to be democratized. For sure it will be. With open source artificial intelligence or open access or whatever word you want to use, that is a sector that is going to be wider and it's going to spread. Right now, there is a small group of entities. If there is going to be capture, it would be now. Now would be the right time. And it hasn't happened yet, which gives us two signals. It gives us the first signal that there's sufficient competition. And then the second signal is that there isn't an incentive to monopolize this industry yet, which I think is incredibly positive. So I am very hopeful that we won't find ourselves in a situation where we will be captured by the interest of a few entities that have the same objectives. I'm happy with how we are now.
I'm got an interest in this. I spent many years as legal counsel to IETF after the 1991 time that you mentioned, but I was very proud to be affiliated with IETF for all of those years, right? I mean, this is a case where like the engineers won that battle, and I think the engineers did a really good job, right? It wasn't just ISO, it was ITU, like a United Nations organization. And think of what the internet would look like today if the United Nations created its underlying architecture. You know, there are a lot of value judgments that go into internet engineering and the platform that we have today. One of the first projects that I worked on as a lawyer for IETF was thinking about the law enforcement community's request that IETF build into every internet packet some backdoor so that law enforcement could access communications over the internet. This was the era of the Clipper chip debates and so forth, and the IETF said, no way, we are not going to do that. And they didn't. And so that didn't happen. But, you know, think about, would we rather live in the world of AOL and, you know, these closed gardens or the internet that we have today? That choice is an extremely important choice, and I think we made the right choice there, and I hope we make the right choice again.
I'll go very quickly and just simply state, we want fierce competition within standardization. I want my team to go to meetings where other people are showing up with great ideas, and it is the opportunity for that marketplace of ideas to grow. And it's not going to be one standards body, it's going to be hundreds that are doing it. And I think that's what we want. I think many people in the standards world are worried that open source has completely eradicated the need for much technical standardization. And I would vehemently disagree with that. But I would say that you have the right tool at the right time for the right outcome. And so I'm one who falls in a very different perspective on that spectrum. So.
Sir, I just want to add one more thing, sir. Just the previous question. So, in medicine or biology sector, sir, we have a long history about the ethics and regulations. Think about the World War II and the Human Genome Sequencing Project. We have a big discussion about how we protect human privacy and human ethics. So, but the AI guys, why don't we have lessons from the biology or medicine? think about the clinical trials. The phase 1 to the phase 4 is phase 1 is dealing with the safety, and the phase 4 is a post-market surveillance. It's also dealing with the safety and the surveillance system. So we have the well-established process about how we regulate, how we protect the privacy and security and the ethics. But in IT guys, always said it's a biology or medicine is too complicated, too hard, and it's hard to say. So they don't escape from. So we have to discuss about the bioethics guys or the clinical trials specialists or something. So that's I think we can have lessons from how we regulate the AI.
Well, please join me in thanking our panelists. This has been a wonderful discussion. Truly a great start to the day.
Please give another warm round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Thank you very much for your informative and impactful discussion. We'll have a lunch break for about an hour. We'll resume our session at 1 p.m. And I'd like to urge you to please take your belongings with you so they may be found again at your seats. So have a great lunch, everybody. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin our session in 5 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing guests and speakers returning to their seats one by one. So we'll resume our afternoon session at 1:15. Thank you very much. 시작할까요? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. We hope you enjoyed your break and are ready for another stimulating session here at Seoul AI Policy Conference. We'll just take a moment for the next panel members to enter the hall. Are you ready? Yeah. Oh, wait. Our next panel discussion focuses on AI standards for autonomous vehicles. We have a distinguished panel of experts who will shed light on this critical topic. Brian. Yeah? First, please welcome Sung-wook Chang, Vice President at Kakao Mobility, bringing invaluable industry insights to our discussion. Joining him is Lou Fang, professor at the University of Virginia, whose academic expertise enriches our understanding of AI in autonomous vehicles. Lastly, we have Bryant Walker Smith, professor at the University of South Carolina, known for his extensive research in the legal and policy aspects of autonomous vehicles. Facilitating this discussion as our moderator is Brian Choi, professor at Ohio State University, who will guide us through the complexities of AI standards in this evolving field. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and moderator. Let's delve into the fascinating world of AI standards in autonomous vehicles.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you for hosting this wonderful conference. I'm really excited about this panel because before there was ChatGPT and threatening general AI, we were concerned about autonomous vehicles, right? And so this area, I think, really started to raise these questions of what should AI look like, or what should autonomous vehicles look like? What are the standards that should govern? And a lot of the discussion earlier was talking about seem to kind of go back and forth between standards that kind of help functionality and efficiency and benefit the companies that are, interoperability, versus I think the focus of AV standards has really been on safety, right? And how do we use law to sort of rein in or check some of the abuses of or the challenges, right, of this kind of technology. So we're going to go down the panel and have a short presentation. So Christopher, do you want to start? And do you have slides that you want to present? And then, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Choi, for the warm introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoy the lunch and the beautiful weather in Seoul. So my name is Christopher Chang, or you can please call me Sung-wook Chang. I'm the leading autonomous initiative in Kakao Mobility. And for you whom are not familiar with the Kakao Mobility, so Kakao is the one of the leading IT conglomerates in Korea, and we provide the lifestyle platform. So sometimes we joke that the Korean get up in the morning and they call the Kakao taxi to their workplace or the school, and in the taxi cab they listen to the Kakao music or the watch the Kakao webtoon, and then they the book the restaurants or table with the Kakao open chat, and they paid for your bill with the Kakao payments, and then sometimes in the afternoon you can mortgage your house with the Kakao bank, and etc. So Kakao Mobility is doing mobility business. So we provide the platform to connect the transportation supplier and the demand. And I want to talk about the autonomous the era prepared by Kakao Mobility. Oops. So in the audience, how many of you have been riding in the autonomous vehicles? Probably Waymo in San Francisco, or some Kakao autonomous car in Pangyo, or some taxis. Okay, not many at this moment, but still there are a few who have good or bad experiences. I'm not sure how good your experiences has been, but very like a most frequent question I've get is, when can we expect to have like a commercialization of the autonomous vehicles or the mass deployment of the autonomous service? The answer for myself is nobody knows. But it's not a dreaming. It is, we are coming pretty close to the reality. So this is one of my favorite slides. So I've been in Kakao Mobility about 4.5 years, and before I had a few years of tenure in Hyundai Motor Company. So from like 2017, I've been in this industry, and at the time when I joined the Hyundai and do the autonomous driving, everyone said, "Oh, in 1 year the autonomous driving will come." And 2019. The Elon Musk and the GM, they say, our plan is a little bit postponed, but we're gonna see 2020 the mass deployment. And again, every year I see the same kind of like a postponed like messages. And especially last 2 years, the autonomous driving industry had a pretty like a dark age. So even before 2020, there are tons of like investment go into the autonomous driving tech companies, but like last 2 years or 3 years, there are so many like unhappy newses, like a traffic accident or like the burning the autonomous vehicles in some street, and so many like companies bankrupt, etc. But I believe is what I believe is the autonomous driving industry, the tech industry, is almost the end of all this like a long dark tunnel, and is now at the inflection point. I believe myself, but nobody knows. So I'm waiting for the Elon Musk's the robotaxi, actually August 8th, but he postponed to the October, so I'm really excited about it. But we are almost the get out of this like a long hard tunnel. And what I have remember, and I want to remind yourself, is around like 2006 when Steve Jobs brought the iPhone to the stage. Right before the 2006, the emergence of the iPhone, there are still having lots of kind of smartphones. There are Blackberries, and there are Samsung Omnia smartphone, and there are a few like Palm devices, and there are a few smartphones. But from 2006, when after the iPhone emerges, all this like a lifestyle and behavior changed. So we book a taxi cab, and we hire the food delivery with like a DoorDash, or we do like a lot of like location-based services. And then now the market is dominated by the iOS and the Android. And what's going to happen from 2024 or 2005 in the autonomous era? There are so many different perspectives, but personally, I believe is this gonna be another the winner takes all market for the like a mass deployment, and the survivor probably will dominate the market, or the failure will diminish. That is what I believe, because if the certain the operator provides you 99.999% of the safety or the reliability, whereas some providers provides like a cheaper price, but they guarantee you only 97% or so. But what's you gonna take? But the technology evolves really fast, and the technology level will pretty like a matured altogether. But still, this is the war of the data, and who run the more data and who collect the more data, and this will really change the market. So that's what I believe. There will be only a few like survivors will be in this market. So collecting the edge case data is very important. So the Waymo, the Google autonomous the unit has been invested tons of money, like over $1 billion every single year. they've been in this market over like 15 years. But whereas the Tesla, it seems that they very like joined this market very late compared to the other like a player. But they provide a fascinating like a capability or the performances. Why is that? Usually Waymo launches their own vehicles. Each vehicle costs like well more than the 100,000 US dollar, probably 300 US dollar, 300,000 US dollar. But to collecting those data from the limited number of fleet is very limited. Whereas the Tesla vehicle, whenever you purchase the Tesla, you may sign the contract that the data from your vehicle can be collected by Tesla and it will be used for the R&D, blah, blah, blah. So every single year, the hundreds, thousands of the Tesla vehicles collects lots of like edge case data. And this like collecting data, the edge cases, when event pops up and T minus tau or T plus tau, the vehicle can collect the data, LiDAR data, camera data, or all the like sensor data. Then this data can be used for to train your autonomous system. So this is now the war of the who collects the more like a quality data, and definitely in like a quantitative way, it has to be compelling. So collecting edge case data, and probably you can make all the synthetic data using lots of the great the generative AI technology, and you can label it, and you can adapt and evaluate it, and you can feed it OTA, the over the air. You can update to your vehicles. And then this like a feedback loop will enhance your autonomous car every single moment. So this is why we believe the data is very important for the autonomous. And this is another example. So there are a few like the debates, but the Kakao Mobility and all the other like a majority the autonomous cars is based on the high definition map, which may be pretty like costly to construct and maintain, but still it can provide like a more reliability. So lots of like the autonomous tech company relies on the high definition map, but this like a map itself is very like costly, competitive, and very efficient to construct if you have a very good the AI data feedback loop. So the Kakao Taxi, we operate about like 93% of the taxis, taxi cabs in Korea. And not all of them we collect data, but we have a very good chance to collect the operational data from the loads from daily lives. And then if we use this like data and we check the discrepancies in the map and we update the map automatically, and then once we construct a high definition map, then yeah, the maintenance cost will dramatically decrease. So by virtue of this kind of like a feedback loop, we update the map with very efficient way. But what I insist in this page and this page and high definition map, the very important thing is the collaboration. So if we insist that we collect the data from our own fleet, it will be very, very limited. But if we collect the all like a standardized the data format, and we collect the data and train the data, and we spread out those trained data to all the ecosystem, then yeah, the game will be very different. So basically, the China, they started this autonomous tech, autonomous industry way later than the United States. But these days, their like performance and their capability is amazing. If you have a chance to go to Beijing or the Shanghai or the Hangzhou, then you will be shocked. Yeah, their technology is so amazing. And United States still there are like a Waymo and like a Cruise, and there are many good competitive like companies. But this like a data, the war is already immense, and we are in the middle of this kind of AI war. This is one of the examples. So in the middle, you can see the chairman of Personal Information Protection Commission, who have the opening remark this morning. So, in Korea, the government is really like progressive to support all this like R&D and collect the AI data and the usage of data. So, what I want to emphasize in this page is that so far we have to anonymize all the data set when we collect. So like a camera data, we blur all the face of the pedestrian, and we blur the license plate of all the cars in the street by law. But actually now when we collect the data and use the data and annotate data and use it for the training, yeah, the real human do not intervene in the process. All the algorithms do all this like the processes. So in fact, there is no real need to blur all the face or the license plates of the algorithms. So there is this kind of like the event we discuss about this, like the changes or the refinement of the law and the regulation toward the autonomous the R&Ds in the industry. So the Kakao mobility is very like pushing hard to like enhance the ecosystem of the autonomous driving and collect and provides all the data to the ecosystem. And yes, so AI standard and the AI the guidelines and the policies, all this will make the autonomous the reality. I think the technology is already there yet, but this like a consensus and regulation, the guideline, the infrastructure, I think those when those are ready, then I think we can see the autonomous the era, the real autonomous era in the reality. Okay. Thank you.
Hello. So today I'd like to talk about our recent work on proposing a computational foreseeability approach for autonomous vehicles. This is a joint work with my student Kayla Borges and my collaborators, Professor Seret Krauss, Robert Kim, and Brian Choi. And Robert and Brian are both here today. So foreseeability is a central concept in tort law that limits legal liability to a reasonable scope. Generally, a person or an entity cannot be found liable unless they either actually foresaw the risk of the harm, or if a reasonable person or entity in a similar situation would have foreseen it. So in this work, we are interested to answer this question: how can we determine the foreseeability of autonomous vehicles where the system decisions are made entirely without human input? So we know that a lot of autonomous vehicles are enabled by AI technology or machine learning. So with machine learning, they're pretty good at making predictions. So one question we may want to ask is foreseeability equivalent to predictability? So a naive way, maybe people may say, if an AV can predict the occurrence of a harm based on its training data, then it has foreseen the event. However, we think this concept is not quite appropriate, because not all predictable events would result in legal liability. For example, an AV may have foreseen an aggressive driver could have swerved into its lane, but if the accident actually happens between the AV and the aggressive driver, then the AV may not actually be held liable. So therefore, we think the foreseeability situations are only a subset of all predictable events. So the current state of the art to determine AV foreseeability is mainly based on data-driven behavior limits. So manufacturers would collect lots of simulation data or on-road testing data to define some key variables and establish bound for safe AV behavior. And events within this bound would be considered as foreseeable when those outside are unforeseeable. However, there are many limitations of this kind of current approaches. First, these rigorous bounds don't really account for uncertainty and or rare events that do not actually contained in the data. And often the sensors in the AV would ignore subjective factors like human behaviors. So in our work, we are advocating a two-step approach. The first step is to build a reasonable AI model or standard. So existing method would suggest comparing AVs to a reasonable human driver. But such human-centered standard is vague and doesn't really account for the differences between human capabilities and AV's capabilities. Instead, we are advocating approach to use scenario-based approach to create tailored AV models to specific settings. I'm going to talk about this later in a couple of slides. Then once we have a reasonable AV model, the second step is we want to determine the AV foreseeability using BPL values. So if the burden of precaution to prevent harm is less than the probability of the risk and times the severity of the potential harm or loss, then we think it's deemed as foreseeable for the AV. Let's consider a simple example. Imagine a football just rolls into a quiet neighborhood road, and a child follows it unexpectedly, leading the AV hitting and killing the child. In such a tragic accident, to determine the liability of the AV, it's crucial to first determine whether it's foreseeable for the AV or not. If we are using the classical data-driven approach, because this could be a very rare event, so maybe there is no actual data for this kind of rare event, then using the current data-driven approach, it could classify this as unforeseeable. However, we know that this is misleading because any drivers can generally expected to anticipate such risk. If we are using our proposed BPL-based method, we know that even without specific data, even with it may be a rare event, but the actual harm, potential harm which killing the child is quite high, then we think it would be a lot more than the burden of the precaution, because the burden could be of precaution is just for the AV to stop or just slowing down. So in such case, the burden is much less than the probability times harm, so we think it should be deemed as a foreseeable event. So in summarize, our advocating approach that first we would build a reasonable AV model, then we would determine the values for burden, probability, and the loss, and together we can determine the foreseeability of AV. And there are still many open challenges to this approach. I'm going to each of them in a bit more detail. So first, how can we build a reasonable AV models? We imagine that we can maintain a library of reasonable AV behavior models for specific scenarios, and then user can either choose to using an existing model or generate a new model. So in the model generation process, we would have first to have a builder who can be a human expert or just a machine automated way to create a data set with relevant scenarios based on event type. And then we would have a validator who can review and validate the data set to ensure it's reasonable and complete. And then we can using the data set to train the AV. And if the validator find the behavior reasonable, then the model generation would conclude. Otherwise, the validator would provide feedback to the builder and who can update the scenario until all reasonable behaviors are captured. So in such a method, there are still several challenges that we need to address. And first, we need to identify what are the critical scenarios and try to make sure they are comprehensive. And second, we want to try to automate this scenario generation and model generation as much as possible. And we also want to how to evaluate the reasonableness of the generated models. For the burden, we are proposing an opportunity cost-based approach. The idea is that we want to figure out what is the reasonable AV's optimal chain of actions and their maximum cumulative reward to minus the real-world AV's reward. And there are also certain challenges for determining using this method. We want to figure out how to determine these optimal AV actions, and we want to figure out how to consider both implicit and explicit reward and cost. And for probability, there are already lots of tons of work in existing literature can help us to compute the probability of an accident happen. But still, the challenge is we need to determine what data to use, whether we are using some historical data or using simulation data. And we want to know how to establish the zone of potentials, which means what is the optimal time frame for predicting and preventing an accident, and also account for uncertainties. Finally, for computing the loss, we can potentially using the compile some financial cost based on insurance and the legal case data, and then multiply each outcome's loss by its probability and sum them up. The challenges would be to answer questions such as, should all similar accidents be evaluated with the same cost? Should we only include objective financial cost, or maybe consider also subjective manners? And final challenges is we could have limited data on this unique and complex accident. So just to summarize, in this work, we propose a computational approach that integrates legal concepts to determine the AV foreseeability. And some of the future directions might include expanded research in system modeling, prediction explainability within the legal context, and also explore opportunities for new research, influence legal policy, and enhance accuracy in accountability assessment. Hopefully, we hope this work can provide legal professionals with algorithm tools to improve the accountability communication and also improve the trust and the safety in autonomous vehicles. Thank you.
Everybody. Let's see. So I am delighted to be here. Thank you for the invitation. If you'd be so kind as to bring up my slides, I think that's number 72, if I recall. Thank you. Okay. So I like to ask this question a lot because it generates lots of different answers. And so, in your opinion, who is the driver or the operator of an automated vehicle? Who or what drives or operates an automated vehicle? Any answers? Feel free to shout them out. Wake you up from lunch. The car. Thank you. I.e., self-driving, right? You say the car drives itself. Thank you, Nicholson. Other answers? The company, Brian, you're getting close to my heart. Thank you. Yeah. You know, if you give me an answer, I will give you an example of it in law, whether we're talking about the car driving itself, or nobody and nothing driving it, driverless, or some person who we pull at random to designate as the legal driver. Or, as I will argue, thank you, Brian, suspense, the company. I argue that the company drives an automated vehicle. I think this is really important to our discussion that follows. Wow. So AVs, automated vehicles, are challenging, but AV, audiovisual, I think is more challenging. So my talk is on the trustworthy company and why I think this is essential for the regulatory discussion and for the standards discussion. And because I just renewed my federal training, I need to mention that I am representing no one but myself. I am not representing the US government. If I were, I would have tucked in my shirt. So let me talk you through my argument. First, the suspense. Yes. It's very common to hear the question, does the public trust a technology? And every week we'll hear surveys about whether or not public trusts automated vehicles or some other technology, and we're told we should care. I don't care. I think the question we need to be asking is the company behind this technology worthy of our trust? How do I get there? Well, first, why not this question, does the public trust this technology? Well, we as humans are fickle, right? We're going to change our mind 1,000 times before these technologies are ready in any meaningful sense. Words are not actions. We may say something to respondents and we will do a completely different thing. Think about how creepy smartphones with cameras were 15 years ago until we all decided we could do work on them and watch cat videos. Two major industries, the automotive and the information technology industry, have not yet gotten around to convincing us we want and need AVs. They will, and we will. And finally, a lot changes before 100%. So many of these discussions are based on, well, will we all adopt them or not? Will it be everywhere or not? And in fact, with many, many examples of technologies revolutionizing public discourse and economics when they represented a small fraction of the market. Uber and Lyft, I guess our version of Kakao, as it were decimating the taxi industry when they were less than 1% of vehicle kilometers traveled. All right, so could we move a little further? Could we say, should the public trust this technology? That's what I think your center embraces in its name, right? Focus on this normative question of trust. But here that's not very helpful either, because first of all, we're talking generally about a lot of technologies that don't yet exist. So the answer to should you trust is no, of course not. They don't exist yet. And as we've already heard, these technologies are going to be diverse. It's not one self-driving car. It's many different technologies, many different applications of those technologies, and many different participants in the various business cases for those applications. And finally, most of these technologies won't be super dangerous. Now, I realize it's not a very reassuring statement for regulators. Don't worry, it won't be super dangerous. But the reality is that our status quo is highly flawed. In the US today, 100 people are going to die on the roads. In South Korea, that's, I think, roughly a sixth. So you're going to lose dozens. And South Korea, by the way, is far safer on a per capita basis than the United States. My state of South Carolina is twice as bad as the US average. This is carnage on our roads. And we could do that with any technology, right? We worry about bias in artificial intelligence. What's an example of a non-deterministic, biased, black box system that we can't control? A human. We know that we're biased. So I put an asterisk and a ... there because yes, there's a long tail of uncertainty. There are certainly systematic failures that could happen. We will discover that there are ways that automated vehicles are slowly killing us that we don't even appreciate. And that's the story of technology or policy or law, that we take one set of problems, we replace them with a new set of problems, and we just really, really hope that our new set in aggregate is less than our old. That's progress. So why do I think that the real question should be, is the company behind this technology worthy of our trust? A few reasons. First, companies act through their human and their machine agents. That is, through their employees and through their algorithms. The one common element there is the company acting. Secondly, technologies are only as safe as the companies behind them. Right? If a company does not have a safety culture, ultimately the safety of its systems will fail. Third, there's this tendency to talk about safety, or really any standards, as a one-time event. Well, we'll give a driver's license test to the AV and see if it passes. Or we need a checklist to certify it before it goes onto the road. And this is the wrong way to think about safety. Safety is not a one-time event. It is a lifetime commitment. For this reason, I say safety is not a marriage, a ceremony where we all get dressed up, look fancy, applaud as it goes to the test. It's a wedding. It's a marriage. It is a lifelong commitment. Did I just say that wrong? Oh, gosh. Thank you. Well, that will tie in nicely to my next slide, which is admit your mistakes. Oh, safety is a marriage, a lifelong commitment, not a wedding, a one-time celebration. And for this reason, we have to think about safety and safety standards in that way, right? Who does a company hire? Are they using standards? If not, why are they rejecting those standards? Because as we heard, that can be a very valid choice. Are they working their employees 90 hours a week where you can be sure that there will be safety emissions that occur? Are they continuing to monitor and update their systems after they've been deployed? All of these are the life cycle questions that go into safety. And finally, we know that technologies are going to fail. That's inevitable. But just because a technology fails does not mean that the company needs to fail in fulfilling its obligations. And so companies can do right even after their technologies fail. So why does safety regulation need trustworthiness? Here I think this picks up on a lot of points we heard in the previous discussion. Emerging technologies, including automated driving, are complex. They're stochastic-y, so they're functionally non-deterministic, even if analytically they're not quite, and they're dynamic. The car in your driveway is going to be different in the morning than it was when you parked it there at night. Second, developers have unique expertise, information, and access that regulators and the public do not to make life cycle safety cases. Moreover, we need space for innovation. And this is true for developers who need space for technical innovation, regulators who need space for regulatory innovation. Just as we would not want to say to a developer of an automated vehicle, well, you need 4 LiDAR units, and they need to be here and here and here and here. They have to be exactly this big, and they have to be on this precise wavelength. We would not want to say to a developer, this is exactly what safety means. You have to go through this test and this test and this test, and we're going to give you the objective criteria, and you have to pass them. Why? First, you'll design for the test rather than designing for safety. Second, you will game that test. Third, we will miss a lot of the important innovation that can come in safety cases, in demonstrating safety. Because if you can demonstrate the safety of a system faster and cheaper, ultimately you can get it out faster and cheaper in a way that saves lives. And finally, regulators are not going to have all the answers. They never do. But they can start getting better at asking questions. And in fact, I think this pulls from some of the expertise of regulators. So one of the common questions that I think we've already touched on is, how safe is safe enough? And I split this into 2 parts. The first is retrospective, after a failure has occurred, and the other is prospective, before deployment, when we're trying to figure out if a system should be on the roads, or in our homes, or in our bodies, or in the air. And the retrospective, I think, is actually really easy. And here's where I disagree with your analysis, Lu Feng, which is good. We should disagree. So retrospective safety, in my view, means at least as safe as a human in the given maneuver. This is negligence law. At least as safe as a comparative system, as a competing automated vehicle. This is products liability law. And safer than the last system to fail. This is aviation. And I don't think this is very difficult. It's flexible. It's after the fact. Juries or courts will sort it out. I think in your analysis, as I understood it, I think you're conflating the reasonableness, the reasonable foreseeability of the risk with the reasonableness of the precautions taken or not taken to address that risk. And those are different analyses that are discrete, and I think B versus PL belongs in the latter rather than the former. So that's retrospective safety. The tricky one is prospective safety. Before we have vehicles on the road, how do we know? And my answer is prospective safety means reasonable confidence that the developer is worthy of our trust. So what does it mean to be worthy of our trust, to be a trustworthy company? In my view, a trustworthy company does three things. It shares its safety philosophy, it makes a promise to the public, and it keeps that promise. It shares its safety philosophy by saying, this is what we're doing, this is why we think it's reasonably safe, and this is why you can believe us. It then makes a promise to the public that it will market only what it believes to be safe, that it will be candid about its limits and its failures, and that when the company fails, it will make things right. And then it keeps that promise by appropriately managing public expectations, by not hyping, by supervising the entire product lifecycle, and by mitigating harms promptly, fully, and publicly. Owning up to the fact I confused marriage and wedding. That's what a trustworthy company does, in my view. And so the key here is to look for early breaches of trust, the early warning signs, the red flags, the canaries in the coal mine that tell us that a company may not be trustworthy. What are those? Well, breaches of public trust include making hyperbolic claims, misrepresenting evidence, failing to update technologies, exploiting the litigation process, and forcing confidential settlements, in effect, using the company's power to prevail rather than its correctness. I will give you one particular example dealing with one particular company that markets a system called quote unquote full self-driving, a full self-driving system that paradoxically requires a human driver who pays more attention than they otherwise would. That always makes me dizzy when I say it, a full self-driving system with a human driver. So if we can't trust you when you call your system full self-driving, why should we trust you when you call your system safe? In the same way that I can call my umbrella a parachute, that doesn't make it a parachute. It just makes it a more dangerous umbrella. So how do we regulate through and for trustworthiness? First, this is different from what was proposed earlier today, so I'm glad we have some disagreement. I would regulate the company primarily rather than the technology. Focus on the company. Second, expect a company to vouch for its technologies through a public safety case, the kind of philosophy that a company should share. Focus on processes and systems. Identify assumptions and logical progressions. Crucially, ask questions and challenge answers, which could benefit from an advanced degree in machine learning, but also could benefit from the very skills that administrative agencies have applied to them, right? Saying, do your conclusions fall from your premises? Are you missing an important part of the problem? And finally, target the kinds of breaches of public trust I described. There are some examples of this already. One are the levels of driving automation, which I co-authored. They represent a promise to the public. When a company describes its feature as a level 4 operating in, Seoul in good weather, that's the operational design domain, that is a promise to the public that the system will perform safely under those conditions. Similarly, there is a process at our Uniform Law Commission in the US to draft a model state law for automated driving. A key part of this was the automated driving provider, a company that raises its hands and self-identifies to say, we are in effect the driver, and we vouch that our system will be lawful. So far, this Model Act, which I co-drafted, has been a fabulous failure in the US. Our large success has actually been in the UK. Thank you, Britain. Where the UK enacted a automated vehicles bill very recently that, in its definition of the authorized self-driving entity, embraces this core idea of the company is the driver. Now, I want to acknowledge that we're talking about automated driving as one example of AI, whatever that is. And so much of my focus has been on responsibilities for companies. And it could well be that when we're talking about a different domain like generative AI, we have very different interests and goals. For example, we don't generally want to encourage creativity in driving. That tends to get people killed. Whereas with a lot of the applications of generative AI, we actually want that individual creativity, that individual ownership. And so perhaps we want to shift some of the responsibilities or some of the conceptions of actors in that domain. At the same time, I think both examples illustrate what I see as the far more interesting and important issue than this human versus machine discussion that we so often have. I think that the centralization or decentralization of power may be much more significant than human versus machine, particularly when so many automated systems actually have a human behind the curtain. And so the question will be, are we going to empower a few companies or a few governments with all of the risk that that entails? Or are we going to empower each one of us with all of the risk that that entails? And that is, I think, a fascinating question that cuts across domains, but brings us back, in conclusion, to this notion of a trustworthy company, as a company that needs to deal with these questions by sharing its safety philosophy, making a promise to the public, and keeping that promise. Thanks so much. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
All right, well, that's a perfect segue to the first question that I wanted to ask, which is, why trust, not safety, right? In most other domains, even in conventional vehicles, right, we don't say, should, Hyundai or any other car company, are they putting out a trustworthy car, right? We ask, are they putting out a safe car? And so, or like, are you putting out a trustworthy blender or a trustworthy lawnmower, right? That's not how we think about it. But in the software and AI context, we somehow do, right? Trusted computing. The US government has moved in the software cybersecurity context towards attestations, right? That you are, attesting or professing that you are following certain safe, secure software development development processes. So this idea of trust seems to be almost sui generis or unique to the software or AI, or at least it seems to be a dominant theme that is less present in other safety contexts. So I guess I would throw that question, right? I mean, sure. What's the justification for putting trust above safety?
This is a bad habit in the world. We think everything is unprecedented because we have attention spans of literally 5 seconds. Look, cat, right? No, there is so much precedent for everything we're talking about, and that includes the notion of trustworthiness. So first of all, no, the idea of a trustworthy blender is ridiculous because the idea of a trustworthy product is ridiculous. It should be whether the company behind it, acting through its system, is trustworthy. But we have a long precedent for that. In fact, a lot of products liability law was developed with specific reference to the idea of how companies go to the consumer and say, trust us. Right? You can trust a Chevy. You can trust Allstate. You can trust, I imagine, Kakao. And that is core to marketing, that we have a relationship with you, the consumer, that you don't have with that other company. And that was one of the foundations of products liability law, one of the foundations for the expansion of other duties, this very notion of the trust implicit in this bargain between the powerful company and the disempowered consumer.
If I may add a little bit more, I like this trustworthy concept a lot. And I think the safety should be the kind of like a baseline. So if you get a driver's license from the DMV, So you have to clear up all the markers. You have to get over like a 70 points or so. So this like safety is kind of like a must-have, and this is the baseline. But what all the other like a machine like a blender or lawnmower or others. And versus the autonomous vehicle, the major differences is the autonomous vehicle. There are so many unexpected or the uncertainty around the whole different kind of scenarios. Whereas the blenders or any like other automated machine, they operate in some like a confined element and with some predefined like processes. But autonomous vehicle, they should operate with the human drivers, sometimes reckless drivers, and with the other vehicles, and all the full of uncertainty. So safety is not enough at all. So if you trust the manufacturer or the companies or etc., I think this will really make a peace of mind to the users and the society and the citizens. So I think this the trustworthy concept is very important and very like compelling concept compared to the safety.
Yeah, so I agree with Christopher. I think trustworthiness is bigger umbrella. Safety is definitely a key thing inside the trustworthiness, but it's more than like if we talk about trustworthy AI, then safety, fairness, privacy, security, a lot of things are included under this umbrella.
Okay, so that leads into my next question, which is, are there things or aspects, Christopher, you were saying that autonomous vehicles are more, there's more unexpected situations, for instance, than blenders or lawnmowers, which are more confined situations. Are there aspects of autonomous driving or the road that are more conducive to standardization than other types of AI applications, such as generative AI or medical devices or name your sort of domain? Or conversely, is it more challenging? Would an air taxi? So I was reading. I think Kakao is getting into air taxis. Is that an easier domain than the road? Is it a more challenging domain? How do we think of driving or mobility relative to other AI applications?
That is very challenging questions, but very important questions. So, what makes it difficult to deploy like a mass deployment of the autonomous vehicle is so many like unexpected scenarios with mingling with the human drivers and other like infrastructure. So many like governments try to fill the gap with the reality, and the theory is like infrastructure. So like infrastructure aided kind of like operation scenarios. The government is trying to fill the gap, but still there are so many like unexpected like the kids following the ball from the ground. So this is all very like unexpected scenarios. Whereas like the air taxi example, they are more kind of controlled environments. So in the joke, we are saying that the air taxi is way much easier only if you can fly. Yeah, but flying itself is very very tricky in very like unfriendly weather conditions and etc. But still, if it goes up in the sky, there is no too much like a traffic jam or reckless like a flight or and so on. So this like unexpected the circumstances and or the uncertainty makes autonomous like a deployment is really like challenging. And still with the help of like simulations and with the like generative AI, we are getting closer and closer. But as the Bryant mentioned, what is the satisfied level of the safety or the trustworthiness? So this is very hard to define, and it definitely depends on the culture or the like social acceptance, etc. So I think this is very interesting and challenging question.
Yeah, and I will say, how safe does a toaster have to be? Well, we don't actually know, but it shouldn't have caught on fire. Right? That we can say that after the fact. And that will be true of automated driving as well. A lot of this will be after the fact. Well, it shouldn't have done that. obviously. There was a recent incident involving Cruise in the U.S. that has been wildly, miscondensed. Basically, a pedestrian was flung into the path of a cruise vehicle. The cruise vehicle came to a stop and then drove again to pull to the side and drag the pedestrian, exacerbating her injuries. And the way it's always reported now is Cruise hit a pedestrian, and that's the smallest detail. The pedestrian was hit by a hit-and-run driver who vanished from the scene. The Cruise vehicle maybe should have anticipated the crash, but certainly the vehicle should not have dragged the pedestrian. That will never happen again under those similar circumstances, because we say, well, it shouldn't have done that. But what was really bad was Cruise misrepresented what happened. They misled the public by misleading reporters by showing a video that stopped at the point that the pedestrian was hit and never showed the pedestrian being dragged. So this is the difference between a product and a company, and why we have to talk about the trustworthy company. I will say, this idea of what is the level of safety, very rarely do we ask that in advance with any effectiveness. We can't say that about human driving today. Or most of the products and services that we've developed, because the answer is better than last year, better than last time.
Okay, so some examples here, right? So the toaster catching on fire is probably pretty universal, right? No matter what country you're in, you probably don't want your toaster to catch on fire. So how much of driving is universal and general, right? So you can just import it across countries. And how much of it depends on local or culturally specific assumptions? And this ties into, Lou, your example of like, how do we know how do we train up a reasonable AV model, right? Who's validating, right? Does it have to be local to the community? Or Christopher, your idea of collecting lots of data about edge cases, right? Do those edge cases differ from country to country or even city to city? How should we think about the AV content? How much of it can actually be universalized versus how much needs to be fine-tuned at the sort of the local level?
I think this is a challenging question. We are already seeing in internationally different, like Europe versus US, or maybe Asia countries have different standards for autonomous vehicles, right? So I think Europe or UK tends to have more strict. They can define what the expected behavior of the vehicle should be, maybe in lane changing or in different scenarios. But in the US, it tends to be, if you look at these document by Department of Transportation, you will never find any rules that you can try to formalize or logical rules, because they tend to be more flexible. So I think there are definitely different countries will have different standards.
I mean, there's a high level standard. I mean, we in the U.S. are, by all evidence, very comfortable with people getting drunk and killing each other on the scale of tens of thousands a year. And that would be unacceptable in other countries, and it should be unacceptable in ours. Will those same expectations roll over to automated driving? Hard to say. At the more local level, this is a very interesting question for me, because it goes to the scalability. And it's a question I've put to a number of developers, and they're often very cagey about it. But in effect, there is a core of knowledge, a core of experience that the systems universalize. And then just with the kind of LLMs we've been discussing, they need to be trained or tweaked for the particular circumstances and goals. And so a company would not simply launch in another city without some pretty extensive validation. But the time frame is surprisingly short over what I expected it to be.
Beyond the autonomous vehicle, I want to exemplify the comparison between the FAA and the EASA. The both are the kind of regulatory the body for the aircraft like a production. So the US the FAA the restrict the error rate to 10 to the minus 7. And whereas the EASA, the restricted the error rate to be 10 to the negative 9, so it is almost like 100 the times is the FAA is more, in good words, progressive. So, but this does not mean that the American is more kind of neglecting like a human or like the human rights or kind of things than the European. This is so there is lots of like a controversies. So if the EASA have a way more like a strict or 100 times of the strict standards, then someone claims that they like a blocking the innovation in the game. So, for example, the urban air mobility industry, all the leaderboard is American companies like Joby Aviation or the Archer Aviation. Whereas there are a few like the European companies, but still the progress is or the certification process is lagging behind than the American like competitors. And I think this is the case for the autonomous vehicle. So this is all related to the social acceptance and the regulation and the guidance and social norm. And this is not easy to define what is the satisfactory like level of the safety or the trustworthiness. But still the fact is that we need more like a data, and the data is coming from the real operation of the vehicle. Definitely we can generate the synthetic data from the generative AI algorithm, but still in the reality, like the running over the large of a fleet and the real environment, still the simulation is not there yet sometimes. So this is very like tricky and challenging, the trade-off between the innovation and the safety, and with on top of the social acceptance.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so let me ask one last question and also give you an opportunity for final comments. What is sort of the greatest challenge to having trustworthy AVs or deploying AVs in a real world sense? Is it the data, for instance? Is it some other aspect? Maybe just take a couple seconds to wrap up.
Sure. I think we conflate things sometimes. We say, well, we can't, we're not going to have AVs until we solve all these social problems or barriers. And it's exactly the opposite. Like, the technologies are going to succeed. It's just that the policy is going to fail if we don't prepare that. Right? The vehicles will reach the road, but if we have not created an environment that protects individual autonomy, for example, that will be sacrificed. If we haven't developed our cities in a way that encourages low impact transportation, AVs are going to encourage sprawl. So there's a difference between saying what will it take to get AVs on the road and what will it get to have AVs that create policy successes. AVs are not going to compete on safety. They are going to compete on the domains in which companies can deploy them based on their confidence in the safety and performance of their systems. And there is a technical challenge so far. Snow, for example, is way beyond what any companies have really dealt with successfully. Demonstrating safety is a obviously big question. The primary one is economic at this point, that the taxi models are trying to compete with poorly paid rideshare drivers using operations that are immensely more expensive, in part because they employ a lot of better paid people behind the scenes. And I think that needs to be resolved for whatever business models eventually emerge.
Yeah, so I think three factors. First, the technology we still need to advance technology for especially corner cases or extreme cases. And the second is regulatory challenges. We need to demonstrate safety, or how can we regulate the safety of AVs. And finally, the social acceptance. In the end, we need the public to buy in this technology. If people don't use it, then there is no market.
Yeah, I agree with the Dr. Feng and Dr. Smith of their opinion. And lastly, I want to emphasize the last part, the social acceptance. So, social acceptance includes a variety of the stakeholders in our community. So like drivers union and like passengers and the pedestrian cyclists and the governments and policymakers. This is tons of the combination of all different kinds of the stakeholders, and each stakeholder has their own like a perspective. Even the body of the stakeholder, they have different opinions. So to go forward, so we need to find a very like a smart and clever way to harmonize all different stakeholders' point of view, and on top of this social acceptance, so-called social acceptance, we are approaching one step further toward commercialization. Yeah.
All right, please help me thank our panelists.
Thank you very much. We'll have a 10-minute coffee break before we resume with session 2. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please return your seats. We will shortly begin our next session, session 2. We're excited to continue our program with a highly anticipated keynote address and an engaging panel discussion. First, we have the honor of listening to a keynote address titled Global Perspectives on AI Governance by Professor Christopher Yu, Director of the Center for Technology Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania. Professor Yu's deep expertise in technology and policy will provide us with invaluable insights into the global landscape of AI governance. Please join me in welcoming Professor Yu to the stage for the keynote address.
한국말을 잘 못해서 얼마 죄송합니다. But I will speak in English. When I came, I lived here, had the privilege of living in Korea several times. And I always appreciated that when I was here, many Koreans would get angry with me for not speaking Korean. Except when I was with my mother. Then they would get angry with her for not teaching me Korean. So unfortunately, I do not speak very well, so I will speak in English. I would also like to thank Professor Lee, Professor Im, and the entire center here for putting together a fantastic conference and for being such a wonderful partner with the University of Pennsylvania. We are delighted to start on a tremendous research effort, a multi-year research effort on the purpose of generating implementable AI standards. And so we are very excited to be part of this great research venture, and we cannot imagine a better partner or a better event to start this great research project. So today I would like to start talking with you about global perspectives and thinking about this more speculatively about what might happen. And to do this, I'll start by giving you some initial observations, which many of you will already know, about what is already taken place, but then start talking about ways to think about directions we can move forward in generating the system for governing AI, which at this point to me is very much up for grabs in most of the world. So, but if you look at it, the system, probably you see a very wide range of alternatives. And in many parts of the world, we often focus on the best defined alternative, which is the EU. The EU has passed the AI Act, as many of you know. But as you probably, for the people who study it, are aware, within the last year, it went through some pretty dramatic changes. So initially, they had created a scheme based on a risk-based approach, looking at the different use cases, whether it's healthcare or autonomous vehicles or criminal law enforcement, and used sort of an assessment on a sector-specific level of how risky a particular use of AI was. And then ChatGPT exploded onto the scene. And the standing joke I make with my friends is I've never seen anything that made the entire academic world lose its mind simultaneously as ChatGPT. There was a basic panic, but it wasn't just in universities. You saw Spain, which was about to step down as president of the EU, felt a tremendous need to include provisions on what they call general purpose AI, that deviated from the principle of risk management and risk-based assessments and technology neutrality, and instead of shifting at risks, went back to looking at inputs. How many calculations were used to train the AI? And that became the determination of what became a general purpose AI system, and that had higher standards. They also exempted open source systems without a clear idea of the fact that whether open source systems create less risk or not. And so now, in addition, we had a coherent system based around risk that has now become essentially two separate systems based on entirely different purposes, one for AI in general, the other for what they call general purpose AI. Now, this is an area where I know that many people are looking into as a model, and many people in the EU are encouraging other people in the other countries to follow. But you'll see, as you see on my slide, it's only one of many models. So, for example, the US, from a pure regulatory standpoint, and the UK is similar, takes a more sector-based approach. In fact, the leading agencies on formal regulation on AI are our Automobile Regulatory Agency, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and in healthcare, the Food and Drug Administration. And in fact, we see actions taking place there. But in addition, we have both during the Trump administration and during the Biden administration, executive orders on AI, which are not general regulations, but rather directives to members of the federal government on how they should be thinking about and using AI. That's basically a form of soft law because many of those requirements find their ways into procurement standards, which has an effective, very strong incentive on private industry and how that they will proceed. Japan also follows a context sector-specific approach, but more based on guidelines than on hard law, which is a different approach at this point. You see other countries, Australia, Canada, Brazil, India, are considering legislation but have not made up their minds way to go. And as been mentioned here by several of the speakers before, what we see is these are national governments. In terms of global governance, we see very high-level principles being expressed by the OECD, by G20, by the Bletchley Declaration, and other organizations in ways that are helpful, but very difficult to turn into the kind of implementations that people need to really make that tangible. And so we have this real, and overarching over all of this is a question about what approach to regulation of AI governance will be best for innovation. Because really, we're at the very beginning days of what we expect to be a very important, a very long AI revolution. And in many ways, the future of the innovation and what we can create with it has yet to be determined, but is really the most important thing, I think, for citizens around the world. Okay, so now we have to ask ourselves, if we have these different models, how should we be thinking about AI governance? And what I would say is there are many dimensions to it. I'm going to pick a particular set of a list that I found that's useful. It's done by the Center for Strategic and International Studies by Johns Hopkins. It's one of many lists. There's nothing magic about it, but I think it's just a useful talking point. We often hear people talk about transparency, fairness, explainability, security, and trust. And in fact, a lot of our discussions today have focused on that aspect. But if you see on my slide, that's only one line on what is a very long set of ideas about AI standards. So another is notions of risk. And one of the themes that I will constantly return to is that AI is inherently about predictive analytics. It is probabilistic. And therefore, by definition, it will never be correct 100% of the time. Now, honestly, that is not unique to AI. As the panel on autonomous vehicles points out, no technology, even human-based drivers, is perfect 100% of the time. But by definition, we can do it with predictive analytics. We know that and we can quantify it in ways. And so we have to really think about this in terms of not perfection, but really in terms of acceptable levels of risk, in terms of trying to manage what they are, because if we don't have a conversation about that, simply put, we won't really have effective governance of AI. Risk mitigation is another aspect. Because things inevitably fail, we have to think about, in fact, how should we act in case of failure? And in fact, we see this in tort law in many cases, the classic example being work on what we call crashworthiness in automobiles. And Brian Choi, who chaired the last panel, has done pioneering work in software. They say that, look, we would like cars never to crash, but we know some will. So the question is, in the event that they crash, there's ways they can crash that are safer or more dangerous. It's what we call the second problem, the second impact. And in fact, when we're talking about technologies which will fail, including AI, we should think about risk mitigation in the inevitable reality that it will fail. Even if it's 99.999% reliable, 1 in 100,000 times it will fail. And we can add nines and we'll still have failure. It's just never going to reduce. Likewise, we have to think about the system of permissionless versus permissioned innovation and a scheme we're going to put out here. And a lot of this ties to a question about whether to use ex-ante regulation, which is something I'll discuss on the subsequent slide and offer some frameworks for deciding. An important part to me, data flows. It's not just the algorithms, but in fact, how data is used and how information is handled. Aggregation and security around the data becomes a critical aspect of, I think, of any standard of how we'll move forward. As we mentioned, as I foreshadowed earlier on the different international approaches, is there going to be general AI, or is it going to be sector specific, or what is much more likely to me, some combination of the two? And if it's a combination of the two, I mean, the idea that we'll have the exact same AI standard for autonomous vehicles and healthcare and financial services and criminal law strikes me as unlikely. And even within different aspects of, say, healthcare, we're likely to have multiple AI standards. But the question is, there's likely to be some common core of shared concerns, and finding out where those lines are and how many dimensions of flexibility and where they lie become critical issues in designing any form of governance. The role for private businesses. One of the things that I'll emphasize again in a later slide, standards are not just about governing behavior, they're also about unlocking economic value, because even if the enforcement officials aren't going to penalize you, unless you have a standard, you don't know what you're buying from your business partner. They have to have clear ways of signaling to other actors, here is what I'm providing and here is the standards that they meet. Otherwise, you have no idea how much validation you have to do for yourself and how to assemble them into a larger coherent product. And lastly, there's an international dimension of harmonization. Now, many people say we have to have absolute harmonization. Well, we all know that in many areas of law, we do not see perfect harmonization. And in fact, in many areas of technology law, we use geolocation to have different laws in different places. Harmonization has tremendous value. But on the other hand, there is a diversity of interests, and finding that optimal balance of harmonization, but taking into account unique circumstances, remains one of the challenges that we face. Now, one of the interesting questions to me is involving one of what form the rules should take. And in fact, I think we have a number of heuristics. Some are really about fundamentals, and some are about timing. So here is an example, one set of rules, of principles that I'm drawing from frankly, from two areas of law. One is from antitrust law, where we generally use govern things, liability based on the rule of reason, which is case-by-case ex post analysis, versus some conduct we regard as illegal per se. The other area of law, there's another body of law where we compare rules versus standards. A rule would be drive 100 kilometers per hour, no faster. A standard would be drive reasonably under all the circumstances. And again, it's the same sort of idea. And what we see is many areas of law are governed by rules, but many areas of law continue to be governed by standards over a very, very long period. So then the question is, how do you choose between which form of law to take? And one of the interesting parts of rules versus standards is rules are more appropriate when you are very familiar with the subject matter. Otherwise, because you have to do the work up front to draw the lines, and to know that you're drawing lines well, you have to be very familiar with it. But in addition, you have to be able to, it's much easier to draw such line if the subject matter is homogeneous, but also it has to be relatively stable. If it's constantly changing, a rule-based system will constantly be becoming obsolete, changing both in terms of internal innovation, but also in terms of the external environment. And so what we see is for example, some forms of accident law, whether it's medical malpractice liability or traffic accidents with cars, we tend to use the flexible open-ended standards. However, we do have islands of rule-like insights. So if you're driving in a car and someone hits you from behind, we know that it's almost certainly the person's fault behind us. That's a very rule-like solution. But we have this heuristic, and the question then becomes, when we think about AI, do we know it well enough? Is it homogeneous enough? Is it stable enough both in terms of the innovations and the way people are using AI and in terms of the external environment? And these things suggest to me that starting early now, when we heard earlier, only a tiny % of the world's citizens have adopted AI, to begin to start to regulate it with clear rules where you say, don't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that, is an enormous issue. And in fact, what I find myself thinking is that, the hard part about rules is they draw lines. And the lines are always, to a certain extent, arbitrary. So for example, in the US, you can vote at 18 years old. Somewhere out there, there's a young person who's 17 years old and 364 days on election day. They cannot vote. And they will say, there is no functional difference between me and a person born a day later. And the answer is, that's probably correct. But we have rules to draw rough justice lines in ways that make them implementable, but we have to then draw those lines in ways that are defensible and intelligible, because if they cut in the wrong places, we end up losing a great deal. The other thing, to go back to what I said about permissionless innovation versus permissioned innovation, I was always inspired by Angela Merkel's quote of the old Prussian motto and contrasting it with the US. She said, the difference between the US and the German style of innovation, in Germany, everything that's not permitted is forbidden. In the US, everything that's not forbidden is permitted. And if you want to create a world that fosters innovation, you'd like to have people try things, and if they're proven harmful, we step in after the fact to remediate it. Because proving before the fact what the effect will be becomes a very, very large drag on innovation. And in effect, ex-ante rules risk falling into that trap. Okay. So that's what I have to say about the form. The other thing that's interesting is, well, the embodiment of the form can take different modalities. And a lot of times we talked about national law. What's striking to me as a tech lawyer, a tech law professor, is that in fact, we've seen a consistent level where hard law, national law has been replaced in many large sectors of the economy by standards. And one of the standards have many virtues, but what's really interesting is it's not a matter of any one country's national law. What they tend to be is forms of what we think of as transnational law. They're made by venues that are by principles that come together from many different places. To use an analogy that's very well established, international commercial arbitration now governs disputes over many commodities and different things. In fact, it's not, when you resolve a dispute, it's not done under UK law or Korean law or US law. It's done usually under the body of prior arbitration decisions and expertise of people in the industry. And it becomes a freestanding body of law. So what you start to see is the possibility of standards doing a governance role that transcends the role of any one country. But in addition, the composition of how standards are created vary. They typically tend to be more multi-stakeholder, allowing for greater participation by civil society, user communities, technical communities, and the like. But what's most interesting about standards is they allow people to vote with their feet. So in the old days, for example, in telecommunication standards, when every telephone company was owned by the government except for the United States, they would get together at the International Telecommunications Union and they would choose a standard. And then as a matter of law, everyone had to adopt it. The modern approach to communication standards is epitomized to me by the fight between Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. If you read the textbooks back in the day, everyone thought that Bluetooth would be the technology we would use to connect all the devices in our homes, and Wi-Fi would be this fairly minor technology. Now we all know Wi-Fi won. But it didn't win because anyone decided. It won because users and the manufacturers had the choice and voluntarily chose it as the better technology. And this creates a different mode for adoption, a much more decentralized mode for adoption, a different mode for change, and a very different vision of how we choose technologies and move them. It's really tied to the work of political scientist Charles Thibault, who started to see how you could, even though you're governed in countries, you can shift from one city to the other and actually get a form of, if you will, regulatory competition. And there's a very interesting, mature body of studies that look at stock markets and how they're replacing securities regulation, where you're now getting markets for securities regulation, that if you don't like the way the New York Stock Exchange is regulating you, you can go list in Hong Kong, or you can list in London, or you can list in Korea. And you have many options to do here. And with the mobility of capital, that's changed a great deal. This is a very different vision of governance. And one that it's much more complicated, but if you look at most areas of tech law, it's where things go. Then lastly, a couple thoughts. The work we're doing on standards, a lot of it focuses on the models themselves. I actually think an underappreciated aspect is data. You need to understand the scope of the data on which a model was trained to know when it's properly used. This is very easy with certain things. So if you ask ChatGPT a question after April 2023, a factual question, it will hallucinate. Why? As my last report, it's only been trained on data through April 2023. Now, fact-based questions are easy. What's interesting is if you ask about weather, about a set of combination of data it's never seen before, weather AI will give you an answer, but will be every bit as much a hallucination as asking a question of ChatGPT on the facts after April 2023. It's just harder to recognize as that. So in a way, you need to know when the AI is extrapolating versus interpolating, and when it's really experimenting in order to understand how much validation, what the risk profile is when we're building on such things. In addition, testing methodologies, someone mentioned about specification gaming, and the reality is partly that's hostile actors trying to get around it. All testing measurements have their limitations. And understanding what they are becomes critical to understanding how to design this stuff. And then lastly, post-release auditing. What we discover is all complex systems have emergent qualities that only appear at scale, particularly from multiple agents acting at the same time. You don't expect them to be doing this, and in fact, they collide with one another or hostile actors, and this becomes very, very important. And in fact, we talked about general versus specific, and to me, the heart of this is the need to have a conversation about acceptable levels of risk. Because you can always ask for more transparency and disclosure and testing, but you can just make things more expensive, and that in fact, at some point, the marginal benefit of doing it is very low. So I always think of the example I give my students is about privacy. In the GDPR, the European form of privacy, you now have to opt in. You no longer can opt out of privacy. You have to affirmatively give it away. And everyone thought this would make a big difference. Well, as it turns out, all it means is we click OK or accept a lot more time, and it doesn't seem to have made any real change in protecting our personal information. This is an example of a remedy that's creating costs with no apparent benefits, and it's an inquiry we always need to ask in a world where we're talking about acceptable risk, because you can always ask more. You could devote 100% of your budget to that. You would have no product, and your product still would not be 100% safe, whatever you come up with. So we have to do this as a balance. And then last, we have to ask questions about technical implementability. Last slide. So one of the things about timing is there's two very interesting bodies of law, of scholarship. One is on modularity theory. If you're creating a system of blocks that fit together on a separate basis, you have to divide them into different blocks and figure out how they're going to interact with each other. There is in that literature a notion of there's an optimal time to set the boundaries between those blocks and defining how they interact with each other. And there is such a thing as setting those boundaries too early, because we still learn a great deal about them in the early stages. Now, there's such a thing as too late, because if you wait for knowing everything about it, you'll never actually mature it. You need to actually let them go, but at some point, they're always incomplete. But we do have to think about in the very, very early days, it becomes a problem. Second, there's a literature from the business schools called dominant design, which I love the example. The classic example is if you standardized television tubes too early, they would have been round. Because the early experiments were with round screens, because if you're shooting a cathode ray gun, it makes a round design. It's the natural distribution. Now, we all know that watching something on a round screen would be pretty lousy. Now, what that means is when we're still experimenting with different technical solutions very early in the days, standardizing something at the beginning can lock us into a form that will not be acceptable to consumers and not give us the optimal innovation path forward. So we have to constantly ask ourselves, is this the right time to do this type of to do this type of standardization and regulate AI, and think about in a balance of whether we think we know enough about AI and how it's going to mature into a technology to make those decisions. It's in your book. That if you're interested, I gave you a number of resources to find the things I specifically cited, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor, for your valuable insight into the way we understand AI governance. This will be a nice segue into our next panel, which will explore how various AI governance models evolving and diverging across different regions and contexts. Our esteemed panelists for this discussion are Professor Michelle Fink from the University of Tübingen. Professor Fink's research on European AI governance will provide a critical perspective on regulatory approaches and their implications. Next, Cheolgi Nam, Director of the AI Policy Division at the Korean Ministry of Science and ICT. Director Nam will offer insights into Korea's AI policy and governance strategies. Professor Christopher Yu, returning to our discussion, will again share his expertise on AI governance from a global perspective. And Professor Kyoko Yoshinaga, professor at Keio University. Professor Yoshinaga's insights into AI governance in Japan will add valuable depth to understanding of regional approaches. This panel will be moderated by Professor Yong Lim, who will guide our discussion and ensure a dynamic, engaging exchange of ideas. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and moderator as we delve into this critical topic.
So I'm going to jump right in to the discussion using Christopher's keynote as a springboard. Christopher, it was a wonderful presentation. I think it really set the stage for the discussion in the panel. So Christopher gave an overview of what the different, you might say, either models or approaches are to AI governance. And I've asked our other panelists to share what is going on in their respective jurisdictions, what are the distinct characteristics you might say, to point those out and share with us, sort of as to survey the landscape. And so we have Michelle, who's going to talk about the EU. We have two panelists from Asia. Kyoko is going to talk about Japan, and Director Nam is going to talk about Korea. And then I'm going to ask Christopher to cover both the US and, to a certain extent, the UK. So, Michelle, can we start with you on the EU? And of course, everybody's talking about the EU AI Act.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be back in Seoul and at this fantastic conference. So I would say that overall, the EU Artificial Intelligence Act is best characterized as a risk-based legal framework. It creates 4 different sub-regimes for artificial intelligence on the basis of the perceived risk of these regimes. So the first one would be prohibitions or quasi-prohibitions for certain kinds of AI practices, such as manipulative or deceptive AI, for instance, or social scoring. Then the second is the high-risk AI systems. These are systems that are either defined as high risk by virtue of the sector in which they are used or by virtue of the fact that they're used in a product that is already covered by EU product law. This is modeled essentially on an area of EU law that has existed for a very long time, EU product law, and this is the part of the AI Act where standards will become relevant. Then there's a third legal sub-regime for general purpose AI models. These are essentially light touch documentation duties for these models. And then finally, the fourth regime are transparency obligations for some AI systems, such as AI systems that interact with human beings or deepfakes. And these are essentially disclosure obligations to reveal that, in fact, you're interacting with an AI and not a human being. Now, I would say that the main characterizing feature of the Artificial Intelligence Act is that it is a constitutional document. It's a constitutional tool. And this, I think, is something that's often forgotten, even within the EU context. But the main reason why the AI Act exists and the main effects, I would say, it will have is to preempt the member states from autonomously adopting their own national regulations, which will, of course, bear a risk for fragmentation within the EU. And this is something that the EU co-legislators really wanted to avoid. Regarding strengths and weaknesses, I think the strength, at this point at least, is that it will have this effect of preempting a member state regulation. There might be scenarios in which we imagine this to be a good thing, but I think overall we can say that from an economic perspective at least, it's preferable to have a common framework between all EU member states. The weaknesses, I mean, this is a 500-page piece of legislation. Almost every second term it uses is undefined. So I would say that the main weakness is certainly lacking legal certainty that will partly maybe be remedied by further guidance and standards, but it's hard to imagine that it will ever go away completely.
just for the benefit of our Korean audience, can you share with us sort of what's the most recent sort of task at hand that the EU authorities under the EU AI Act that they're focusing on right now? So is it just now rolling out the standards? Is it something else, building out the EU AI safety type of that sort of institution? So what are sort of the immediate tasks that are being tackled now?
So it's many different things. The AI Act entered into force at the beginning of August, but it will only become binding gradually over time. And essentially, the EU institutions, but also other actors that are relevant here, such as the EU standardization organizations that have been charged with creating the standards that will then eventually become the harmonized standards. They're doing many different things, like the AI office has officially been created, and it has started recruiting, it has started its work. I think just last week it issued a call for consultation on the further specification of the documentation duties for general purpose AI models that are foreseen by the Artificial Intelligence Act. The standardization organizations have already been working for longer than the AI Act has been enforced, because of course you could anticipate that their work would become relevant. So they are working at high speed. Last I heard, that probably still does not mean that most standards will be available by the time the high-risk AI systems regime enters into force. Then we also have a lot of activity, for instance, at national level. So each member state needs to designate a supervisory authority for the enforcement of the Artificial Intelligence Act. And member states are currently trying to answer the very difficult question of which authority is best suited to do so. Is it an existing authority, like a consumer protection authority, a competition authority, or a data protection authority? Network regulators are often times also considered in this context. Or is there an argument to be made, as Spain has at least been considering, to create a new authority from scratch to specific, to tackle this specifically. Then member states have also been creating regulatory sandboxes, as they're obliged to do under the AI Act, to the extent that there's no existing sandboxes, such as, for instance, in the financial sector that some of them had already. And I mean, this is just a snapshot of some of the things that are happening. But there's lots of different pieces that have started moving. And so some of the pieces of the overall puzzle that will emerge over the years to come have started to be put in place.
Excellent. I'm going to now ask Kyoko to share her views on what's happening in Japan. I know that you're going to use slides. Maybe just use a minute in between. I'd appreciate if our staff could bring the other panelists their devices, translator devices, because Director Nam is going to speak in Korean, as I understand it. And so, Kyoko, I think really from a Korea's perspective, there's a distinct sort of impression that Japan is taking a different tack. It's not following the EU. It's also different from what we're doing here. Mm-hmm. And so there's a lot of questions about, okay, what do the Japanese really intend to do? What is their approach? What is the philosophy behind it? And we'd appreciate if you could share anything on that.
Yes, thank you. Will the slides be up? Okay.
All right.
So I press this one. Okay. 안녕하세요. Thank you, Jan. So the basic approach to AI in Japan is that horizontally, we have a soft law, non-legally binding guidelines for AI comprehensively, while amending some existing laws when necessary. So some hard law approach vertically, meaning sector specifically. Horizontally and comprehensively, there are mainly three reasons why we chose soft law approach. First is that AI use is seen as a solution to social issues. Japan faces a very serious labor shortages problem due to low birth rates and aging population. So we need to use AI wisely. Secondly, as being said, there's a time lag between the legislation and the enforcement of laws and the speed and complexity of AI technology development and social implementation. In Japan, it takes a lot of time to make law. We make sure that there's no overlaps among laws. And also, if we were to make act for AI, we have to define AI. And that's really difficult. And once the law is made, it's extremely difficult to abolish the law. And lastly, rule-based regulations with detailed obligations might hinder innovations. Japan has set a goal to realize Society 5.0, which is a human-centric society in which both economic growth and solutions for social challenges are achieved through cyber-physical system. So there is a need for innovation to boost the economy and to solve the social issues at the same time. Before going to that, okay. Japan has also amended several existing laws, such as the Act on Improving Transparency and Fairness of Digital Platforms, which requires designated digital platform providers to ensure transparency and fairness in transactions with business users, including the disclosure of key factors determining their search engines. Also, the revised Financial Instruments and Exchange Act requires investors conducting high-speed algorithmic trading to register with the government and establish a risk management system, among other regulatory requirements. Japan is also revising laws to promote the use of AI, such as the revised Road Traffic and Road Transport Vehicle Act, allowing level 4 driving under certain conditions. So here's the timeline of the AI policies in Japan and internationally. You have the slides in your booklet as well. Sorry, it's really a tiny word there. At the G7 ICT Ministers meeting in April 2016, Japan as a host nation introduced 8 principles for AI R&D designed to guide international discussions, which led to the OECD AI principles in 2019. In 2017, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, MIC, released guidelines for developers, adding collaboration to the previous 8 principles, reflecting the critical principle of the interconnectivity and interoperability of AI systems. In 2019, Cabinet Office Council published social principles of human-centric AI, focusing on factors society should consider regarding AI. Also in the same year, MIC issued AI utilization guidelines, since it has been recognized that the users also need to be aware of certain points when utilizing AI. So they issued AI utilization guidelines. And in 2022, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, METI, published governance guidelines for implementation of AI principles, which guides how to analyze the risks associated with AI systems implementations and offers illustrative examples to help organizations adopt the suggested principles. And based on the social principles of human-centric AI, these 3 guidelines which I mentioned were integrated and modified, reflecting the latest AI technologies, including the foundational models and domestic and international discussions about the social implementation of AI, and was published as the new guidelines, AI Guidelines for Business 1.0 this April. By the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and also by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. I was the member of the METI's committee members drafting the guidelines, and it was groundbreaking that the 2 ministries collaborated in drafting these guidelines, because in Japan, usually administrative system is vertically segmented. This will be my final slide. For your question 1. So the features of AI Guidelines for Business 1.0 is that it is risk-based approach. It reflects the agile governance, meaning agile and flexible governance is a key to promote innovation. It supports voluntary efforts by business. It coordinates with international discussions. And the guidelines were established through discussions with multiple stakeholders. I heard that the government officials, they interviewed 700 organizations for drafting these guidelines. And it is important to continuously update the document. So we called it a living document. We have to continuously update through the discussions with multiple stakeholders. The structure is the main part states why we should do this and what to do for all the AI business actors and for each AI business actors, AI developers, AI providers, and AI business users. And also there's a long list of appendix stating how to do this, including some examples, best practices, checklists, case studies, as well as all these international guidelines. So I'll stop here. And so many companies in Japan are now following the guidelines. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you. So, Director Nam, I'll ask you to explain how not only MSIT, but how the Korean government is overall approaching the AI governance, witnessing what is being done in other countries around the world.
네, 감사합니다. 사실 지금까지 한 거는 아까 그 EU에서 AI법이 500페이지 된다 그러지 않습니까? 그거 공부했습니다. 그거 공부하는 게 굉장히 어려웠고요. 그리고 저희가 보는 거는 이제 미국의 AI 행정명령, 그다음 EU AI법을 주로 봤었고, 근데 그 나오기 전까지는 우리가 그 우리나라만의 AI법에 대해서 어떤 그 모습도 있었지만, 그게 나오고 나서는 더 고려해야 될 사항이 더 많아져가지고 지금 더 고민 중에 있고요. 예를 들면 지금 EU에서는 이제 저희가 보기에는 가장 뭐 강력한 그 규제법으로 좀 보고 있고, 그 미국 같은 경우는 기업의 어떤 자발적인 선언 플러스 그다음에 그 행정기관들에 대한 어떤 규제, 뭐 제재를 통해 가지고 다른 AI 기업들이 그 안전한 어떤 AI 활용에 따르는 그런 제반상을 따르게 하는 그런 걸로 좀 이해를 하고 있습니다. 참고로 한국에서는 2020년 7월 달에 처음으로 AI 법안이 이제 발의됐었습니다. 그 이유 같은 경우는 21년 3월로 기억하는데 굉장히 저기 또 빨리 사실 한국이 빨리 하지 않습니까? 그래서 20년 7월에 첫 법안이 발의됐었고 그 이후에 한 10개 정도의 AI 법안이 나왔었고요. 그 법안의 공통점은 한국에 처한 상황을 좀 많이 고려하는 거였는데 예를 들면 한국은 AI 생산국이면서 또 AI 소비국으로 저희는 보고 있고요. 한국은 예를 들면은 세계 세 번째로 그 챗GPT와 같은 생성 AI 서비스를 출시를 했었고, 그다음 최근에는 또 이 OECD에서 그 AI 10인 이상 어떤 기업에서 AI 활용을 가장 많이 하는 한 30% 정도 됩니다. 그래서 전 세계에서 1위로 하는 OECD 국가 중에 AI 활용률이 높은 걸로 국가로 나오고 있습니다. 그러다 보니까 우리나라가 처한 그 어떤 경쟁력이라든가 이런 것들 고려해서 AI 법을 만들어야 되기 때문에 단순하게 AI 산업 진흥하는 것도 봐야 되겠지만 또 한편으로는 AI를 안전하게 사용하기 위한 어떤 안전이라든가 신뢰성 그런 기반도 조성해야 되기 때문에 그런 측면을 가지고 저희가 지금 법안을 22대 국회 5월 30일부터 해가지고 준비 중에 있습니다. 대표적으로 보시면은 뭐 AI 산업 육성을 하기 위해서는 그 AI 어떤 기본 계획 수립을 한다든가 그다음 한국에 아직 그 AI 그 내셔널 AI 커미티가 없습니다. 그래서 AI 국가위원회 신설하는 내용, 그다음에 R&D라든가 표준화 관련된 지원들, 그다음에 인재 양성에 관련 것들 이런 것들이 들어가 있고요. 그다음 신뢰 기반 안전하고 신뢰 기반 조성을 하기 위해서는 이것도 마찬가지로 위험 기반의 AI를 많이 저희 고려하고 있는데 그 리스크 베이스드 어프로치를 하고 있고요. 그래서 지금 뭐 금지 AI 이런 것들은 없지만 기본적으로 저희는 고위험 AI를 이제 정의를 하고 있고. 그다음에 또 생성형 AI에 대해서 정의를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 고위험 AI와 생성 AI에 대해서는 사업자의 의무도 이제 부과를 하고 있고요. 뭐 대표적으로 어떤 데이터를 학습했는지에 대한 학습 개요, 데이터 학습 개요 이런 것들 들어가야 되겠고, 시스템을 구축하는 그 과정에 대한 운영 매뉴얼 같은 걸도 이제 구축하게 돼 있습니다. 그리고 올해 5월 달에 그 AI 서울 정상회의를 했었는데 그 서울 정상회의를 하면서 영국하고 그다음 미국하고 지금 각국에서 AI 안전연구소를 운영하고 있는데요. 한국에서도 그 AI 안전연구소를 연내 설립하기 위한 그런 내용들을 또 법안에 넣어가지고 지금 진행하고 있습니다. 그리고 저희가 EU AI법을 만드는 과정들을 사실 굉장히 좀 심도 있게 봤었는데, 예를 들면 EU에서 제한하는, 금지하는 AI가 저희가 처음 봤을 때는 6, 7개 있었는데 나중에 한 4개인가 더 추가됐더라고요. 그만큼 이제 AI 발전 속도에 따라 가지고 금지된 AI도 많이 들어가기 때문에 저희 입장에서는 모든 것을 법안에다가 이제 집어넣는 게 좀 어렵다, 또 불가능하다 이렇게 보고 있고요. 그래서 AI 발전 속도가 빠르고 또 악용 사례도 많이 나오기 때문에 모든 내용을 다 막내해서 하는 거는 좀 불가능하다. 그래서 저희는 규제와 진행에 관련된 큰 방향성을 제시하고 그 다음에 EU AI법이 앞으로 뭐 금지인공지능 같은 경우 6개월 뒤에 시행이 되지만 통상 2년 후에 다 시행이 되기 때문에 그런 과정도 다 지켜보고 해서 AI 법안을 만들 계획입니다. 그리고 저희가 이 AI법을 만들면서 뭐 업계라든가 학계 의견들 많이 수렴했었는데요. 공통적으로 나온 것이 좀 빨리 제정을 하자. 그래서 이제 이런 말이 있거든요. 사실 가장 위험한 계획이 완벽한 계획이란 말이 있습니다. 그래서 모든 것을 다 담을 수 없기 때문에 필요 최소한의 어떤 골격을 담아서 저희가 제정을 하고 그 이후에 이제 부작용이라든가 오남용 이런 사례들이 나오면 그때 입법 보완을 통해 가지고 하자 이런 식으로 지금 정리를 하고 국회와 협의 중에 있습니다. 네, 이상입니다.
예, 과장님 감사합니다. So, Christopher, back to you. And everybody is asking who's going to win in November in the U.S. Is it going to be Trump or is it going to be Harris? And the real question for us is, does that change anything related to the approach to AI governance or policy, depending on who wins or not? Or so I'm not going to ask you to prognosticate on the election outcome, but I will ask you to share your insights on what we should expect.
Well, thank you. And this prediction is worth, any predictions I make is worth every penny you paid for it. Yogi Berra says predictions are hard, especially about the future. It's an invitation to be wrong, so I'm happy to give you my best at being wrong. So first is, all of you would know that if you'd asked me this question 4 weeks ago, I would give you a very different answer. I mean, we don't know what will happen in the next few weeks, a few months, between now and November. But so, okay. Oddly enough, the most important thing to me is it's not even just who's in the White House, it's who controls Congress. And in fact, what you see in the last Congress, a bad split within the Democratic caucus between members from California and other members. And that in fact, when it comes to enacting other certain pieces of legislation, most notably what we call the ICOA, the American Invents, anyway, it's a version of self-preferencing regulation similar to the DMA. There were many California members of the delegation who are nominally part of the majority who said, Dianne Feinstein voted to clear it out of committee, but she said, I'm not promising to vote for this on the floor. And as thinly divided as the Congress has been, even losing 1 or 2 votes would almost certainly condemn the legislation to failure. So there's a real open question, not only who's going to win the presidential election, but what the majorities in Congress look like. And we've learned from the House side, if it's a very close election, the more extreme members of the House can exert tremendous influence by holding out support. And so this is a very, very difficult question to predict. In terms of the presidency, we have some idea with Trump. While he was there, he issued an executive order that, in my opinion, was fairly modest. He talked about such things as investment, workforce development, security, export controls, very simple. When it comes to Biden, he issued a much more elaborate executive order, but again, executive orders are really directives towards the federal government. It doesn't signal a broader regulatory approach. And when Biden was still the candidate, it was fairly likely to expect continuation of the same policies. With Harris being from California, it's very difficult to predict. Normally, if she had gone through the whole process, she would have a published technology policy. She doesn't. And so we don't really have as much of a lead on where she will go with this than we thought. The the other parts of this. In the meantime, the federal government, different aspects have moved forward. FDA, NHTSA, but also the National Institute of Standards and Technology is creating a risk management framework. People talk about it a lot. It's based on the software risk management framework they did before. If you talk to people, they didn't think actually very much of the software risk management framework before. And so it's kind of funny that it gets as much emphasis that it does, but it's something. And what you're seeing is certain agencies, most notably the Federal Trade Commission, showing some interest in regulating forms of data and automatic processing. Now, what's interesting is when Biden was still the candidate, the chance of Lina Khan staying in position past this administration was a real one. Just my guess, with a new presidential candidate, if Trump is elected, she's almost certainly no longer going to be chair. I think now if Harris is elected, she's no longer chair. She's been a politician for a long enough time. She owes enough favors. There's a whole, and has her own policy direction she'd probably like to do. I think that we get a new chair. And so whether that chair will be as aggressive as Lina Khan, we don't know. Last loose end, to go to the harmonization point Michelle makes. In the vacuum of federal action, a number of states are considering enacting legislation. And it's not as mature as we see in privacy or some other areas, but you're starting to see them trickle up. And you could see a world where you see a great deal of piecemeal stuff across our 50 states.
I think that's a great prognostication and worth every penny. And we will fact check you 3 months later. Okay, so I have a question for our panel based on what was laid down in the first set of presentations. So we've all confirmed that every jurisdiction has their own flavor of governance and their own way of approaching AI, safety, etc. issues, which is to be expected, which is natural, healthy in a sense that, this is a competition of ideas and all that. Now, there are some that worry about an emerging fractured AI governance environment where individual countries or clubs of countries operate under so-called non-interoperable governance regimes, thereby increasing complexity and costs for compliance and creating hurdles for effective coordination on issues and some important issues that require a global response. Now, do you see such a risk, in fact, and how could we overcome such hurdles for AI governance challenges that would require global collaboration? Can I start with Kyoko?
Yes, I understand this worry about the interoperability of regulations. Some big global tech companies in Japan started making adjustments already to the EU AI Act from the draft stages, thinking that it is a safe choice if it adjusts to the most stringent rules in the world. However, if you look and compare the regulations around the world, regardless of hard laws or soft laws, you'll notice that they have common principles like human-centric, safety, security, fairness, privacy, transparency, and accountability. This is because the AI regulations worldwide and international organizations mutually influence each other. Let me give you one example. I belong to GPay, which is a global partnership on artificial intelligence. And in the Future of Work Working Group, we discussed that the conversation on generative AI and the future of work were missing in policy agendas. So we made a policy brief and published it. Then the need for organizations to support digital literacy initiatives that promote the education and training of the public, including students and workers, was stipulated in the Hiroshima AI Process International Code of Conduct for organizations developing advanced systems. Also, it was stated in the US executive order to support American workers from workforce disruptions, like having the Secretary of Labor to submit to the President a report analyzing the abilities of agencies to support workers displaced by the adoption of AI and other technological advancements. So as you can see, international organizations are mutually influencing each other. and the regulations are converging. And it's really important that the policymakers gather information from these international organization activities, including international conferences like this one today.
과장님, 이거에 대해서 어떤 고견을 좀 여쭙겠습니다.
네. 사실 뭐 AI 서비스가 이게 한 국가에서만 서비스 되는 게 아니고 국경을 초월해서 서비스가 되는 거긴 한데 그러다 보니까 어떤 서비스가 그 규제로 인해서 서비스가 출시가 안 된다든가 이런 사례들도 좀 있기 때문에 그 AI 거버넌스 호환성 상당히 중요한 이슈로 좀 보고 있고요. 일례로 저희가 지금 뭐 최근에 기사에 보니까 뭐 EU 얘기를 좀 해서 죄송하지만 애플이 그 애플 인텔리전스 기능이 들어가 있는 그러니까 챗GPT와 연동해서 그 통역하고 그 다음에 통화한 내용을 요약하는 그런 아이폰 넥스트 아이폰 버전을 이제 EU에서 출시하지 않기로 했다 이렇게 나오더라고요. 그게 저희가 봤을 때 EU 뭐 법 때문에 그런 건 아니지만 어떤 하나의 그 규제 호환성 때문에 그런 걸로 보고 있고 거기는 이제 디지털 마켓 액트인가요? 그 법으로 인해서 어떤 기기 간의 상호 호환성을 요구를 하다 보니까 또 애플의 또 정보 보안에 문제가 생겨서 서비스를 안 한 걸로 저희는 알고 있고요. 또 두 번째는 요새 그 어떤 AI 모델 중에서 저희는 이제 오픈 모델을 굉장히 좀 유심히 보고 있습니다. 근데 오픈 AI 모델 중에 라마 3.1인가요? 라마 3.1이 얼마 전에 나왔는데 그거는 텍스트 베이스의 어떤 그 AI 모델이 오픈 모델이 되겠고 조만간에 뭐 한 두세 달 있다가 그다음 멀티모달 기반의 AI 그 모델 오픈 모델이 나온다 그러는데 그 모델도 마찬가지로 지금 EU에서는 그 어떤 개인정보 보호 이슈, GDPR 이슈 때문에 멀티모달 그 라마 모델은 출시하지 않기로 했다 이렇게 나오더라고요. 그런 것들 보면서 나름 기업의 어떤 혁신적인 서비스가 그 규제 이슈가 서로 이렇게 호환이 안 되면 그렇게 서비스가 출시되지 않겠구나라는 좀 생각도 많이 하고 있고요. 그러다 보니까 이제 글로벌 호환성을 가는 게 상당히 중요할 것 같은데 유엔에서도 그 뭐 AI 고위급 자문 기구 같은 것들 운영하고 있지 않습니까? 그래서 작년 10월달에 그 자문 기구가 출범했고 올 8월달에 제가 알기로는 올 8월달에 그 어떤 최종 보고서가 나오고 그다음 9월달에 유엔에서 어떤 정상회의를 거쳐서 최종적으로 발표할 걸로 보이는데 그런 것들도 하나에 좀 참고할 게 될 것 같고 거기서는 이제 어떤 글로벌 AI 모델에 대한 거버넌스 표준이라든가 그다음에 베스트 프랙티스 이런 것들도 들어있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그리고 지금 저희 뭐 안전에 관련해서는 작년에 영국에서 했지만 또 올해 또 서울 정상회의에서는 안전도 중요하지만 혁신, 포용도 상당히 강조를 해가지고 안전, 혁신, 포용 이 3대 가치를 가지고 서울 정상회의를 했었고요. 그다음 또 내년 2월 달에는 프랑스에서 그 AI 액션 서밋도 있는데 그때도 이런 것들이 좀 연계가 돼서 글로벌 AI 거버넌스 호환성이 만들어지는 그런 계기가 됐으면 합니다. 예, 이상입니다.
감사합니다. Christopher, I'm going to ask you first and then end with Michelle. Your thoughts on whether we're facing a fracturing environment and how to overcome such challenges.
So I guess it's our goal in a conference like this to be a little provocative, perhaps. And so let me put out an idea. I would say that it's possible that interoperability is overrated. I think that there is an optimal amount of interoperability, that in fact interoperability means standardization. And if everyone wants the same thing and there's benefits to being part of the same network, yes, interoperability makes a great deal of sense. But by standardization, that also limits the functionality of the different services. It freezes and interfaces into place where they have to interact with one another. And there's been an awareness that, in fact, interoperability has overhead costs and drags and different innovation and different aspects that may mean that it's not always the best solution. And so we're better off the heuristics of thinking when. Not every system we have in everything we do is interoperable. And the ones that aren't interoperable aren't all mistakes. So we really need to have some more analytical traction on thinking of when it should be interoperable and when it shouldn't. Item 2, the other reason it may be overrated is I always think about the Microsoft case in Europe and also in the US. We were worried about the non-interoperability of browsers. And they were worried that because we'd only have the Microsoft Windows browser and it made it a Windows-specific Java, we'd have a competitive problem and everyone would have to use it. I have 4 browsers on my computer. This is called multi-homing. It's like when I gave you the example of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. We could have made them interoperable. Instead, my laptop simply does both. And this is what Jason was getting at in his, the Microsoft Jason, was getting at in his keynote, which is if you're talking about a phone which has to connect directly with another phone, you can talk interoperability is a much larger problem. Whereas if you can multi-home, it's not choose this AI system or that AI system, but in fact you can interact with multiple ones configured in different non-interoperable ways, but with different pieces of software, that's a very different environment. And that by avoiding interoperability, we may get the benefits of the diversity, but at the same time, allow people not to be locked into one interface, the interoperable mandated interface, and continue to innovate in ways that are more flexible.
Michelle, final thoughts after hearing Christopher?
So I think if we talk about fragmentation in the EU context, we really need to distinguish between the internal and the external perspective. So internally, really the main purpose and effect of the AI Act is to prevent fragmentation between member states. And it's worth stressing that the AI Act is unprecedented in EU law. There has never been an instrument that preempted member states from regulating an entire field like AI systems, which is obviously huge, but then only re-regulates a tiny subfield of that overall field. So clearly, internally, it's designed to prevent fragmentation. Externally, I think we'll continue to see fragmentation. So in the EU, we currently have a lot of discussions as to whether the AI Act will have a Brussels effect. I'm personally skeptical. I think the Brussels effect has most convincingly been shown to exist in relation to car manufacturing, for instance, where it's just really expensive to build 2 different kinds of plants for 2 different kinds of regulatory standards. But with software, this is obviously an entirely different story. And then there's also a debate going on in the EU as to whether the harmonized standards that will emerge under the Artificial Intelligence Act will be adopted globally. I think this will very much depend on what the standards look like and how seriously the standardization organizations will take the fundamental rights aspect, so the AI Act, and by extension also the standards are designed to prevent risks to health, safety, and fundamental rights. Health and safety are pretty universal values and aspirations, but EU fundamental rights are a very specific part of the EU's constitutional identity. They are defined in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, they're closely linked to European values, and if, and this is a big if, standards really reflect these fundamental rights concerns, they will embody things like prevention of risk to freedom of expression, which is obviously not a universal concern. And if that is reflected, then I think the standards will not be adopted globally, which ultimately means that fragmentation will persist.
I'm going to ask you another question, which is a difficult one, but I think it might be interesting for our audience in the sense that, so as leading policy thinkers, regulators, people that are involved in international efforts on AI governance, there are countries outside of the EU, or perhaps that are now thinking about what to do. So Korea also, as Director Nam pointed out, there's a concerted push for legislation, but there's also a lot of debate about whether that's the good or the right way to do it. If I were to ask you, as this country, what should we do? What would your advice be based on your experience, based on what you're observing right now? What would you tell them, suggest, or give guidance? And I'd like to start with perhaps Christopher, and then I'll just go down the row.
So I think about what a country should do. I'm going to answer this. What should Korea think about doing? So among other things, Korea is an innovation-based, export-based economy. And so I think that you have, to me, the key here is we don't really know what AI is going to be used for. So first, I think we're overly dominated by focus on large language models and OpenAI. That's just one tiny bit of it, and I think that we're hypnotized by it. And in addition, OpenAI charges $20 a month. This is not the business model, the deployment, the value proposition we're going to see. We have no idea what the value is. And so trying to regulate in some particular image right now strikes me as premature. So I think that, in fact, there is a general principle that's called the precautionary principle, which is if you do, sometimes you regulate in advance because you're worried about what might happen, and it's too dangerous to wait and see what actually does happen. And in the word of Harvard law professor Cass Sunstein, who was the head of regulation during the Obama administration, he said actually he believes the precautionary principle is unprincipled. It presumes that the status quo is safer than the change. It's the not to decide is decide problem when there's without any necessary reason for believing that. And he does make an exception for if things are catastrophic or irreparable, maybe you don't want to do those risks. And so the way I think about this is a chance to experiment with AI and see what it can do in all the contexts that we're seeing. Because the AI model of the EU Act applies to all those contexts uniformly. That's an interesting question to me, to see, do we believe that that's that risky that we have to proactively do it now before we even know what's going on? On a much more micro level, I think Korea has a great opportunity to learn from the experience of other countries who've moved first. And is there a compelling benefit to be a fast follower in the regulatory world? And I think that it's something to think through. My tentative answer would be no, is that you could, within 6 months, 12 months, we'll start to get the kind of early returns that Director Nam has talked about. It's not just Apple. Copilot by Microsoft has not launched in the EU because they can't find a way to comply. And in fact, what we see is these sorts of things. I think Korea has an opportunity because other people are already doing things to learn from their experiences.
Michelle?
Yeah, so I think I largely agree with Christopher. So I think in the EU we have this very strong constitutional and political justification for the AI Act that you wouldn't have in other systems, including Korea. So I also say that it's hard for me to see a compelling argument for horizontal legislation that would cover all of AI or a large part of AI. So I'd say think about sector-specific legislation in sectors where it's clear that there is a need to regulate, and doubtlessly these sectors and cases exist. Then learn from the EU approach, right? So the EU has jumped into the cold water, and I'm not sure you want to jump next before seeing how it emerges and what the experience will be. And then also looking at the actual substantive provisions of the AI Act, I think, to me, the key problem or weakness is just a striking lack of legal certainty. So if you do legislate, try to prevent that.
과장님, 어떻게 어떤 어드바이스를 주실 것 같습니까?
네. 아까 AI 가이드라인에 쭉 얘기를 좀 일본에서도 얘기하고 했었는데, 한국에서도 2020년 12월 달에 AI 관련해서 윤리를 굉장히 많이 강조를 했었거든요. 그래서 AI 윤리 원칙도 만들고, 어떤 법은 아닙니다. 그냥 가이드라인이고요. 그 윤리 원칙에 따라서 AI를 운영하는 운영자가 따라야 될 매뉴얼, 그 다음에 AI 개발자가 따라야 될 개발자 가이드라인, 이런 것들을 계속 만들어 왔었고요. 그리고 작년부터는 신뢰성 검인증이라는 것을 민간 자율로 하는 것들을 했었습니다. 그래서 이제 법으로 하는 것보다는 민간 자율로 해가지고 안전하고 신뢰 있는 AI를 만들 수 있다는 것들을 한번 먼저 보여주고요. 그리고 정 안 되는 거에 대해서는 법으로 최소한의 규제를 하려고 지금 생각하고 있는 그런 상황인데, 한국 정부도 지금 AI에 대해서 굉장히 많이 신경을 쓰고 있고, 저희가 어떤 컨설팅 펌을 통해 가지고 저희가 조사한 결과는 한국이 AI를 성공적으로 도입을 하고 운영을 한다면 2026년도 이제 한 3년 남았습니다. 26년부터 해가지고 매년 어떤 310조 원의 어떤 경제적 효과가 있다고 저희는 분석하고 있고요. 그런 경제적 효과를 거두기 위해서는 사실 혁신적인 측면도 굉장히 많이 강조해야 되는 것들을 저희가 물론 알고 있고, 그렇지만 그 EU AI법이 나오고 나서 이제 우리 특히 이제 시민단체에서 그 EU법을 상당히 많이 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 보면은 뭐 어떤 기본권 보호라든가 인권 보호, 그다음 적합성 평가 이런 것들 많이 사실 얘기를 하거든요. 그렇지만 저희는 그 금지 인공지능에 대해서는 이건 헌법적 가치로 저희는 보고 있습니다. 그 헌법적 가치를 왜 하필이면 AI 법에만 이게 그 넣어야 된다 생각하냐. 그래서 거기에 대해서는 좀 많이 좀 논쟁의 여지가 있고요. 그 이후에 고위험 AI, 그 하이 리스크 AI에 대해서는 저희가 사업자에 대한 어떤 책무도 두고 해서 최소한의 규제를 가져가려고 하고 있고, 이걸 저희가 하는 방식이 어떤 면에서는 AI를 또 모두 말씀드렸지만 생산하는 국가이면서 또 소비하는 국가이기 때문에 다른 나라에서 참조할 수 있는 그런 모델이 되지 않을까 생각합니다. 네.
Kyoko?
I would like to say that whether to take a hard law or soft law approach depends on each country's broader legal context of jurisdiction. For example, if there are any existing rules and regulations, what kind of legal culture it has. Also, the level of social sanctions organizations may face from non-adherence. In Japan, regarding personal data protection, once a company leaks personal data, social sanctions are huge, get criticized by mass media, society, and the reputation of the company will go down and lose social trust immediately once it leaks personal data. And it is linked to the survival of the company. So that is one of the reasons why I think soft law approach works well in Japan, as companies are very serious in maintaining their reputation and work on the AI governance as its corporate social responsibility. Also, you have to look at the socio-economic issues. Do you need to use AI to solve social or economic issues? Corporate culture, such as the level of business government trust and adherence to soft laws. Are companies obedient or loyal to what government says? In Japan, there is a belief that soft law works because of Japan's historical culture of government and business relations. Japanese organizations often adopt government-issued non-binding guidelines as the major government ministries commission, as the major organizations are often involved in the rulemaking process through the membership in the government ministries commissions, and SMEs tend to follow larger organizations' lead. Many Japanese organizations were already following the previous Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry and Ministry of Internal Affairs communications guidelines on developing and using AI. Also, you have to take in consideration of the development stage of technologies, how mature the AI is and its social acceptance in that country. And also, gathering opinions from multiple stakeholders are needed.
Thank you. We do have 5 minutes left, but my staff has been constantly reminding me that we are running late on schedule, so I'm going to take the prerogative of organizer to close the panel, but I will give you 30 seconds each to do a final, whatever, blurb, comment, shout out, and maybe from Kyoko all the way down to Christopher. Final comments, please.
So as we progress into like AGI era, I think transparency, explainability, traceability issues will be even more difficult. So I would like to stress the point that controllability element will be even more important. And also not just engineers, not just lawyers. We have to involve many people from different fields as AI are complex, like including economists in designing the framework of copyright, anthropologists, philosophers, and psychologists as AGI will impact humanity and so on. So that's my final comment.
저희 5월 달에 그 서울 정상회의를 하면서 그 AI 안전연구소를 이제 만들기로 했거든요. 근데 안전연구소가 저는 이제 AI 법보다도 더 중요한 게 법으로 이제 강제로 규율하는 것보다는 안전연구소를 통해 가지고 민간 기업에서 AI 기업들이 안전에 대해서 정의를 하고 그다음에 안전 테스트 프레임워크도 만들어서 그 테스팅한 결과를 또 공개해서 할 수 있는 그런 것들이 사실 중요하다 봅니다. 그래서 저희가 미국하고 영국은 안전연구소를 직접 현장 한번 가봤습니다. 가서 좀 얘기도 들어봤고요. 본인들이 생각하는 AI 위험이 뭔지, 그다음에 안전연구소가 어떤 기능을 해야 되는지 이런 것들을 사실 논의를 했었고요. 그다음 일본도 사실 갔었습니다. 일본도 갔었고, 그다음에 캐나다는 아직까지 하겠다고 발표했지만 지금 현재 연구소가 없는 상태라서 저희가 영상 회의를 해가지고 했었고요. 그래서 지금 4개국 간의 AI 안전연구소에 대한 기능들에 대해서 저희 나름 분석을 해가지고 안전연구소는 이러이러한 기능을 가져갔으면 좋겠다 해서 서로 이제 다큐멘트도 서로 공유하고 했었는데요. 법 이전에 안전연구소가 잘 돼가지고 글로벌 협력 네트워크도 잘 만들어지고 거기서 나오는 그 결과물들이 상호 인정받는 상호 운영성을 유지하는 뭐 그런 것들이 잘 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 예, 이상입니다.
Michelle, your final comments, please.
Yeah, so I mean, this is very philosophical, but listening to today's discussions and also just being back in this wonderful city, I think it always reminds me of how, as humans and societies, they're so similar, but then a lot of things are also very context specific, and I think this is what much of the AI regulation debate boils down to, right? I mean, it's probably the first time in human history that a technological revolution reaches so many parts of the world at the same time. But then the regulation debates, they're partly motivated by the same concerns. You know, each jurisdiction wants to do well economically, have rules that are in sync with its values and society. So it's really a clash of these two things, I think. And I don't have any answers to how we resolve that, but I'm looking forward to observing how this will unfold over the next years and I think also decades.
Christopher?
4 quick points. AI is not a unified phenomenon. A lot of people don't like the term. Healthcare is different from autonomous vehicles, is different from large language models. Second, we really should think about optimality and risk. So not only I mentioned first is compliance costs, but also the nature of predictive analytics. The other is not all forms of AI pose the same risk. The first implementation of AI by the US federal government was handwriting recognition by the Postal Service. There's very little at stake here and only potential upside in terms of productivity. Third is timing. We're very early. And there's real option theory that says there's an optimal time to decide, and this may not be it. And last is innovation. I think that, in fact, we barely know what's going on. And I'm going to quote Nicholson Price, who will talk later tomorrow. He was sometimes asked, what is his biggest fear about healthcare AI? And it's that his fear is that it won't be used enough. And that, in fact, there are real risks, but there are real potential benefits. And if we need to make sure that we focus on capitalizing and making sure we enjoy the benefits of them.
Thank you, and please join me in thanking our excellent panel for the discussion.
Thank you very much for the fascinating observations and discussions. We'll now take a brief break of 10 minutes. So we'll be back here and resume our next session on AI and competition at 3:58. Thank you. Now, we're about to dive into an exciting and thought-provoking session on competition policy for AI, the next shiny thing. This panel will explore the competitive risks posed by artificial intelligence and whether these concerns are a passing trend or a real and pressing issue. Allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists. Andy Chen, Vice Chairman of the Taiwan Fair Trade Commission. Vice Chairman Chen will bring his expertise in fair trade and competition policy from Taiwan, offering insights into how AI impacts market dynamics and regulatory practices. Professor Thomas Cheng from Hong Kong University. Professor Cheng is a leading expert on competition law and policy in the Asian context, and his perspectives will be invaluable in understanding the broader implications of AI on competition. Chunhwan Lee, Director of the Anti-Monopoly Division at the KFTC. Director Lee's experience in market surveillance and anti-monopoly measures will shed light on how AI is influencing competition policy in Korea. Professor Thomas Weck from the Frankfurt School of Finance. Professor Weck will contribute his knowledge of financial markets and competition, providing a European perspective on how AI affects market structures and competition. And moderating this panel will be Professor Hwang Lee from Korea University. Professor Lee's role will be to guide our discussion, ensuring a comprehensive exploration of the topic and facilitating an engaging dialogue among our panelists. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and moderator as we delve into these critical issues.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Hwang Lee at the Korea University Law School. I'm really happy and privileged to moderate this wonderful session that is going to discuss extremely important issues, both for the competition policy and also to the economic policy of the Korea government. I'm also impressed by the title of the session 4, that is there anything, a shiny thing? And what is next? And I question to myself is it going to be there? Anything really shiny that worth of the color? Is there really any genuine worth? I'm reminded of the Go or Paddock match in 2016 between the famous Korean Go player Lee Sedol and the AlphaGo, which was considered as one of the first generation AI. And I was really impressed by the results that seemed to defeat the best Go player in the world, that is human player in the world. I currently chair the Innovation Economic Division of the National Economic Advisory Council for the President of Korea. And last year, we invited some numbers of local AI experts to hear what they think and what need to do to fashion the recent technology development. And all of them said that the emergence of the ChatGPT-4 has effectively overridden recent 2 years of R&D outcomes, investment outcomes in Korea, because it was so powerful and innovative. And one of the most challenging questions is whether the Korean government or Korean industry firms can bear the financial and human technology investment to compete with a foreign major AI foundation model. It also suggests many things, not only to the technology or economic policy, but also to the competition policy. I personally have a question of whether AI is a natural monopoly industry in its intrinsic characteristics. And as a result, is this an industry that calls for a detailed ex-ante government regulation rather than a market competition? We know by experience that sometimes innovative changes of vast magnitude beyond usual expectation brings about an unexpected monopoly power that may inflict outcomes of diverse characteristics. And many countries are concerned of the future, and considers developing so-called sovereign AI, including the Korean government. So, in this session, we have invited 4 a renowned expert in the field, and we try to diagnose diverse issues about consumption policy involving AI. And we try to cover broad issues, for example, data, human resources, capital, concrete conduct of potential liabilities, and relationship with other areas of government regulations, including the DMA in European Union. And we are going to, each of the speaker will make around a 10-minute initial presentation. And then after the completion of each presentation, I'll try to raise our own questions, and we try to discuss each other to draw the most beneficial conclusions of the session. And we will start with Professor Thomas Weck from the Frankfurt University.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot also to Young Lim and Seoul National University for having me and for organizing this tremendous conference. Okay, so the slides are already there. Excellent. Yeah, competition law and AI, that's actually a good match. It makes sense that competition law, thanks a lot. That competition law worries about AI from the very early stage, but that does not necessarily mean that competition law should also intervene or that competition agencies should intervene. It's just that competition law is about keeping markets functioning, keeping markets open, and this is why we also obviously should know what is going on in terms of the development of artificial intelligence. We don't want to fall into the same trap as we did with digital markets, where in Europe we were all thinking that those markets were fairly competitive until one moment in around 2014 we woke up and saw that just 5 to 6 big players left that control basically the entire ecosystem. So next slide, please. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, me. It's me. So what are we talking about? Basically, it's what the OECD summarized in a very succinct and very appropriate definition. We are talking about machine-based systems that process input they received and generate output from this input. And basically, this is very similar to what we have in digital markets, where you have also all kinds of algorithms that process data and deliver some service based on these data. However, when it comes to AI, the algorithms are more complex, and the aim is actually to basically create software allowing machines to perform tasks that typically would require human intelligence. So is it then the same as the platform industry, what we are talking about? Well, my proposal is to think differently, basically, because we are not talking about multi-sided markets. So the situation, competitive situation we are looking at is very likely to be very different. And this competitive situation is fairly well described by what we can call the AI tech stack. So we have basically various components interacting that all have to be taken into account when we really want to consider what are the risks and also the opportunities in terms of competition. On the very top, we see applications like, for example, ChatGPT. Below that, we see those machine learning algorithms like GPT, for example, so the foundation models. And we see other software on which those applications then may run. The foundation models require data to be trained and to run on, and we need hardware, in particular cloud infrastructures or data centers, as well as semiconductors and other hardware where those foundation models can then retrieve the data that they are trained with. So we have a strong focus on infrastructure, I would say, from the very outset, right? Because we always have to think of AI applications and so on together with the infrastructure that is behind. So that is already one challenge, I'd say, because this is different from platform markets where we are just talking about intermediation between the platform sides. Next, we are here in an evolving environment. Now, that doesn't mean that competition law should abstain, but it means that a competition law has to meet additional challenges because competition law is protecting competition on relevant markets. But what are the relevant markets in this context? We need to take into account here that we have basically two types of competition at stake. We have, on the one hand, technological competition, where technology is an input, basically, to products that are developed based on that technology. And then we have products with integrated AI features that take part in product competition. Now, this leads to interconnections, obviously, and it leads also to changing demand. Why? Well, obviously, firms will try something new and will integrate AI features, let's say, into their online search engine, such that you can maybe choose whether you want to have the traditional list of search results or whether you want to have a direct answer provided using AI. This new feature will then, however, also shape consumer demand, because once consumers get acquainted with this new feature, they may value it and say, well, in future, I would like to have this choice. And they will consider this to be part of search. So the market that originally was clearly defined by search results presented in the form of lists will change. So relevant markets are a challenge. And as I said, this relation between applications, foundation models, and underlying infrastructure is another challenge. Now, what comes a bit as a surprise here is that competition agencies issued a joint statement just in July this year. It's the American, European, and British competition agencies. Note that others did not subscribe to this joint statement, where they said, okay, we are interested in this development, particularly regarding generative AI, but we are also watchful because we see risks. We see basically three types of risks. One is a risk of concentrated control of key inputs. Think of semiconductors, think of data centers and cloud services. We see a risk of an entrenched or extended market power. And we see a risk that big players enter into partnerships and financially fund small firms that are relevant to the development of AI technology. Now, a very short note, I don't want to abuse my time here. I think we should be a bit cautious in subscribing or in at least discussing these risks. They may exist. However, when it comes to the risk of concentrated control of key inputs, we know in competition law that also competition law respects freedom of contract, so no one is forced basically to give access to key inputs. There is only one exception, generally, that's the essential facility doctrine or other abusive behavior. Otherwise, we want to support firms in using those key inputs to generate new business themselves, which will come along with a realistic monopoly prospect and is basically also valued by competition law because first and foremost we will see some innovation. So why see this different in this context? Same for entrenching or extending market power. It's certain there are possibilities that particularly large players in the industry, the competition agency specifically refer to those large platform operators, will be interested in perhaps extending their position by tying or self-preferencing and so on and so forth. But I'm a bit cautious to say that already at this stage we should be watchful regarding these practices because we are also sending a message to those big players that are currently investing a lot in AI technology, and they are here mentioned specifically as posing risks to competition. Last point, partnerships, financial investments. Here we have established rules that competition law has to intervene whenever there is a change of control that allows the acquirer of that control to exercise market power. These partnerships we see here in this AI area are very often very difficult to categorize. So also here I would be a bit cautious. With this note, I would like to end and am obviously happy to discuss this further in the discussion.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Weck. Well, he set a very wonderful platform to continue our discussion about the AI in the perspective of the Commission policy. And Professor Thomas Chang is going to extend the discussion to cover the issue of the algorithm and personalized pricing, and on the basis of that background, how we can apply our Commission law regulation over the time arrangement, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And well, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Lim, for inviting me. It's always good for me to be back in Korea. And secondly, I would like to thank Carlos, because after his little snafu this morning, I went to check with the organizers whether they had my slides, and it turns out they didn't. So you've just saved me from a potential heart attack. So thank you very much for that. And so my presentation is going to be slightly different from, I think, most of the other presentations we've seen so far. I think a lot of the presentations a lot of the discussions we've had were more generally broad brush, what is the right way to regulate AI, governance models, regulatory models. I'm going to focus on a much more specific problem within antitrust. And actually, I'm not even looking at AI in general, and I'm looking at a particular kind of machine learning called algorithms. And in fact, I was at a conference in the Netherlands early this summer. I was not entirely sure if algorithms fall within AI, because when we talk about AI, we are thinking about ChatGPT and all those things these days. And I spoke to the computer scientist, and she told me actually what matters is whether there's machine learning, and algorithms clearly conduct machine learning, supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement learning, and so algorithms count. So that's good. So I know that my presentation falls within the agenda of this conference. So In particular, what I'm focusing on is how algorithms can change the way firms compete and interact with consumers, and in particular, personalized pricing. To what extent algorithms allow firms to charge each consumer a different price. So the crux of the presentation is fairly technical, focusing on antitrust, but I think the general problem is something that we can all relate to and imagine to what extent it is happening. And and how the practice of personalized pricing may change the way firms abuse their dominant position or monopolize the market, and how antitrust should change the way we analyze these practices. But first, the question is whether there is, so personalized pricing, what is it? And a form of price discrimination in which individuals are charged different prices based on their personal characteristics. And so for those of you who are familiar with economics, you may be thinking, oh, are we saying first-degree price discrimination? And so truly individualized form of pricing would amount to first-degree price discrimination, but a lot of what I discussed does not require that level of refinement. And so a very, I guess, more refined form of third-degree price discrimination would already suffice for the purpose of my analysis. And in order to to perform personalized pricing, there are three conditions. There are three things that firms need to be able to do, and you can see on the slides. And right, and so the question is, to what extent are firms actually doing that? How much knowledge do we have so far about the extent to which firms are doing it? So the first time, I guess, price discrimination, I don't think in that instance it amounted to personalized pricing as such, was in 2000 when Amazon was caught charging consumers different prices based on their zip code in the US. And some consumers were smart enough to delete their cookies and discover that they were then charged different prices. There was a huge public outcry. Amazon came out and apologized and said it was just an experiment. So whether you believe them or not, it's up to you. Then not much happened until, I guess, the 2010s, when there was more and more focus on price discrimination. A number of government bodies across the world have done studies on personalized pricing. The Office of Fair Trading, the predecessor of the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK, put out a report on personalized pricing in 2012 and said there was not much evidence of that happening yet. And then a number of other public bodies, the US, the Executive Office of the President did a report. In the EU, some EU bodies also did some studies and said, well, we don't find that much evidence of personalized pricing as such. Then some scholars also undertook some studies, and they found more evidence of personalized pricing. And so the question is, what is the extent to which it is happening? We don't really know for a variety of reasons. One is that, as you can imagine, companies try their best to hide the fact that they're doing it. And secondly, for example, Uber actually was found, I mean, depending on whether you accept the conclusions of the study, Uber was found to have engaged in personalized pricing in India. And in the context of Uber, personalized pricing is intermingled with search pricing. So their prices for individual consumers change all the time. And then, of course, there's also variations in prices that different consumers are charged. So it makes it quite difficult to distinguish whether the price changes that an individual consumer observes is the result of search pricing or personalized pricing. But now on to what was found in India. So the Indian Competition Commission commissioned a study by the University of Delhi last year on whether Uber actually conducts personalized pricing. And so the University of Delhi conducted an experiment. They basically asked a number of volunteers to place rides from the same location to the same destination at the exact same time, except that individual consumers have different profiles, the extent to which they've used Uber before, and all that. And it was found that different consumers were charged different prices for identical rides. So Uber, of course, came out and said, no, there's a misunderstanding. That's not what we did. But as far as I am aware, that probably was the closest instance to a firm being caught engaging in this practice. And what we do know is that the technology is readily available. Apparently, you can a firm can purchase the technology that allows that accomplishes personalized pricing for $500 from software companies like HubSpot. So if it doesn't happen yet, or not to a great extent, I think there are reasons to think that it may happen in the future, or it will happen in the future. So now, what does that mean for antitrust? The ability to charge different consumers different prices, as it turns out, may change a number of business practices. I mean, abusive dominance, as they are called in Europe, or monopolization offenses, as they're called in the US. And in particular, predatory pricing and tying will be, the practice of predatory pricing and tying will differ as a result of personalized pricing. And with predatory pricing, for those in the audience who are not familiar with it, it's when a monopolist or dominant firm charges a below-cost price to try to drive competitors out of the market, and when competitors have exited the market, then raise prices on consumers to recoup the losses and basically charge consumers even higher prices than before. And tying is the practice where a monopolist or dominant firm requires you to buy product B if you want to buy product A from that firm. And so, say, for example, if you want to buy an iPhone, you must also buy an iPhone phone case from Apple. So that would be tying. And so as it turns out, with the possibility of personalized pricing, both predatory pricing and tying will be easier to implement by a dominant firm. And so at the moment, without the possibility of personalized pricing, when a monopolist wants to implement predatory pricing, it must charge the same price across the market. And but in this market, there are consumers who would be loyal to the monopolist product. We call these inframarginal customers, and there are customers who would be ready to defect to other competitive products. And at the moment, because the monopolist must charge the same price across all customers, then the monopolist would have to incur a higher loss when it engages in below-cost pricing. So say if the cost of producing the product is $10, the monopolist charges $5. But at the moment, the monopolist would have to offer the $5 discount below-cost pricing to everyone in the market. And that increases the cost of predatory pricing and makes it quite costly, and which partly explains why the US Supreme Court has said predatory pricing is rarely tried and even more rarely successful. But with personalized pricing, what that means is a monopolist can now only offer the below-cost price to the marginal customers. These are the customers that the monopolist tries to lure from its competitors, and doesn't have to offer below-cost pricing to the inframarginal customers. These are the ones who are loyal to the monopolist products, and they were not going to defect anyway in response to market entry. So what that means is the loss as a result of below-cost pricing is reduced, is kept to a much more manageable level, and predatory pricing is now much more feasible than before and much less costly to the monopolist. And in tying, it's the same argument. Basically, in the current market, with respect to final consumers, if a monopolist wants to implement tying, it must impose the bundle on all customers, whether they would considered switching to other competitors' products or not. And so when a firm thinks about imposing a tie, it faces a trade-off. So in this market, again, you have inframarginal customers, loyal customers to the firm's products, and marginal customers, the ones who are willing to consider alternative products. And so when you impose a tie, the ones who are loyal to your products, they would say, okay, I will suck it up and I'll buy product B from you because I really like product A. Again, iPhone, for example. And the marginal ones, they're the ones who are on the fence about iPhone and Android. If iPhone becomes slightly more expensive, they would be happy to switch to Samsung. And so if you impose a tie, the dominant firm risks losing these customers to alternative products. So when Apple tries to impose a tie between an iPhone and a phone case, it risks losing its customers to Samsung and other Android phone producers. But by the same logic, as I explained earlier, with personalized pricing, it is no longer necessary for the dominant firm, for the monopolist, to impose a tie on everyone. It can impose a tie only on the inframarginal ones to make more profit by selling product B to these customers and basically just skip over the marginal ones because these customers would defect if they are subject to a bundle. And so, long story short, basically, abuse of dominance, monopolization will be more feasible, it will be attainable at lower degree of market power, and as competition authorities, we may have to pay more attention to these abuses as a result of personalized pricing. Thank you.
Well, Professor Chung just gave us very serious and important issues regarding the competition policy, regarding the price discrimination and tying arrangement. Because in the world of a perfect competition regarding the price discrimination, you don't even need any small range of market power to impose the perfect price discrimination. And if it is going to be extended to the world of tying arrangement, thanks to the great power of the AI, well, it can impose a very consumer harmful tying arrangement without hampering sometimes the consumer welfare, just shifting the consumer surplus from the consumers to the producers. And there can be a serious issues to the competition policy because we raise these serious questions whether we are going to pursue the consumer surplus or the social surplus, and who is going to be our top priority to enforce the competition policy. So we are going to discuss the topic after completion of all the initial presentation. And now we will turn to a vice chair of the Taiwanese competition authority, who is also a renowned competition scholar in Taiwan. He is going to talk about the important pillars of the AI, that is the talent, human resources, and other things. And please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee. First, I would like to thank the Professor Lim and the CEPI for having me in this very interesting and important event. This is one of my several visits to Seoul. And it is always a pleasure to be back and to a lesser degree, enjoy the weather. Believe it or not, Taipei is worse. Taipei is worse. Okay. So, can I have the slide? Okay. So we have started to enjoy the benefits from the AI implementation, so I won't go through the details of the first slide. In a nutshell, AI facilitates decision making and therefore release the resources from both company and consumer, and for us to enjoy life. So we now have much more time to engage in more innovation, which will in turn create the feedback effects of our whole society. Just to give you an example, we just had a very serious typhoon last month. And after the typhoon, the government has conducted and exposed assessment of damage. And we found that the damage has been significantly controlled and decreased due to the very precise weather forecast by AI. So I think that's one of the benefits showing that the future, the value of the AI in the future. So there is a growing concern, of course. It's similar to everything else. AI has its own yin and yangs. So there is a growing concern about whether the implementation of AI might create a competitive concern in the future. So this question could be approached from various perspectives. And sometimes it is a little bit confusing. And I try to summarize it from the hypothesis that in order to understand systematically about what AI is going to hinder market competition, maybe it is necessary for us to go back to the very beginning to ask the question, what kind of key factors are necessary for a successful AI implementations? And from there, we proceed to ask another question. What kind of competitive advantage AI will confer to the owner of these very important factors, and what kind of situation or to what degree those factors could be abused by the controller in order to prevent the competition. So based on that note, as you can see on the slide, we have the five-force analysis in economic literature by Professor Michael Porter. And I think in AI, we have this three-power analysis for evaluating the successful AI implementation. The first one is data and the computing power. The second one is the brain power. The third one is the financial power. And I think most people will agree these three are very important for AI's implementation. So what kind of competitive problem could be created by the implementation of data? I think this is the issue that has been extensively discussed and debated in antitrust literature. And in a nutshell, the theory goes like this, that the owner of the data might abuse it in the form of rejecting or refusing to license access to those very important data in order to train AI. Or probably the data owner might follow in the discriminatory licensing approach to favor a certain AI producers and to discriminate against someone that he's tried to exclude from the market. So this is a highly discussed, very hotly debated in the antitrust area. So by doing that, the controller of the data might therefore entrench his market power or even expanded his market power into various markets. So, but there are some opposing views regarding the abuse of data. So for example, there's a long-running debate regarding whether it is the ingredient or the recipe that matters in order to produce a good food, right? So data is important, but unstructured or ill-structured data might only have fleeting value. So you might take the technological knowledge or business acumen in order to turn bits and balls into something very useful. And there is also debate about the competition among AI ecosystem. We should not look competition only within a specific AI system, because sometimes the restraints of competition within a specific AI system is to promote the competition among different AI systems. So we have this sort of what we call in antitrust literature to restrain the intra-brain competition in order to promote inter-brain competition. So that's the second debate that has keep on going regarding the abuse of data power. The third one is that people tend to treat AI as a final product. But what if we would treat AI as only an input for creating finished product? They might create a very different views. So while we hear a lot about Amazon, Microsoft, Google, those big names, they have made strides in antitrust market. But if you take AI as an input and look at the final products, and you probably will see that the leadership in the AI market might vary a lot. So for example, we have, someone talked about the autonomous vehicle. We have Tesla, we have Daimler, in autonomous vehicle, and we have Netflix in movie. We have Spotify in music. And I think the approach to look not only AI as an input, but also at the same time, AI as a final product is very important, especially for jurisdictions who still follow the consumer welfare approach. Because under the conventional consumer welfare approach, that is a standard for reviewing the legality of conduct under review. And consumer approach will focus on how the conducts will create what kind of effect that will be created by the final product for the final consumers. So I think that's the third debate that was associated with the data abuse that need to be considered. The second one is about the brain power, talents, and the AI competition. So demands and investment in the in AI is increasing. Sorry. Okay, so as you can see, the very simple chart. I think this is a chart prepared by Bain, a consulting firm. As you can see, the demands for the brands in the AI industry is keep on rising. And this is the statistic in 2020. So I think the past few years might be increasing more dramatically. So what does talents has anything to do with any anti-competitive effects from AI implementation? I think there's a recent concern that is under the spotlight of several jurisdictions around the world. That is what we call the non-poach and the non-compete agreement. By non-poach means the competitor get together and agree with one another not to poach, not to swear away the talents from other company. And non-compete provision is simply require the employee not to switch to the competitors. And of course, we all know that this kind of restraint, this kind of agreement will restrain the mobility of talents. And once the talent is a very important input for AI implementation, this kind of mobility restraint will create competitive problem for market competition. But again, there is another side of the story. So we still need to balance against the benefits or the justification from constraining brain drain, particularly from the non-compete clause. So for example, it is necessary to protect the proprietary knowledge and technology by using the non-compete technology. And once the non-compete provision is banned by the law, then it probably might concomitantly reduce the incentive of the company to invest in training employee. So that's the disincentive effect created by banning non-compete clause. And we still need to pay attention that there are some economies that could from the industry cluster, because people mentioned about the non-compete provision could exacerbate the competitive problem in the IC or in the high-tech industry, because those industry has demonstrated a very high degree of clustering effects. The TSMC is surrounded by several IC design or chip company in Hsinchu of Taiwan. So this kind of cluster effect coupled with the non-compete provision, it might render the research or the innovation activity more concentrated in just a few firms. So, but there are some economy from cluster effects. For example, the cross-pollination, the diffusion of the new technology, they all might be facilitated by what we call the cluster effect. Okay, the third one is about capital and the AI competition, the financial power. Being wealthy is not a sin, but misuse it could be, right? So in antitrust law, the major theory underlying the anti-competitive effect from owning too much money is what we call the deep pocket theory. In a nutshell, the theory goes like this. For those wealthy companies, they probably will waste their money in doing something that is irrational and not profitable for the company. So for example, the company might engage in premature merger in order to get the data or in order to get the talents to hinder or to create entry barriers for other companies to enter the market. So because it's a big company, it has a deep pocket, so they have the ability and the willingness to kind of tolerate the short-term losses in order to gain long-term dominance in the market. So this is kind of the strategic exploitation of the financial power as actually discussed for such a long time in the economic literature. But in the past couple of decades, they have been overshadowed by the Chicago School. So, but with the AI, with the emergence of the digital technology, I think this kind of concern will again resurface in the antitrust landscape. But again, as I mentioned, there are always yin and yang in different theory. We still need to consider the usually this is strategic arrangement that might create the effects of increased choices. Even though they spend money inefficiently, but still they offer more choices for consumers. And sometimes the choices are emerging in the market with low price. So for the enforcement agency, when you try to investigate cases like that, how will you kind of counterbalance this pro and con from strategic use of the financial power? And also you need to, usually those cases eventually narrow down to the determination of based on what kind of intent the financial power has been used by the company. And intent is a subjective element in law, and sometimes it's very difficult to verify in practice. And usually lawyer will use two approaches to determine that. The first one is to infer from objective evidence, conduct patterns, market structure, and from that we infer the intent of the company. But such inference is arbitrary and sometimes could be challenged by the court or by the lawyer. The second approach is to change the legal standard, to shift the burden of proof into the defendant, into the company under investigation. But for country like Taiwan, which is the civil law system, this kind of switch of burden of proof is actually against the basic principle of procedural law. And it usually requires the change of law in order to incorporate this kind of change of principle into the antitrust law. So I think in the interest of time, I will stop here. And I do have some experience from Taiwan to share with you, but I think I will reserve that for the second round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. He just mentioned, he emphasized the importance of the factor of the human resources and capital in developing the AI and in making the AI more contributing to our economic development. Now we will turn to our last panel, Mr. Lee from the KFTC, and he's going to talk about the Korean government policy, particularly with the emphasis of the competition law. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Junwon Lee from KFTC. I'd like to deliver some policy respect and some kind of competition concern. Today's presentation reflects my personal thought, and however, based on my personal experience in KFTC more than 20 years, I'd like to do my best to capture the thought and the insight from the KFTC. Today, I'm going to talk about the impact of AI on our society, especially on the free competition. Competition authorities are always paying attention to new waves on the society. The shock they may cause irreversible harm will be focused on from the beginning. In the same way, the US DOJ and the FTC and the European Commission and CMA of UK issued a joint statement in July, which is the world leading enforcement of competition law. Of course, it is very unusual for these institutions issue a joint statement. As such, it can be said that the four organizations are recognizing that there are great concerns about restricting competition that may arise in the AI market. This is not all. Countries are making various efforts to lay a competition foundation in the AI market. I will introduce the bill of the US and the EU and tell you about the effort of the Korean government. As you might know well, the EU has the fastest and most proactive in responding to AI. The EU operators operate three strategies. First, AI Act. The second, AI Innovation Package. And third is a coordinated plan on AI. The first, the EU established the world's first law in AI in May, while the world is contemplating the promotion and regulation of AI. The EU has great implication on that. It has made law in the form of imposing obligation according to the risks of AI. The second is operation of AI innovation package that supports industries such as AI startup while installing the AI office for the AI Act enforcement within the Commission. The third and final strategy of the EU is the coordinated plan on AI that coordinated law enforcement by the Commission and the member states, expand investment and achieve consistency in the AI enforcement among the member states. Let's move on to USA. USA's bill and an executive order. The Algorithmic Accountability Act is secured in the responsibility of algorithm, and they emphasize the law of the competition authorities. In addition, the AI executive order came into effect on the October last year. This order comprehensively covers various issues such as establishing safety and security standards, protecting personal information, promoting innovation and competition. It is ordering competition authorities to fulfill their existing laws for the fair competition and consumer protection in the AI market. I'd like to briefly introduce the Korean government response. First of all, as you can see, you can heard from the last section from the Director Nam, Korean government announced the AI initiative in April 2024. In the measure, the Korean government promoted tasks such as investment, financial support, HR, infrastructure, and global cooperation. And also, Korean government is also pushing the enactment of AI Act. Several laws are pending in the National Assembly. Lastly, government launched the National AI Committee under the direct supervision of the President of Korea. So now we'll move on to some competition concerns about in the AI sector. Theoretically and practically, antitrust issues related to the AI can be broadly divided into two categories. There are cartels and abuse of dominance. First, cartel. AI can be utilized in both explicit and tacit cartel. It can maintain a cartel by monitoring compliance, detecting deviation from agreements, and enforcing penalties. In fact, several cases of collusion using AI have been sanctioned by competition authorities. Let me just say something from the David Tompkins case from the US DOJ. The Bill Baer, the former DAG, said that we will not tolerate anti-competitive conduct where it occurs in a smoke-filled rooms or over the internet using a complex pricing algorithm. It means that, well, it happened in the offline or online using algorithm or not. Many, including Korea, many competition authorities are trying to capture out some collusion by using algorithm. Another type is abuse of dominance, that is self-preferencing through algorithm manipulation. I will explain later with the Korean case. In this circumstance, OECD also analyzed competition issues in the AI market at the June meeting. First, the constructural factors of economy of scale, economy of scope, and the winner takes all were analyzed. And second, issues related to the access to key factors such for data, computing, and cloud were raised. I think these characteristics can theoretically raise concerns about abuse of dominance, tying or restricting across the essential elements. Let's move on to the role of the competition authority. I think competition authority have 4 categories to facing this AI new era. First is market study. The competition authority should learn and understand the market. And case, competition authority also continue to monitoring some anti-competitive effect or conduct in this area. And third, the legal framework. If it is necessary, we will do making some kind of legal framework by hard or soft, something mentioned by Japanese speaker said that some soft guideline could be some kind of solution. And first is the advocacy. That is what competition authority always should do while they are in the office or out of the office. They should do all the time. In KFTC, there are some cases of abuse of dominance using algorithm manipulation to self-preferencing their own product. Neighbor shopping case is delivered 2020, and Kakao mobility case was delivered 2023, and the latest recently case was coupon case. It was delivered 2024. All of these are the same conduct. A company who has market power in one sector using their market power to the another sector using manipulating the algorithm. We can the KFTC has captured the factor and handle the cases. Some global cases are here. Some cases occur in some training AI, some kind of Google case. It was delivered by French authorities. Google's failure to comply the negotiation obligation and its refusal to provide the news organization with the information it gathers while training each AI chatbot Gemini. Or another case is it is also the Google case. Google has some automated service and bundling the AI, voice AI. The Bundeskartellamt said that this bundling may pose a significant risk to the competition because there is some agreement on sharing the advertisement revenue on the condition that Google Assistant to be the only one voice assistant installed in the GAS platform. They will get some more revenues from the Google. So that's why Bundeskartellamt said this conduct makes some anti-competitive effect. Oh, I will move to another. Yeah, this is the last slide in my presentation. So KFTC is focusing on some market. So we are initiating a research project to study current status of the generative AI market, competitive dynamics, market concentration, transaction structure, something like that, in according to accordance with the Article 97. It is a kind of a market study. The purpose is to facilitate innovation while enduring the AI market thrives within a fair competition landscape. We will maybe publish some AI policy paper in December. Again, this area, many things are changing rapidly. So as a policymaker, we always think about what should we do right now, but we are not sure about. So we should do is keeping monitoring and studying the market. So while continue to communicating with industry and academia and other institutions, we will enhance our monitoring and that restricted competition in the AI market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lee. I understand as a moderator, I was strongly required by the organizer, Professor Im, to respect the time allocation for our session, and it's almost up, but I'd like to abuse my power as a moderator because I understand there is no hard regulator in this room. So please understand that I cannot leave the floor without asking each of the panelists to ask short but important questions. First of all, Professor Weck, well, you talked about the competition law concerns about the AI, but you emphasized the presence of the large size platforms. And in the perspective of the European law expert here, European law expert, how do you like to address the competitive concerns that involves the large size platforms, and how you are going to allocate the regulatory burden between the competition law and any other ex-ante industry regulatory laws?
Okay, I'll do my best to answer this very briefly. What I said in my first remark was that I'm not very in favor of competition agency statements regarding individual market players, even if they are big. However, we need to take into account that markets have evolved and the market structure has changed, and we have now big platform firms that have a tremendous amount of data on consumers and have at the same time control important infrastructures such as cloud infrastructures. So we have a structural change in the market, and we need to take this into account. We cannot do without that. Is that an area of for competition law? I would say no. It's actually more something that regulation has to deal with because it's a structural thing. And there, I must say we will probably face other challenges. It's not given that this is to be regulated easily. We have some regulation in Europe with the Digital Markets Act that is relevant in this context, and also the Data Act when it comes to interoperability between cloud services. Whether these are really the right tools remains to be seen. However, since it's structural issues, I would say that this has to be handled by regulation. Thank you.
Okay, I have one question for Professor Chung. You said that in the slides we shared before, the time arrangement will be more a serious concern for the antitrust law enforcers. And just like say, thanks to the perfect information, there's something that is close to the perfect information gathered by the large size, the AI, a firm can effectively enforce the puppet press discrimination, and it might give a good justification for the firms to justify a tagging arrangement. How do you think that the competition authorities can regulate, or other parts of the government, including the industry regulators, how they are going to approach that issue?
Thank you for the question. No, it is a challenge because, as I said, tying will now be feasible and profitable for firms at lower degree of market power. I'm not saying that theories of harm are not important anymore. I think you still need to show how the tie can harm consumers. But in the part of the presentation I did not get to, I also argue that actually theories of harm will not, tying is also more likely to harm consumers as a result of personalized pricing. And one of the main justifications for tying will also be no longer applicable. So overall, I think tying I think there may be a need for competition authorities to take a closer look at tying when facilitated by personalized pricing. And in fact, actually, I think the challenge does not end there. I think personalized pricing actually may fundamentally challenge how we think about competition law, because one of the most basic concepts in our field is market power, the ability to charge a super competitive price. And when a firm can charge different consumers different prices, what does it mean to even have market power? And I do not profess to know the answer to this question. This is something I'll be thinking about in the next few years. But I think it's going to be, if personalized pricing does become increasingly common, it's going to pose some pretty fundamental questions to our field.
Okay, thank you so much. And next, Vice Chair Chen. I remember that in the prior conference held in Korea, you introduced the Taiwanese experience and Taiwanese approach about a large-size online platform regulation, and you introduced the wait-and-see approach as compared to the affirmative regulation by some of the global governments. And how do you like this differentiate the approaches of the Taiwanese government regarding the AI and the online platforms?
I think there is no much differences between AI regulation and the regulation of other digital technologies. We just released a draft, or we call the AI Basic Law, in July. And that law has been subject to public comment right now. But even in that act, the purpose is to regulate non-competition issues from the implementation of AI. For example, there are 7 principles that has been put forward in the basic law requiring the government to protect the sustainability, to protect human rights, to protect privacy from AI implementation. Very few has been touched upon with respect to competition issue. Article 3 mentioned a little bit about the government need to adjust or to revise the law as necessary in order not to hinder the provision of AI service. I think that is the closest to competition issue. So back to the competition law, I think that our standing is still the same, the wait and see. But by saying wait and see, it does not mean that we remain idle and doing nothing. Actually, in the fields of AI, we have conducted several research and study. Some of them are commissioned by the academic institution in Taiwan. So for example, we have completed the study on metaverse, about how the AI technology going to impact our enforcement. And also there is a project on autonomous vehicle, which is still undergoing right now. And we hope that at the end of the year, that we might have reports regarding the autonomous vehicle. And also, as you mentioned, we released a white paper on competition policy in digital economy. And in the white paper, we recommended the 3 enforcement principles for digital market, including AI. The first one is that we tend to follow the rule of reason approach, and we will carefully evaluate the necessity of ex-ante regulation. And in applying the competition law to regulate digital markets or AI, we pay closer attention to their connection to local market. In other words, local nexus is also important for the enforcement of competition law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the Taiwanese government has been very smart in addressing many competitive issues about the high-tech industry. Finally, I'd like to ask Mr. Lee to make your final observation about the general issues of the AI and competition policy.
Thank you. We are making some kind of market study right now. I just send out some RFI to some industry players for some questionnaire to get some answer from them. It is very difficult to drafting some questionnaire because the market is very difficult to understand. So as a policymaker, I think it is the time to understand and study the market. And then we can go further and further. So ex-ante regulation, it's too early to state it is necessary or not. Just study and understanding this market. It is the best plan for us. And then we should also do some monitoring in this sector. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. And I really appreciate all of the panelists' observation and remarks. And I regret we don't have enough time to call for the questions from the audience, but I'd like to call it our closure of our session. I really appreciate the organizers for these wonderful opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the wonderful and informative discussion. We'll take a short 10-minute break and be back at 5:20. Thank you very much.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hi, Petra. Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. 어때요?
이게 페트라 쪽에서 환경이 너무 안 좋은 것 같아서 갑자기 이게 화면도 작아졌나요?
Okay, yes, we are able to hear you. I think the video screens are working well. There is a little bit of we are hearing. 잠깐만요.
저희 들리냐고 일단 얘기해 주세요.
So you are able to hear us, right?
다시 한번 얘기해 주세요.
You are able to hear us, right? We are checking the audio. If you can hear us, maybe you can.
Should I try and turn my video off, maybe? Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yes, thank
I can
you.
hear you perfectly.
Thank you.
Great.
So, do you have your slides with you? You could share if you could please share it with us.
I do, yes.
Okay.
You mean share screen it right now? Yes?
Yes, we can see it. 이렇게 저희가 나오는 거죠?
Great.
그래. 잠시만요. Yes, great. We can see it.
We'll begin our session in 2 minutes. Thank you. As we approach the end of our program today, we have a very enlightening and exciting session that lies ahead. We'll explore the human rights-based approach to AI, a topic that delves into how AI intersects with fundamental human rights. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. Isabel Ebert, the Human Rights Officer for the BTEC project at the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Isabel brings a wealth of experience in integrating human rights considerations into technology, and her insights will be invaluable as we discuss the human rights implications of AI. Next, Myung-Shin Kim, Principal Policy Officer at LG AI Research. Myung-Shin Kim will share perspectives from the industry, offering an understanding of how AI policies at a major tech company are shaped by human rights considerations. Petra Molnar, co-director of refugee law at York University, Canada. Petra's expertise in refugee law and human rights will provide a critical perspective on how AI technologies impact vulnerable population, including refugees and displaced persons. Petra will be joining through Zoom. Moderating this important discussion will be Professor Stefan Sonnenberg from SNU. Professor Sonnenberg will guide our conversation, ensuring that we cover the key issues and foster a robust dialogue among our panelists. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists and our moderator as we delve into this critical topic.
Well, thank you very much. I also want to, first of all, accept responsibility for an additional panelist, Louis Mason, who's working with the Universal Rights Group in Geneva, who has been our steadfast partner, as in SAPI, Seoul National University Artificial Intelligence Policy Initiatives, partner for the past 3 years as we've been engaging on this topic. So since Petra unfortunately had to liberate one of these chairs, I thought I would go ahead and fill it with our project partner. We also are very well aware that there is no greater human rights abuse than going over time limit at the end of a conference. So we will endeavor to end this panel by 6 o'clock. I'm going to just start by contextualizing this discussion. And it'll also give a little bit of an insight on some of the questions that certainly are on my mind that I hope you guys will help us evaluate in the audience as we listen to our fantastic panel today. So our panel today, as you already know, consists of a couple of 3 different presenters, each of whom have a different perspective to share on a human rights-based approach to artificial intelligence, and we're going to structure our panel today in almost like a 2-part session. Petra, who's joining us online, at the risk of depressing all of us, will give us a taste of what it looks like when human rights are abused or violated, in part facilitated by artificial intelligence and other technologies. And then we'll all take a deep breath, and then we'll transition to hopefully a discussion about solutions, or at least potential solutions. And I just want to give a section on why this might be interesting, right? So we've been talking, or to some extent we've been talking about human rights persistently in many different discussions, and we'll continue talking about talking about human rights and some of its facets tomorrow. So I just wanted to take a big step back for 2-3 minutes before we dive into our discussion about what are human rights and where do they come from. So the idea of human rights, as many of you will know, is that it's consistent with sovereignty. Oftentimes we think of human rights as, we're going to go and change something in a different place or in a different country. But that's actually not consistent with how human rights is framed as this is something that's agreed upon between sovereign states. And so when you think about sovereignty and human rights, how do you do that, right? And the idea, very simply speaking, is here's me, and there's some very nasty human rights threat out there. Let's imagine we're living in the jungle. And then in comes the state, and the state helps protect me against that nasty threat. That's human rights. In exchange for those human rights, I owe some responsibilities, obligations to the state. For example, that I recognize the legitimacy of the state, maybe I pay some taxes, those kinds of things, right? Other than that, there's these weird relationships that we don't typically talk about between you and me, right? Sort of the horizontal relationships. Those are not binding the same way that human rights are binding. That's the traditional theory, right? And then there's a whole bunch of us, and we're all related to the state. And the state is there to enforce or to protect our human rights. And then, of course, there's a whole bunch of other states out there in the world that do the same thing. Right? And we can imagine that that is a domestic human rights system. And then maybe those states come to some kinds of agreements between themselves. Maybe they, sign treaties. Maybe they form organizations like the United Nations. And that's a separate level of human rights where essentially the states are holding each other accountable that they each respect human rights within their spheres of sovereignty. That's the theory. That's boring. That's what we've been talking about before maybe 20, 30 years ago. Now all of a sudden there are these other questions, right? What happens when there's an actor in another state who's threatening my rights in this state? What do we do then? Or what happens when there's some other entity that's sort of loosely within my state, but it's not you or me, it's some other entity, for example, a corporation, that's loosely subject to the jurisdiction of the state? And those are the challenges that we want to talk about in this panel, and those are the challenges that are particularly relevant for these discussions here. So there's a couple of old school tactics that we can talk about that are probably less interesting, at least intellectually, right? First is maybe let's burn down the house, right? Sort of a revolutionary approach. If you don't like something, if we're frustrated about human rights abuses, we can start a revolution. Well, we know what that looks like. The other approach is a naming and shaming approach, right? Where we might be able to sort of hold a state accountable. We can say, hey, you agreed to do this thing, you're not doing it. We're going to name and shame you, and we're going to try and use the legal mechanisms to hold you accountable. Now, there's a set of new and emerging tactics that might be particularly relevant for this sector that I want to listen for as we listen to our speakers. First is a problem-solving approach, right? You work collaboratively with entities, not in an adversarial fashion where you name and shame, but you partner up with them. And you say, hey, what are the opportunities for solving some of these problems that we don't fully understand? Second is a shift away from rights talk, where I have an entitlement to something, and you, the government, have to give me that thing, towards one of responsibilities. What are my personal responsibilities as a consumer, as an investor, perhaps as somebody who works at a company, to do the right thing? And third is this really kind of crazy idea of long-termism, right? Do future generations have some standing in terms of the actions that we do today, right? If we develop certain technologies that make life better for our grandchildren or our grandchildren's grandchildren, does that matter? So having asked those provocative questions, I will now take the privilege of handing it off to our panelists to help us answer those questions. So if we could start off with Petra, who will be joining us from Greece.
Hello, can you hear me?
Petra, we can, yeah, there you are.
Hello, thank you so much for having me, and I'm so sorry that I cannot be there in person. I was really looking forward to coming to Seoul, but unfortunately due to a health issue, I'm not able to be there in person. But I wanted to thank all of you for giving me a few minutes to share a little bit about a deep dive on some of the issues that Stefan just highlighted for us. I'm a lawyer and an anthropologist by training, and I have spent the last 6-7 years trying to understand the human rights implications of technologies that are used at the border. And I wanted to just share a few insights with you to help situate the discussion that you will be having, hopefully for the duration also of the conference. And really what I want to start off with is the foundational premise that technologies, of course, have real impact on the human lives of people who are often at the receiving end of unregulated and high-risk technologies. I've been really lucky because over the last few years, I've had the opportunity to visit various borders around the world, whether that's Palestine, East Africa, parts of Europe, the US-Mexico border. And these are spaces where technological experimentation has largely been happening without oversight, accountability, and the understanding, again, that these high-risk technologies are hurting real people. I think borders and migration in particular are a useful entry point into this discussion because they are spaces that are already on the margins. They are spaces where regulation is deliberately limited, where opacity reigns supreme, and again, where we are dealing with policies of state violence that have led to the loss of life of people on the move. In one of the more surreal moments of my career, when I was in the Arizona desert at the US-Mexico border, where you can see a lot of border technology firsthand, such as this AI tower that actually belongs to an Israeli company called Elbit Systems that has made its way onto US soil. In February of 2022, the Department of Homeland Security announced that in order to strengthen the border, AI towers are not enough. They are now going to be supplemented by robodogs that you see on the screen here. Military-grade quadruped machines, something that you might see in a sci-fi show, now joining the arsenal of border technologies. That in and of itself is disturbing, but again, we need to remember that there are real people who are hurt by this. I have seen victims lose their lives as a result of border technologies, including these robodogs that are now joining, again, this arsenal of projects that are often introduced without public scrutiny, without adequate lawmaking, and any kind of conversation around what this is actually doing to real people. Again, these spaces of exception are ones to pay attention to because they are the starting point for technological development that then bleeds over into other facets of public life. And they have resulted in death, not only at the US-Mexico border, but along other borders, for example, the European Union border too. I also always like to show this photo as well. This is a refugee camp. This is a high-tech, biometrically introduced refugee camp that looks like something that you might not even associate with a place of rescue and humanitarian emergency. European Union member states have been experimenting with AI technology, biometrics, and surveillance, again, at the expense of people's lives. And I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to, again, bring it back to real people who are impacted by this. The people who are exercising their internationally protected right to seek asylum, again, are often at the sharpest edges of technological development. One of many communities that we could be talking about today. Similar issues have been happening in the criminal justice system, for example, with predictive policing, with welfare algorithms as well. All the while, new technology is being introduced on the margins of society. And just some takeaways to leave you with, we really are talking about this AI hype and techno-solutionism that is applied to spaces of crisis without often thinking about what this is actually doing to real people who are exercising, again, their internationally protected rights, in this case, to seek asylum. And at the end of the day, I think technology and AI is a very useful lens through which to try and understand power and how power operates in society. The kind of vast power differentials that are inherent in the way that we even think about what we innovate on and why. Why are we developing robo-dogs and AI at the border when we could be using AI to root out racist border guards? That's a choice. That's a normative choice that a powerful set of actors is making. And perhaps you think, this is the border, these are refugee spaces, why do I care about this? Well, because these technologies don't just stay at the border. A year after the Department of Homeland Security announced the RoboDog, New York City decided to try and implement similar technology on the streets of New York, even painting one RoboDog white with black spots on it like a Dalmatian. So again, border technology doesn't just stay at the border, it proliferates into other spaces of public life. And that's why I think it's incumbent upon all of us to have these conversations from a human rights perspective, to think about how these technologies are being developed, who is around the table, and why certain communities are once again testing grounds for high-risk and unregulated technologies. I will skip over these. I just wanted to highlight a project that we run called the Migration and Technology Monitor, which might be of interest to some of you, where we work directly with people in the move on these issues. And I will also, if you will permit me, plug a book that I had come out earlier this year called The Wall Divides: Surviving Migration in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. It is about the impact of this technology on people who are on the margins. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm really sorry again that I cannot be there in person with you, and thank you so much. I look forward to the questions at the end. Thank you.
Petra, thank you so much. I really appreciate your work. And I think it's valuable to ground us in our discussion. What are we talking about, and what are the kinds of impacts that we're looking at, right? And again, obviously some of the issues that Petra was describing have a state nexus, that traditional nexus between the state and the individual. But there are also many other actors involved, and that's where we want to pivot now. First, we'll shift to Isabel Ebert, who works at the United Nations, and more specifically the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights at the United Nations. And so we'll shift a little bit to what can international organizations do to help other stakeholders think more rigorously about the human rights impacts of the technologies that they're developing. So Isabel, if I can hand it over to you.
Thanks very much, and thanks so much for the organizers of inviting us. It's a great honor to be here. Just to say, our project is maybe not the usual UN project you would imagine. We are kind of innovating within the UN. The BTEC project has been founded 5 years ago, and we are basically engaging with the private sector, civil society, academics, states on responsible business conduct in the tech sector, and lately with a specific focus on AI and more specifically generative AI. I want to connect this conversation to some of the themes that we heard here today. There was a lot of talk about the lack of international coherence, which is definitely also a concern for us. But we've been working hard in order to improve international coherence in this space. And when it comes in particular to responsible business conduct, the standard that I'm going to introduce has been referenced in the G7 Hiroshima Code of Conduct. It's referenced in the upcoming OECD due diligence guidance on AI. It has inspired the drafting of the EU Digital Services Act, and there are parts of the standard that I'm going to refer to that also relate to the EU AI Act. So in that regard, we're really trying to do our homework and work with various actors. Also, we're working in Sub-Saharan Africa, in India, we're engaging with Brazil, all these important states that are thinking of regulating AI. I'm just gonna see if this works. Yes, great. So, and if after this panel you still want to hear more about our work, we're hosting a business roundtable on Friday at the Swiss Embassy here in Seoul at 10 a.m. that you are more than cordially invited to. Please reach out to me because we need to send the names of the attendees for security purposes to the embassy. And just to say, I'm accompanied by a lovely colleague who has traveled from Geneva with me, who is working on technical standard setting specifically, and she's also here in the room. So just to get back to what Stefan was saying in the beginning, right? You remember that infographic around the relationship between human rights, the state, human rights threats. What was traditionally missing from that picture is the role of companies. And about let's say 20 years ago, there was a lot of momentum at the level of the UN just to understand what is the role of the corporation in international global governance, how does it relate to human rights. There have been some struggles to get a standard really up and living, but the successful mandate of the late Harvard professor John Ruggie then implemented his mandate. He ran global consultations over 6 years, and the results of that process are the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights that were endorsed by the Human Rights Council in 2011. And for all the lawyers in the room, you know that this means that this is not necessarily hard law, but more like a soft law standard. But the UNGPs have a hard law component when it comes to the state duty to protect. But what they really bring to the table is conceptualizing what is the role of business when it comes to human rights. They are sector overarching. That is why our project exists, because we are breaking down the standard to the tech sector and then more specifically to different types of technological innovations. The UNGPs apply a risk-based approach, but the risk is not the risk to the corporation, but the risk to the people that might be harmed. And they request from companies not to proactively promote human rights, but to just not harm them. And even that is sometimes hard to realize. Just to say that they've been, since they're still relatively young, they had an enormous uptake by businesses, but also investors are using the guiding principles in order to check if their investee companies are living their corporate responsibility to respect human rights. The discussion comes traditionally more from a supply chain angle, so issues around child labor in the cocoa business, forced labor in Thai fishing industry, labor exploitation, and so forth. But the conversation has since then moved more to the sort of value chain and digital impacts on human rights. So we're talking about privacy infringements by social media companies for targeted ads, online harassment and discrimination, surveillance at the workplace, racism, sexism, incitement of violence that can all be reinforced through technologies. But the nice thing about our project is that we don't have the focus on necessarily pointing out these issues. There are different actors in the United Nations human rights system that are doing the naming and shaming, not to say the least about the great work that the special rapporteurs are doing. But what our project brings to the table is that we work with in a multi-stakeholder setting and try to, what Stefan called problem solving, and talking about responsibilities. That is also why we have a company community of practice, where we are working with 18 leading global tech companies in seeing how they're making human rights lived in their companies, what kind of corporate governance processes they have in order to protect human rights, and how they manage this in their day-to-day internal workings. And sometimes these are kind of the NGOs within the corporation, right? So it's not, I'm not saying it's easy work, but it's very important work, and these peer-to-peer exchanges between the companies are quite meaningful. And this is an open format, so if anybody here in the room is interested in engaging with us, please join us. You will also find on our website a lot of foundational guidance material and so forth. And this is what I introduced as the standard before. These are the UN guiding principles, and we are breaking them down to the tech sector, as you know. And the focus is really on preventing and identifying and mitigating risk to people as they are connected with digital technologies. The mitigation part is actually quite important, because what is interesting about the UN guiding principles, they acknowledge that harm is likely to happen. I mean, even child labor is still a systemic risk, and it is probably very difficult to eradicate it fully from the globe. That is why this mitigation part is very important, that if a company discovers it's harming people, it puts in place systems to mitigate those risks and to improve over time. This is also why the UNGPs are often called pragmatic principles, right? So I won't go into detail here, but this corporate responsibility to respect is the core piece of the UN guiding principles. It talks to policy commitments, it talks to corporate processes, and it talks to remediation if harm has occurred. These are all the materials that you find on our website. We work on human rights risks with regard to business models, with regard to digital products and services, way in which companies can provide remedies, and also the role of the state in terms of a smart mix of measures. We don't necessarily promote hard law regulation as the best solution, but we're talking about an effective type of a mix of hard and soft law in order to achieve that companies are respecting human rights. The core piece of the UN guiding principles is actually this. This talks to corporate management. So it's as you know, there's due diligence for lots of things, for, let's say, financial risk, for political risk, for environmental risks, and this is about due diligence with regard to risk to people. And it's really based on kind of a standard due diligence process in a company, so in terms of identifying and assessing the impacts and understanding the maturity of the risks, acting to prevent and mitigate the risks, tracking the effectiveness of the risk mitigation, and then appropriately communicating around that. And on the core piece from the human rights due diligence perspective is that you don't do this in a silo. You need to talk to the stakeholders that can be impacted. These are not only users, these can also be non-users of platforms. So we've seen in several operating markets that the type of discourse that happens on social media can impact non-users in the sense that they might be prosecuted, they might be subjected to violence, thinking here of the likes of Myanmar, right? And just to give a sense of where we're currently in terms of putting those principles into practice and what is happening inside tech companies. Companies use the human rights due diligence as an ongoing process. They also try to really make sure that they measure human rights impacts of digital technologies around different levels of technological sophistication. So really from more simple algorithmic decision-making systems to generative AI. And again, the core part of this type of due diligence is assessing the impact on people. What we see in terms of AI risk management in human rights, which has been a focus for us lately, is that the current status mirrors the inconsistency in terms of what we discussed earlier in terms of standards, but also in terms of regulation. And that is why AI companies have very different impact assessment and risk assessment methods at the moment, and kind of trying to navigate this space that is very much in flux. There's a lot of approaches. There's some that are really drilling down on specific type of technologies that are more kind of technical, than others have like non-technical policy commitments. And from our view, human rights can really serve as this kind of glue binding this together. And we see that there's some work that needs to be done in that space. That is why we have kind of started these discussions with the companies and are trying to keep track what could be recommended as good practice. This kind of has come up in other panels already in terms of the necessity that multidisciplinary teams are working together. It's not only the engineers, but also the policy experts, the lawyers. That it needs to be clear that data provenance is still an issue, even if we're now moving towards generative AI. Data protection is not dead, and privacy is also not dead. Collective coordination with parallel teams. Often there are a lot of organizational silos. Everyone who has worked in a big organization knows about that. And then really the necessity also to enhance capacities, and that also applies to sometimes the regulator, the way in which they're drafting legislation. Last but not least, we have launched a project on generative AI, as I said, talking about the whole generative AI value chain in terms of the suppliers of AI knowledge and their resources, actors in the AI lifecycle, and users of AI systems. This is all aligned with the work that is going on at the OECD, partly aligned with what is happening at NIST. And if you're interested in that, we have put out a taxonomy, how generative AI can impact human rights. So for those people that are not familiar with the human rights language, that's actually very hands-on and practical. And then there's a kind of guidance paper that summarizes some of the key issues when it comes to generative AI and what companies can actually do about it. So it's very much a problem-solving approach, and I'm very happy to be in touch with any of you. Please, this is my email address, so feel free to drop me an email. I'm an inbox zero type of person, so I usually respond. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Last but very much not least, I'd like to hand over to Myung-Sung Kim. So just a few words here. Oftentimes one receives or one sees PowerPoint presentations or websites from corporations that say very nice words. In fact, our keynote presentation today talked about how many different standards are out there with beautiful words. What's very exceptional, and what I think we should all be excited about to end the day with today, is somebody who pulls aside that curtain and actually shares with us how. So with that in mind, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Kim from LG, who will share with us how they actually go about ensuring a human rights-based approach to artificial intelligence.
All right, thank you very much. It's an honor to be invited to this meaningful discussion, and thank previous speakers for their wonderful presentation. Today, I will share how LGI Research is implementing our AI ethics principle with focus on human rights. Let me begin. Oops. Can I go back to the previous page? Hello? Can you put on my slide on the screen? While I'm waiting, I'm just begin my presentation. Does it work?
The receiver is over there.
Anyways, as we all know, human rights has potential to both infringe on and protect human rights. But, bad news travels fast. So this reflects our natural tendency to focus more on negative aspects rather than positive ones. I understand these concerns, but paradoxically, these concerns can present new opportunities for humanity. From my experience and knowledge, no other issue has drawn such an extensive international attention and prompted discussion for concrete action in such a short time as artificial intelligence. Then we must utilize these concerns as catalyst for redesigning our common future, and we must seize this opportunity. But unfortunately, there is no agreed upon solution for minimizing AI's potential risk while maximizing AI's benefit. That's why we need this kind of conference to share success and failure story with each other so that we can find better solution. So with this background, I'm going to introduce what LGI Research is doing to respect, protect, and promote human rights in the life cycle of AI system. Let me begin with a brief introduction about LGI Research. Established 3 years ago, our mission is to provide advanced AI technology and capability to LG affiliates such as LG Electronics, LG Chemical. We have developed our own generative AI model called EXA1, which stands for Expert AI for Everyone. It can generate, understand Korean and English bilingually, and also generate image and text bidirectionally. For your reference, we just released our EXA1 3 language model last week as open source to contribute to the development of AI research ecosystem. Beyond the technology, we place high emphasis on adhering to AI ethics principles throughout the entire life cycle of AI system. In August 2021, we officially announced the AI ethics principle with 5 core values, as you can see on the screen, namely humanity, fairness, safety, accountability, and transparency. But, more important than principle is bring them into practice. So we imply 3 strategy pillars, namely governance, research, engagement, to ensure the adherence to AI ethics principles. Let me explain each in detail. First, governance. We conduct AI ethical impact assessment for all projects within our institute in order to identify and address potential risk throughout the life cycle of AI system. This assessment consists of 3 different steps. First, we analyze project characteristics and setting problem-solving priorities, and lastly, verifying result and documentation. A unique aspect of our assessment is done by a task force, which is composed of a person who is in charge of AI techniques, business, and ethics, so that they can contribute different perspectives based on their diverse experience and expertise. From the perspective of human rights, we pay special attention to these questions during AI ethical impact assessment on the right side of the screen. For example, if there is any vulnerable group in stakeholders affected, or if our training data set is sufficiently enough representative, or if there is any possibility of intentional or unintentional use of our AI system by users. And also, we educate data workers about Universal Declaration of Human Rights and also Sustainable Development Goals, providing guidelines to respect, protect, and promote human rights during their data production and also legitimate process. For research, as you know, generative AI model is not perfect. It can sometimes produce inaccurate information known as hallucination, which might lead to damage to someone's reputation due to misinformation. So we have developed AI model that generate answers based on factual information and evidence. And also we are continuously researching unlearning technique to selectively delete personal information which is unintentionally used in our training process. For engagement, ultimately AI is created by human. Then we need to think about how to improve and assess the level of AI ethics awareness and also human rights sensitivity for researchers. That's why we conduct every spring AI ethics awareness survey. And this is the result of 2013. And I was very pleased to see the result of this year showing the gap between AI ethics awareness and practice has narrowed. And also, we hold AI ethics seminar bi-weekly. What's unique about this seminar is we are not inviting guest speakers from outside. All the seminar is done by our researchers, so that it's intended to boost interest and participation among our researchers. And from my perspective, the role of users is also very important to ensure the AI ethics to take a root in our society. So we provide AI education program for more than 30,000 youth, university students, and workers annually for free. And all the curriculum include AI ethics, so that we can contribute to help citizens to grow into not only just a mature user of AI, but also critical watchdog in AI system. Our efforts are going beyond Korea to global level. LGI Research is the only South Korean enterprise that has partnered with UNESCO and also signed a tech code to combat deceptive use of AI at Munich Security Conference this February. This May, we attended AI Seoul Summit and agreed with UNESCO to co-develop online educational contents for AI ethics, which is targeting AI researchers, developers, and policymakers, since there is relative lack of this quality educational contents for these groups. A month ago, there was a report co-published by United Nations and ILO titled Mind AI Divide. This report stressed the importance of high-quality education, AI education program to bridge global AI divide. I believe our partnership project, which is global MOOC on the ethics of AI between LG and UNESCO, is kind of an innovative and creative example of collaboration between private sector and international organization to address this issue. We are now in the process of forming a global expert group on AI ethics, and we are going to invite a global submission of good practice of AI first half of next year. So I hope for your interest and participation. We are going to invite all the good practice from not just from the private sector, but also civil society, international organization, and government as well. And final MOOC contents will be available for free globally by early 2026. And this January, we published LG AI Accountability Report on AI ethics, which compiles all the outcomes and lessons learned throughout implementing our AI ethics principles. This illustrates how LGI Research is implementing the recommendation of AI, on the ethics of AI by UNESCO, and also South Korea's national guideline for AI ethics. I personally hope, and our research organization is wishing, that this report can serve as a reference for other companies in implementing their AI ethics principles. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So if I could indulge the audience for another 5 minutes, I will hand the final word to Louis, my colleague, our colleague, to pose us one final provocative question that all of us can chew on overnight as we enjoy dinner tonight, or that in fact, our panelists can give us some of their thoughts on.
Yeah, so as I'm mindful of your right to the highest attainable standard of physical mental health, I promise to be brief. So, I mean, we heard from Petra that states and corporations are not respecting human rights, whether it's in law enforcement at the border, military activities. Then we heard from Isabel that there are efforts to try and apply these norms that are human rights law, which are designed for states, to the activities of corporations. But it's not exactly clear how that can be done when there's been decades of jurisprudence at national, regional, international level clarifying exactly what human rights law means in terms both of the prohibitions and the prescriptions of activities for states, and how this can be fit into a problem-solving mentality for corporate activities. And then finally, we heard from Myung-Shun regarding the possibilities of how we can apply human rights standards in practice within corporate processes. But then at the same time, we heard this morning that there are so many competing standards, so many ethical standards to regulate AI's development and deployment. And at the same time, we heard a pretty compelling argument that the way that we should be premising our judgment of AI products is on the trustworthiness of the corporation in its commitments and in its delivery on those commitments. So I'd just like to leave everyone with the final question to all of our panelists. So then what is the added value of human rights in this competition as one extra standard amongst many ethical ones?
Okay, now challenge accepted. So, I mean, when we look back to when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted, it was 1948. I think the people in this country and the people in my home country understand why we needed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, because apparently it wasn't clear before that there's some basic human dignity that we all require to be safeguarded for. And that is why I also think it is good to remind us that some of the technological developments, if we are not putting the right guardrails, threaten to undermine this global understanding that basic human dignity needs to be preserved. And the de facto status of corporate power is so strong that we need the private sector in the room, and we need the private sector to be acting responsibly when it comes to AI developments. And I do think that there are many companies that want to do it that way. And I want to think of the 1948 declaration as a guidance tool. And we also heard in the previous discussions that ethics can be complementary, but ethics is also highly contextual. It can be very closely connected with cultural values. That is the sort of complementarity that exists between ethics for embedding human rights standards in specific contexts, but the minimum baseline needs to be what we agreed upon more than 70 years ago.
Human rights, difficult issue. You know, like as time goes by, I believe people will be aware of the importance of human rights and AI ethics in AI market. Then corporations should pay attention to the human rights issue. I've talked about like our approach of like educating data workers about Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Sustainable Development Goals. I'm not so sure actually if some of questions during our AI ethical impact assessment and education for data workers can guarantee 100% prevent the human rights violation. But you know, being aware of the line we must not cross can make a significant difference. So in that sense, I think human rights is critical like compass for not only just corporation but also any other organization to like navigate in this journey of AI era. Yeah.
And Petra, a final word to you.
Thanks so much. I mean, for me, a lot of these questions are about actually remembering that, you know, our world is still oriented around vast power differentials between the communities that are tested upon when it comes to technology and the powerful actors that are often around the tables that make the very decisions that impact so many people. And so I think unless we are in a world that is more equal and that is more rights respecting, we also need to have some tough conversations about either putting guardrails around certain technology or actually not even developing certain technology in the first place. And I think human rights and human rights standards can help us orient our thinking around this. Thanks.
Please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists and for concluding a day.
Please give another big round of applause to the panel. We have covered a vast array of topics today, from how to regulate AI, when to regulate AI, what is the optimal level of confidence that we should have in regulating AI with hard law so as to promote innovation and detect and regulate and diminish well-identified harms. And what kind of soft law comes into play in the form of AI standards was another important question. And how we tackle important human rights questions for the advancement of the public is also another important issue. I urge all of us to continue this important discussion that lies ahead. I would lastly like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, moderators that have made this conference today such a robust and fulfilling experience. And we hope that all of you have found this conference very enlightening and inspiring. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Just a quick note to our speakers. We would like to ask all the speakers to follow the staff to the lobby so that we can all head for the dinner. We're all going to ride the bus to the restaurant that is reserved for all the speakers. So we look forward to our dinner. Thank you. Shuttle bus will arrive at about 6:20, so please be advised. Thank you.